76. Sage Chakra. Even though he had acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Keshiro didn't show it to anyone on the front lines again. He never felt the need to. He could easily deal with a lot of shinobi without even using his Sharingan. The Tsuchikage received the news of Shimoda Takeo's death. Alongside grieving the death of great shinobi of Uegakuer, he was absolutely angered that someone from Konoha had managed to kill him. Moreover, he heard that it was someone from the Uchiha clan. Someone with that accursed Sharingan. No one in Uegakuer hated the Uchiha clan members more than the third Tsuchikage. Perhaps it stemmed from the time when he had been humiliated by the legendary Uchiha Madara. Those damn eyes. However, instead of taking revenge for Shimoda Takeo, he pulled back the shinobi stationed near Aim. There was no need to add more to the casualties. They must conserve their forces for the Third Shinobi War. Or else, even if Iwa and Kumo joined hands and managed to deal with Konoha, Iwa would be far too weak to make any further movements. Kumo or maybe Kiri could use that chance to attack them as well. After all, in the world of shinobi, one simply couldn't trust a mere agreement. That would be the peak of naiveness. Almost all the village leaders were aware of this fact. Iwa had seemingly pulled back from the front lines against Aim. Hanzo was quite delighted to know of this. Now, he could keep the people under him by force even without the support from Konoha. After all, Iwa shouldn't try anything in a short time. Knowing that they wouldn't be fighting for quite some time, Minato had started to meet with more people from Jiraiya's spy network. In this nearly 1 year or so, he had grasped all of Jiraiya's contacts in the Land of Rain. He had also doubled his time in studying the Flying Ray Genjutsu seals and started writing his notes. Uzumaki Isao would naturally help him out a little here and there, but he let Minato work alone most of the time. Now that 1 year had come to an end, these surviving Konoha shinobi were returning while another batch of 100 elite shinobi from Konoha was going to be dispatched for Aim. Hanzo was quite satisfied with this. He told the Hokage that in return of such a favor, he might ask for Hanzo's personal assistance at any time. And Hanzo promised to do everything in his power to accomplish the task given to him. Naturally, the third Hokage was aware of Hanzo, the salamander's pride. He normally wouldn't give out such a promise. But since he had given it out now, he would do everything in his power to fulfill it. A plan formed in his head as he readily accepted this offer. Meanwhile, in Uzushio, the Samazaki clan from the Land of Waves had been given a command. The command was to change the seals around the island. The last time he had given this suggestion to the Uzumaki clan head, Uzumaki Hishin, the man had mentioned that it would take a long time to accomplish that. Now, out of 2,000 or so Uzumaki clan members, 300 Uzumaki clan members would regularly work on the seals around the island. They were changing the routes and also adding quite a few twists on Araki's demand. They had even used clones to increase their work rate, but it still took them nearly 1 year to change all the seals. He hadn't asked them to work on it before because although the Uzumaki clan had been destroyed, the great villages would naturally get intel from the movements in the wave. If they received intel that 300 or so shinobi were doing something suspicious, it would have aroused their suspicion, and they might have come to check. Perhaps they might have discovered the Uzumaki clan members as well. Although this risk existed right now as well, that was why Araki had personally come to this place. Under his sensing range, any and all spies were ruthlessly silenced. A few innocent people who had seen it were threatened into silence as well. Their relatives were captured and taken into custody. Although Araki didn't want to do this to the people who really were innocent, he couldn't take any chances. He couldn't let the information spread. Not even a single spy managed to send a letter back to their village. Araki guessed that Great Village's spies in the Land of Waves were passive infiltrators. These people were living their life normally, and would only contact their respective Great Village to report some sort of suspicious activity in the Land of Waves. After all, there was no way a Great Village would be interested in information from civilian areas like the Land of Waves. They probably wouldn't even bother for information unless an incident related to shinobi or samurai occurred there. At the most, these infiltrators had informed their respective Great Village about the sudden appearance of Samazaki clan. But surely nothing else. As for why Araki was sure of this, it was because not a single Great Village had dispatched their army towards Uzushio. If they had even a slight inkling of what Araki was doing, they would have dispatched a huge army to destroy Uzushio before it could be revived. And while they were changing the seals for this 1 year, Araki had unsealed the Gedo statue in Uzushio and would send his chakra inside it. He was trying to match the level of his wood chakra with the Gedo statue. It was a rather taxing job for him. The Gedo statue's wood was a lot denser than his own. However, he felt that he was improving the denseness of his chakra at an abnormal rate. Moreover, not just his wood element, he felt that his sensing skill was getting better. Perhaps it was because he had understood how to retrieve his chakra from Gedo statue. The Gedo statue would seemingly refine his chakra and return it 5 times purer than before. Every week, he could only do it for a single time. Meaning, within a whole year, Araki had refined his chakra for a total of 52 times. Araki didn't dare to try this out back at Konoha. In this 1 year, he had faintly understood that there was a consciousness in this ghetto statue. Although faint, it was still there. After he realized it, he stopped refining his chakra using the ghetto statue. He understood although he gained a lot with this method, he was awakening an unknown consciousness inside of ghetto statue. However, since it hadn't completely woken up, the situation was still good. Now, he needed to keep it sealed as before. This wasn't all he had achieved in this 1 year though. In this 1 year, he had meditated a lot. One reason was to keep his emotions under control. And the other reason was, he was checking if there would be any improvement of his sensing range or not. Meditation normally helped in purifying the spiritual portion of chakra. Perhaps it would be able to boost his strength even further. With these thoughts, Araki spent a lot of his time meditating. And this 1 year of meditating was bearing fruit. Even if it was only faintly, he could sense some sort of mysterious energy in the surroundings. Mysterious energy far stronger and denser than chakra, yet, instead of the suppressing chakra, it seemed to give it a boost. So, this is Sage Chakra. Araki murmured while absorbing that stream of chakra into his body. As the stream of chakra entered his body, he felt a strange battle had started between his chakra in the body and the Sage Chakra he had just absorbed from the surrounding. He didn't know, but some faint dark marks appeared over his eyes and forehead. They formed rings over his forehead and dark marks underneath his eyes. 77. Creating houses. Araki's concentration soon broke, and the Sage Chakra was seemingly flushed out of his body. That was an odd feeling. It felt as if I had found the missing part of myself. This energy. It was oddly familiar to that energy I felt when I entered the world of the ghetto statue. As he realized it, a smile spread on Araki's face. Senjutsu doesn't seem hard to control, just denser than chakra. But, still, raising my perception to sense it is quite the challenge. Or maybe is it just because there is a low amount of Sage Chakra around here? He shrugged at the end of his statement. There was little he could do regarding that. At this time, an Uzumaki clan member appeared. It was a young woman in her early 20s. Araki-sama. As you have ordered, all the seals around the island have been replaced. Should we finally bring all the clan members here? She asked for his orders. Relocate the entire Uzumaki clan which had been in the land of the waves. And I also give you the right to remove the seals with which you have changed your hair color. From now, you can declare yourself as the members of the Uzumaki clan. As he finished speaking, he noticed the sight of that young woman trembling. Perhaps it was in happiness, excitement, or maybe eagerness. The young woman gave him a complete bow. Thank you, Araki-sama. I will immediately inform them of your orders. Araki acknowledged her bow and soon stood up. He started walking towards the location where the original Uzumaki clan settlement was built. Although the young woman was very eager to inform Araki's order to them all, she still contained that eagerness and followed after him. Araki spoke with a small smile over his face. Even though this location had been cleaned in this year, it would be quite troublesome for the Uzumaki clan members to come and rebuild the settlement here. I guess I can lend a helping hand. Before the young woman could comment on it, Araki clasped his head and concentrated for a few seconds. It was taking him quite some time, but soon enough, he opened them and said, would release, 4-pillar house jutsu. Times 1000. A bead of sweat went down his face as he used this jutsu. For some seconds, nothing happened. But soon enough, the entire island rumbled. It felt like the entire island itself was shaking at this moment. And soon, wood suddenly shot out from the ground. The young woman realized that it was not at 1, 2, or 3 points. Nearly thousands of wood pillars had shot out of the ground, each one at a particular distance from the other. Each one was moving at a similar rate. The young woman didn't dare to blink while it occurred in front of her eyes. It was as if she was witnessing something majestic. She had naturally seen Araki creating a house for himself using wood release. However, she had never seen a jutsu with such a wide range. Before she realized it, the houses had been created. Well, these should be enough, I guess, Araki said before starting to walk towards the edge of the island. He soon reached the point where the Uzumaki clan had bitterly fought against the army of the 3 great villages. He recalled some fond memories of his first Kenjutsu master, Uzumaki Takiya. He started walking on water. He was well aware of what route he must take to reach Nami without injuring himself. The young woman soon came after him. She had seemingly come to ask him one last thing, Araki-sama, what should we do about those people who had seen us? Should we kill them all? Aren't you cruel, Miss Rika? Killing them seems a bit too much. Araki asked her with a small smile on his face. Araki-sama, I believe we must not be soft-hearted in this match. She immediately stopped speaking when she noticed Araki staring at her, quite gently in fact. Please punish me for speaking out of turn, Araki-sama. She immediately said when she felt like she had made a mistake. In turn, Araki shook his head, killing them gives me a bad taste. To me, these are simply pitiful people who had seen something they shouldn't have. Just bring them on the island and let them live as they want. They shouldn't be able to leave or inform anyone else of this news. After some time, it won't be a big deal in letting them return to the land of waves, since I would be declaring the revival of the Uzumaki clan in the whole elemental nations. As you command, Araki-sama, Rika spoke out while giving a bow. She then disappeared by using the body flicker jutsu. After she disappeared, Araki gazed in front before slowly walking. 5 great villages. I wonder how many will remain by the time I am done. An amused smile appeared on his face as he continued to walk forward. Araki returned to Konoha by the end of the week. It had been nearly a week since Uzumaki clan had completely relocated itself in Uzushio. Some rumors did spread, but they were related to the fact that Samazaki clan had suddenly disappeared from the land of waves. Because of selling storage seals, the Samazaki clan was quite well known among the people of the land of waves. They couldn't believe this clan had left so suddenly. Araki was sure that all the villages would send their own teams to investigate the cause of their departure. He wondered if someone would be foolish enough to attempt to go to Uzushio. He wasn't worried about the Uzumaki clan members. He knew that whoever attempted to go to the Uzushio without knowing the route was just courting death. Moreover, he had left quite a few surprises for censors there. Currently, only a selected few people could hope to forcefully break through these seals and reach Uzushio. And these people numbered less than 20. 9 of them were the tailed beasts, and after them were the cages of the great villages. He didn't really know if the third Kazekage would be able to go past the seals or not, but Araki felt there was no harm in overestimating the man. The Sand Village did like to believe that the third Kazekage was their strongest cage until now. Araki met up with Kushina. The first thing Kushina did was kiss him passionately on his lips. Before long, Araki returned the passion and broke the kiss. I missed you. I missed you more, Date Bane. Kushina exclaimed while hugging him tightly. It had been quite some time since he last heard this verbal tick from Kushina's mouth. Araki couldn't help but let out a light-hearted chuckle. What happened here while I was gone? That old man tried to make a move against the Senju clan. Araki asked her while gently caressing Kushina's hair. Kushina shook her head and replied, the third Hokage had in fact been very silent. He didn't even call out for Tsunade. If I didn't know any better, I would think that the old man had given up. That's surprising. I thought the third Hokage surely would have taken advantage of my absence. Well, not that it matters now. In the next few weeks, the situation started to get to normal. All the great villages were preparing for war. And around this time, Uchiha Kazuma had revealed some things to his son. 78. Abilities of Uchiha Kazuma. Uchiha Keshiro and Uchiha Kazuma, only these two were seated in a very silent room. Uchiha Keshiro had no idea why his father had called out for him, but he remained silent and waited for him to speak. Son, I think it's time to reveal a few things to you. Firstly. As he said that, the color of his eyes changed. His chocolate black eyes were replaced by crimson color with 3 tomo in it. Soon enough, the 3 tomo in his eyes changed into dual-bladed Sharingan. Looking at the pattern, Keshiro's eyes widened in surprise. Father. You also have a Mangekyo Sharingan. In these 2 months, Keshiro had naturally become more knowledgeable about the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had read some forbidden texts related to Mangekyo Sharingan inside the Uchiha clan. What? You thought only you would have it? An amused smile spread on Uchiha Kazuma's face as he asked his son. To this, Keshiro remained silent for some time, indeed having thought that he was the first one after Uchiha Madara. Well, unlike your Mangekyo Sharingan, I have unlocked some non-combat abilities. Clairvoyance. I can see the events in the future and predict the flow of the future. These words confused Keshiro. Flow of the future. Yes. I concentrate on my decision in my mind and activate the power of my right eye, and it tells me just how it would affect the future. And with the power of my left eye, I can see visions of that event. But I can only use the power of my left eye once a year. Moreover, it takes my sight in return. Upon hearing these words, Keshiro's eyes widened. What? Father, does that mean you will go blind if you continue using it anymore? Keshiro asked with a rather worried voice. Kazuma chuckled upon hearing those words and replied, as of this moment, I am nearly blind. I cannot even see your face clearly. However, looking using the power of my left eye one last time was worth it. I need to inform you of something, son, Kazuma said to Keshiro with a rather serious look in his eyes. Do not interfere with the Senju clan. No matter what the cost, you must never raise your hand against the Senju clan. Kazuma said to Keshiro very seriously. What did you see in your vision, father? Keshiro asked him seriously as well. A fierce war. On one side was the Kumo army, I believe, and on the other was Senju Araki, walking towards them alone. Kazuma said while sucking a breath of cold air. Even though he saw that vision, he still couldn't believe it. He had seen a huge army of Kumo on one side while on the other side was Senju Araki, alone. For some reason, there was no one near him, not even the forces of Konoha. Yet, this was not the complete vision. Near the end of his vision, he saw tailed beasts. All the tailed beasts gathered at one spot and Senju Araki standing in between them. He knew well enough that whatever it was, the Uchiha clan must not interfere or try to infuriate the Senju clan. That. I see. Keshiro knew that his father was probably talking about a vision nearly a few years in the future. For Senju Araki to grow strong enough to confront an entire great village meant that he must be sufficiently strong. It was still quite shocking for Keshiro. He felt as if the difference between himself and Senju Araki was widening. Well, that wasn't a wrong thing to say. Noticing the look on his son's face, Kazuma said, although I cannot guide you towards more power, I can do one last thing to boost your strength, son. My eyes. Take my eyes and implant them. This way, you will gain eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. There would be little to no drawback in using the Mangekyo powers. Only a single man has unlocked this level of Sharingan, Uchiha Madara. Kazuma said with a gentle voice. Father. What about you? If I take your eyes, are you planning to implant my eyes into your own to recover your vision and get eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Keshiro asked with a relatively curious voice. No. It would be far less useful to me. You must keep your eyes safe for future generation. For your son perhaps. Kazuma gave his suggestion with a smile on your face. At this, Keshiro's eyes widened with surprise, and he said, but father. You won't be able to see anything. You will live without your eyes. Keshiro. I am not much better than a blind man at this moment. And do you know, I am tired. I am tired of having taken this stressful position. In all these years, never once have I been able to let out a breath of relief. I saw our Uchiha clan's destruction not far in the future. The bitter smile on his face showed just how helpless he was. No matter what decision I made, the result would be the same. Perhaps the destruction would hasten even more. But I finally saw hope in you. Perhaps it was during the time when Senju Araki came to meet me. At that time, I saw a faint possibility of survival of our Uchiha clan. Keshiro. You have gone past my expectations time after time in these years. I will be leaving the clan to you. Kazuma said with a smile that seemed to hold a great pressure. Father. I don't know what to say. I don't know whether I am ready for such a big responsibility at the moment. I feel like I still need a year or so to grow. Keshiro murmured out, seemingly not quite satisfied with himself at the moment. Don't forget that I could see through the flow of the future. Even if I am blind, I can see a bit farther and know you are more than ready. A determined expression appeared on his face as Keshiro decisively said, the time has come, Uchiha Keshiro. Lead the Uchiha clan to glory. And 2 years before the start of the Third Shinobi War, Uchiha Keshiro became the head of the Uchiha clan. The Hokage and the rest of the clan heads, excluding the Senju clan, Araki was simply amused, were shocked to know that the Uchiha clan had such a young clan head at this moment. But they weren't the only one shocked, even the Uchiha clan elders were shocked. They couldn't understand why Uchiha Kazuma was so hasty in passing over the position of the clan head. They met up with him to discuss the matter and ask him to hold off. And at that time, they saw the Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Keshiro's eyes. The Uchiha clan elders weren't aware of Uchiha Kazuma's Mangekyo Sharingan. They were utterly shocked upon seeing Keshiro's Mangekyo Sharingan. Although it took some convincing from Kazuma, they grudgingly accepted this decision. One reason why they did accept it was because the Senju clan head was Senju Araki and not Senju Tsunade. To the prideful Uchiha clan, it was as if the Senju clan members were telling them that the Senju clan trusts their young prodigy to rule the clan while the Uchiha clan does not even trust their own prodigy. They readily accepted this decision. They still had no idea that Uchiha Kazuma also planned to pass on his own eyes to Keshiro and let him unlock the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The surgery was performed in secret, and Uchiha Keshiro remained in seclusion for the entire time. Only Mikoto would come and meet him during this time of seclusion. Some elders were given control of the Uchiha clan until Uchiha Keshiro's training ended. Though the clan elders weren't too convinced by the excuse, they still agreed. A/N, I have released the first 10 chapters of my original novel, Rising Warriors, on my P.Atreon. This is a preview of the novel. Those who want to read it completely can do so on the A.Mazen by buying the book. Or read it for free through K.Indle Unlimited. Just make sure to unsubscribe the K.Indle Unlimited before the end of the month and you won't lose any money. 79. Coalition. The third Tsuchikage of Iwa and the third Reikage of Kumo had decided to meet up. They had come in the neutral village of Taki. Although nearer to Iwa, Reikage was aware that Taki was independent of Iwa's schemes. They had been given the 7 tails by the first Hokage, and they were weak only in terms of numbers. The quality of their shinobi reached the level of the great shinobi villages. Anyway, they were having their alliance meeting. The third Raikage stared at the third Tsuchikage before speaking, so, I have heard that the S-ranked shinobi under you was killed by an Uchiha brat? It seems IWA is only so and so. The mocking look on his face was quite irritating for the third Tsuchikage. The people who had joined the third Raikage were here and asking him to not show such blatant disregard for the third Tsuchikage. However, the third Raikage didn't care. He naturally was happy at Iwa's troubles. Maybe after destroying Konoha, they could have a chance at IWA. To this, the third Tsuchikage snorted and replied, "You shouldn't show such a delighted look, Raikage Dano. Your ANBU members did die at the hands of Senju Araki when they went to Konoha." This. How do you know this? The third Raikage stared at the third Tsuchikage and asked for answers. The third Raikage had been very secretive about this method. You don't need to know that. I am merely informing you that Kumo isn't also as great as you believe it to be. Now, should we get this alliance started or do you want to continue this battle of words? The third Tsuchikage seemed to be in the mood to get the thing started. He really wanted to hurry up. Whatever. The third Raikage said while taking a seat. His guards stood behind him, taking note of the third Tsuchikage's guards. Now, let's discuss our strategies ahead. Because if it continues on like this, Konoha might make it a long war. We won't be able to afford a long-term war against them. The daimyo who have been funding us wouldn't be able to support the war expenditure for a decade or so. The third Tsuchikage's voice was quite calm as he said to the third Raikage. Tisk. The third Raikage clicked out his tongue but didn't interject. He was aware that this was the truth. Although he didn't fear anyone in a battle, he couldn't say the same about his shinobi. They wouldn't be able to fight against Konoha shinobi for such a long time. Moreover, he was sure that they were going to fight against Hitaki Sakumo. The man who was smart enough to be recognized as a military tactician. Unless that man was killed through some means, it would simply be quite troublesome for the Kumo shinobi. Raikage had internally decided to be the one to fight and kill Sakumo Hitaki, the White Fang. However, there presented an issue in that plan. How do we hold back the third Hokage while I fight against Hitaki Sakumo and kill him for good? The third Raikage asks with a rather curious look. I will perhaps need to fight against Hanzo the Salamander, so I don't think I would be able to stop the third Hokage at that moment. The third Tsuchikage said, quite casually. Humph. I expected nothing more from you. The third Raikage said with a hint of irritation and disdain. Before the third Tsuchikage could respond to him, he continued, I guess I will take care of the two of them. You just make sure to attack Konoha and deal massive damage to the village. Naturally, I would do that. Now, let's talk about something more serious. The third Tsuchikage responds to the brute known as the third Raika. About the Kyuubi's Jinhyuriki and Senju Araki. The third Tsuchikage's voice was quite grave as he called out for Senju Araki's name. The reason the third Tsuchikage didn't mention anything about the Uchiha clan was that he had no idea that the black flames were due to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although he was surprised to know that someone named Uchiha Keshiro had killed his S-ranked shinobi, he didn't worry about Keshiro too much. Senju Araki. The third Raikage ground his teeth at the very mention of Araki. He still remembered that scene from the time when they had attacked Uzushio. It was because of the presence of Senju Araki and the Kyuubi's Jinhyuriki that they had encountered the most losses. He also remembered that the envoys he sent, returned while informing him that Senju Araki fed the bodies of his ANBU members to dogs. That he considered them no more than dog food. It was enough to ignite the third Raikage's fury. Although the third Raika was a brute and rash man, he still knew well enough that he couldn't just charge at Konoha with the current strength of Kumo. He needed to endure until he could return that favor tenfolds. Now, although the third Raikage planned on dealing with the Senju Araki alone, he still didn't know who should deal with the Kyuubi's Jinhyuriki. He was sure that if the Kyuubi's Jinhyuriki could use the Kyuubi's power so good at that young age, her control over it must have vastly improved by now. Well, he wasn't entirely right in his thoughts, but he was on the right track at least. In this 1 year, it seems that Senju Tsunade has returned to Konoha, but Orochimaru is nowhere to be found in Konoha. The third Tsuchikage informed the third Raikage. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, and Senju Tsunade, the Slug Sunin, well, even though they are quite strong, I can deal with them. The third Raikage said with a confident tone. You are right, but we still cannot underestimate them. The third Tsuchikage said with a grave voice, he continued, the last time we did underestimate someone, we paid a huge price. I am sure you remember that battle of Uzushio. The third Raikage didn't reply, but he clenched his fists in anger. That was nothing short of a humiliating experience for the third Raikage. So, what do you want then? Asked the Mizukage. That was one option. To this, the third Tsuchikage shook his head, that is a good idea. We can ask the Mizukage after a few years, but not now. I don't think his daimyo would agree to support him in a war against Konoha from the start. In fact, we will be asking for Suna's support. The third Tsuchikage finally said. Suna? I see now. Suna lost against Konoha during the Second Shinobi War. Although they haven't reached the peak of their strength, they would be delighted to enter the war in the middle phase of the war. The time when our two great villages have shaved off Konoha's shinobi. The third Raikage said, agreeing with the decision of the third Tsuchikage. At this moment, the attendants of the third Raikage or third Tsuchikage couldn't help but think at the same time if what they are saying is indeed the truth. Then for the first time in history, a coalition of 4 great villages would be formed against a single great village. It's quite an ironical situation that the man who split the tailed beasts between the villages for peace, his grandson would be one of the main reasons behind this coalition. Someone of his potential cannot be left unchecked. He must not be allowed to realize his true potential. I will definitely kill him this time. The third Raikage said with a determined look in his eyes. To this, the third Tsuchikage didn't say anything. He stood up and left Taki. The wheels of time continued to turn. 80. Emergency meeting. 2 years passed by in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, many events had taken place. Firstly, Uchiha Keshiro had consolidated his position as the clan head within mere months. Originally, the Uchiha clan elders thought that if Keshiro was the clan head, they could use their old age and control his actions. But, this was unacceptable for Keshiro. He had personally paid a visit to the clan elders who were against him, and for some reason, after his visit, they would turn brain dead. Now, many other Uchiha clan members were aware that Keshiro wouldn't take anything lying down. He would immediately strike, and his strike wouldn't contain any mercy. In these 2 years, he had ordered a strict training regimen for the Uchiha clan members. The training regimen was fixed for a particular age group. Minor alterations were acceptable for some Uchiha clan members who could be considered exceptions. Another thing he did was that he created a special orphanage, exclusively for Uchiha clan members whose parents had died due to some reason. The child would be allowed to play with other kids in the orphanage and also trained by the caretaker. In this manner, the entire Uchiha clan was seemingly changing. The once arrogant clan without much strength to back their arrogance was slowly but surely getting stronger. Uchiha Kazuma had started living some distance away from the Uchiha clan district. This was his own way of telling that he won't be interfering with the clan matters any longer. However, Keshiro and Mikoto would still come to visit him regularly. At least once in 2 days. 3 servants were working for Kazuma, they would answer his needs at any time. Keshiro wanted to give his own Sharingan eyes. But Kazuma had been very adamant in telling Keshiro to save it up for one of his descendants. After Keshiro had acquired the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he had seen a vision. It was something which had shaken him up. He didn't dare to talk about it with anyone. After all, it was far too terrifying. This was one of his reasons for asking the entire Uchiha clan to train as if their life depended on it. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had gone to the Land of Lightning, and he was following Orochimaru's trail. From what he had found out, it didn't seem as if Orochimaru had made any contact with the third Raikage. In fact, the third Raikage didn't even seem aware that Orochimaru was present in Kumo. Orochimaru was well aware that no matter what he said to the third Raikage, that brute would still attack him. That man had little to no brain for any scheming. He was unlike the third Tsuchikage who could immediately see an opportunity and act upon it. But Orochimaru also didn't want to join hands with IWA. Perhaps it was because he held an innate dislike for the Land of Rock. That is why, after figuring out that Jiraiya was pursuing him, Orochimaru fled to the Land of Wind. To the Tsunagakuer. Although he was surprised how Jiraiya had managed to find him in the Land of Lightning considering he had covered up his tracks, he didn't think about it too much. Jiraiya was quite strange in these kinds of things. He had quite a huge spy network, so maybe someone did find a clue regarding Orochimaru. Anyway, he had great plans for the Tsunagakuer. The third Kazekage couldn't be said to be an impulsive man, he was an opportunist. Just a little more cautious than the third Tsuchikage. The war between Kumo and IWA against Konoha had begun. Their shinobi had already started breaching the borders to attack the borders of the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, the shinobi at the Land of the Fire were relentlessly defending. Although the war had started, all the 3 great villages were aware of the fact that this was still not the true start of the war. The third Hokage was well aware that IWA and Kumo were just making appearances. In reality, they were using this to take complete authority in their hands. Naturally, the third Hokage wasn't going to be left behind. He also called out for an emergency council meeting. In it, all the clan heads within Konoha had been asked to come. It was a rule since the Tobiramas time that any clan head who didn't come when the emergency council meeting was announced, that clan would be renounced by Konoha. After dealing with the war, that clan would face destruction. And, the only clan which refused to enter the meeting was the Senju clan. The third Hokage couldn't be said to be disappointed. In fact, he could hardly hold back a gleeful smile appearing on his face. This was good. This was very good. He now held a chip with which he could threaten Senju Araki. Surely even he wouldn't want to become the entire Konoha's enemy. Keshiro had attended this meeting, and he saw that Senju Araki hadn't come. He started drawing conclusions about this fact. It seems that the relations between the Senju clan and the Hokage had degraded to the lowest point. Moreover, it seemed that he is staying true to his word. He doesn't even want the seat of Hokage. He is truly letting someone from the Uchiha clan become the Hokage. Although I didn't think of him as someone going back on his word, still, this does surprise me. Knowing that this could be considered a chance, Hashirama was quite interactive in this emergency meeting. He made many points regarding where the Uchiha clan would attack and everything. And ultimately, regarding the Uchiha clan, it was decided that some of Uchiha clan jounins would lead a team into the IWA borders through aim and inflict a massive blow on IWA. Now, although the Hokage held complete authority, he naturally wouldn't do something that could sever his relations with any of the other clan heads. Moreover, the Hokage realized that he could use the Uchiha clan to go against the Senju clan. Knowing the rivalry between the two clans, the Uchiha clan should be more than willing to do so. Before this emergency meeting was called out, the Hokage did say, "You all should be aware of the rules and regulations of Konoha." This was an emergency meeting, yet the Senju clan head didn't make his appearance here. "Since it's our founding clan, I will be giving them a single chance of apology. If they don't do so, the Senju clan will be renounced by Konoha and will become our enemy." The clan heads naturally understood what he wanted to say. Although they all held different perspective of this matter, none spoke their mind on this. They were well aware that the Hokage was using rules to justify himself. If someone did try to take the Senju clan's side, the third Hokage wouldn't mind purging them as well. 81. Hanzo confronts Akatsuki. In these 2 years, the Senju clan hadn't changed much. In fact, most of the time was still managed by Tsunade and Kushina. Well, it was because Araki would be too busy meditating. It seemed that he had found the inkling of sensing sage chakra and absorb it in his body. Upon hearing that her younger brother was trying to sense sage chakra, Tsunade thought that it would be best to ask the summons. The slugs in the Shikotsu forest. Although they might not know how to assist the user in learning sage mode, their location should be filled with dense sage chakra. That's how summons chose their habitat. However, Araki was adamant in learning in a world where there was a low amount of sage chakra in the world. He wanted to get used to sensing this pitiful amount of sage chakra and increase his absorption speed. At the Shikotsu forest, his short-term gains might be many, but he wouldn't achieve any long-term gain. There was something else he had been attempting. However, he had found himself failing in that aspect. After having mastered sensing the sage chakra and absorbing it in the stationary form, he tried to do the same while walking. However, he realized that while walking, he couldn't calm down his chakra. So, for the next 3 or so months, he learned to calm down his chakra completely. Fortunately, he had Tsunade's help in this matter. Tsunade knew several training exercises to calm down chakra since she required it in her use of medical ninjutsu. After having mastered this technique, Araki finally started his training of combining nature energy with his own chakra while walking. It was quite a challenge for him as he needed to concentrate a lot. But he believed this was worth it. He wanted to create a routine of this. A routine so that his body would passively absorb the nature chakra around himself and he could use it at any interval. Moreover, his sensing skill had gotten more detailed. Previously, he still needed the assistance of some trees to help him track down. But now, he felt as if 1/3 of the land of fire, no, half of the land of fire with Konoha as the center was within his range. Moreover, there was one thing he noticed: every time he entered sage mode, Araki felt as if he had become too powerful. Just far too powerful. That there was nothing Araki couldn't do. Although he was aware that senjutsu was powerful, never did he believe that it would give him such an incredible boost. He was faintly sure that if he tried to control the Gedo statue while using senjutsu, even the Gedo statue would have to obey his commands. He hadn't yet utilized the power of senjutsu on anyone. It would best be used in war. The time when he would finally confront Kumo. There was also another jutsu he had started to create. It was a little similar to Baijuhidama. He was planning on naming it Raise Nan. Moreover, another thing was, Minato had seemingly come to know of all of Jiraiya's spy contacts in AIM. He was now planning to return to Konoha. In these 3 years in AIM, he had also understood the theoretical concept of the flying Raijin jutsu. It took him a lot less time than he expected. But he was well aware that it was only possible because of Uzumaki Isao. Minato had grown curious about why Uzumaki Isao was so proficient in sealing. He had come to understand that even before these 3 years, Uzumaki Isao had a profound understanding of the flying Raijin jutsu. Just how could someone understand such a profound jutsu? Moreover, the sealing knowledge of Uzumaki Isao far surpassed Jiraiya. It was as if Jiraiya's claim of being a seal master was just garbage. Minato was naturally thankful for Isao's help in these years. He planned to return the favor by always protecting Uzumaki Isao from harm. Now that 3 years had passed in AIM, he was considering returning to Konoha. Beside him was Uzumaki Isao. Minato had taken it upon himself to escort Isao back to Konoha safely. While they were returning, Isao suddenly turned his head in the right-hand direction and ran off. Minato didn't really understand why he was running in that direction, but he immediately used body flicker jutsu and followed him. Maybe he found something. Finally, they reached their destination. The two were hiding behind a house. Minato didn't understand why they were hiding. He was about to ask Isao when he noticed a strange look in Isao's eyes. It was as he was happy yet confused. Isao mouthed out to Minato, making sure not to release his voice, "I will activate the sound barrier seal and chakra concealment seal. Don't take any action until then." To this, Minato responded with a silent nod. It took just a minute or so for Isao to activate both seals. After having activated the seals, he said to Minato, "Something is going on here. The Amekage, Hanzo is here and a huge group of shinobi are here. Let's check it out." Minato didn't ask Isao how he knew of this information. He trusted him well enough and slowly peeked at the location. There he saw Hanzo, standing on top of a raised platform. There was a lot of shinobi beside Hanzo. All of them were staring at a considerably smaller group of shinobi standing on the ground. This smaller group was wearing dark cloaks and with red clouds over these cloaks. They numbered nearly 20 or so. Meanwhile, the shinobi around Hanzo numbered 100 or so. Isao managed to sense them was because of his sensing skill which he usually activated when traveling from one region to another. Although the range wasn't too large, it sufficed. Today, he had sensed a familiar chakra from someone here. As he peeked out from the sides of the house, he stared at all the shinobi there. He wondered just which one would give him a familiar feeling. And it didn't take him long to figure out. He found a redhead among the guys standing on the ground with dark cloaks and red clouds. Due to his familiar chakra, and those striking red hairs, Isao was nearly 70–80% sure that this guy was an Uzumaki. They looked up above and saw Hanzo staring at the group while releasing his killing intent. "Yahiko. You are the leader of this Akatsuki organization. In these years, your organization has taken care of civilians in aim, saving them from the effects of war. This was the reason why I approved of your organization. However, in these recent years, I have heard reports that the members of Akatsuki have attacked my men. Tell me what I should do with your organization." Hanzo said while staring at the guy named Yahiko from the Akatsuki. "Your men were extorting those poor civilians." "No. Not just extorting, they were committing atrocities. I commanded my men to merely punish who took things too far." Yahiko replied fiercely. Although the boy appeared to be young, he didn't seem to back down at all. "Akatsuki." Minato muttered with a low voice. He had indeed heard the name of this organization in AIM. More times than not, people would be praising the actions of the Akatsuki. But, they were quite secretive. Even Jiraiya's contacts had little idea about where to find them. But it seemed that Hanzo was aware of their hideout. He had even called out for almost all the Akatsuki members here. 82, talking to Hanzo. Yahiko, Nagato Uzumaki, and Konan, these three were 14-year-old at this moment. The three had become war orphans during the Second Shinobi War. Their parents had died to either Iwa Shinobi or Konoha Shinobi. Between these three, Nagato Uzumaki spent the most time with his parents. But unfortunately, they were killed by Konoha Shinobi. And, because they were war orphans, they knew the pain of losing loved ones due to war between the great villages. They quickly became friends after they met. It was Yahiko among them who proclaimed his great ambition to bring peace to AIM. The other two were a little amused when he proclaimed it. They knew how much of a braggart their friend was. But internally, they also wished to bring peace to AIM. So, they decided to help out their friend with this. When they were 6 years old, they had the chance encounter of meeting the three legendary Sunin when they were returning after their defeat at the hands of Hanzo. During that time, Jiraiya had stayed behind to train them. Perhaps it was because he took pity on them and wanted these war orphans to have some means of protecting themselves. With those thoughts, he trained them for 1 year, teaching them basic ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Jiraiya saw the Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes and was quite shocked. He had never heard of an Uzumaki awakening the Rinnegan. Moreover, this was a dojutsu of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. As he heard of the naive ideas of Yahiko, he even found himself thinking that perhaps these three could indeed bring peace. There was also the prophecy told to him by that old toad stating that he would teach the child of prophecy, who would either bring destruction or peace. Believing that the inheritor of Rinnegan, Uzumaki Nagato might be that person, he taught him quite earnestly. Only after the three were capable of defeating his shadow clone did he leave them in AIM. Since that time, nearly 5 years had passed. In this time, they had slowly formed a group as Yahiko helped out more people in Omegakure and spread his idea. Slowly, people started giving them support, whether it was in terms of whatever money they could give or blessings. These people had also grown tired of relentless wars that the great villages waged. AIM hadn't even been in any direct conflict with any of the great villages, yet the people suffered simply because it was normally the site of war. The Akatsuki had been taking missions, amassing a certain amount of wealth and aiding these civilians who couldn't protect themselves. Hanzo had even supported this organization, believing that it would lead to peace within his land and everyone would obey his order. However, recently, he had been hearing how people hadn't been giving him taxes. When he sent his men over, it seemed that the members of Akatsuki protected these people. It wasn't just in these days. This had been happening for a couple of years now. However, he had to deal with other urgent matters, whether it was to continue checking out IWA, or the diplomacy talks with the Hokage. He simply couldn't be bothered to deal with Akatsuki at that moment. He had sent one of his men to the Akatsuki headquarters, stating that they should show restraint. However, the same thing happened again. It seemed as if his warning had fallen upon deaf ears. Moreover, he had also heard rumors of how the public wished for the Akatsuki to rule the village. Although no one was openly rebelling against Hanzo's authority, Hanzo was sure that the seeds had been implanted. If this continues, the public would surely rise up against him. For that reason, he had asked for their presence right here. He was planning on giving them a final ultimatum. To hear his order or face annihilation at his hands. Now, as for the Akatsuki members. All of them were struggling, wondering what they do. They knew that the shinobi standing beside Hanzo was quite strong. Even if Yahiko, Konan and Nagato somehow managed to keep Hanzo occupied, they still wouldn't be able to deal with these shinobi. Not only were they massively outnumbered, but their skill was also worlds apart. Moreover, after having heard their leader's fierce words to Hanzo, they had prepared themselves for death. And at this time, Isao said to Minato with a low voice, "Minato. I want to know about that red-headed guy. Can you come with me to talk to Hanzo?" For some moments, Minato had to think. He was wondering just who could this red-haired guy be for Isao to want to know about him. "Alright. Let's go. Considering that Hanzo has an alliance with Konoha, he shouldn't attack us." Minato, having made up his mind, slowly started walking towards this group. Isao followed him while pulling out a strange kunao from his storage seal. He was clutching that kunao quite strongly as if prepared to defend himself the moment situation turned dire. "Han-sama, please stop." Minato's voice did gather their attention. Almost all the shinobi turned to his direction, all of them wondering what this guy wanted. Hanzo was standing at a higher ground, so he merely turned his neck a little and saw Minato and Isao. He was wearing a mask, so it was hard to see what his expression was. He spoke with a neutral tone, "Namikaze Minato, the apprentice of Jiraiya. What do you want? Speak quickly. I am dealing with an internal matter of Omegakure." Upon hearing that Minato was the apprentice of Jiraiya, 3 members of Akatsuki stared at him curiously. He was the apprentice of their Jiraiya-sensei? Minato nodded his head while he responded, "My acquaintance here wishes to ask something from this person." He pointed at Nagato while telling Hanzo. Hanzo raised his brows, but he didn't understand what Minato wanted. He stared at the youth behind Minato and saw it was some uncharacteristic person. That youth was seemingly affected by the auras of shinobi targeting the Akatsuki. Hanzo concluded that he was quite weak. Isao mentally calmed down as he turned towards the Akatsuki members, "Can you tell me your name?" "Yes, the one with the red hair." "Me." Nagato was somewhat confused for some moments that Isao was talking about him. And Isao gave a nod in confirmation, "Yes, please tell me your name." "My name is Nagato." Nagato gave out his name a little roughly. Isao frowned a little before he asked Nagato, "Your full name? Or are you not aware of it?" Although it confused Nagato even more, he replied with somewhat proudly, "My name is Uzumaki Nagato." After hearing those words, Isao's eyes widened, and the kunao nearly slipped out of his hand. Even Minato was shocked to some extent. This man was an Uzumaki? The one from the clan which had already faced extinction. Hanzo didn't even blink his eyes. It seemed that he was aware of this fact. He was also aware that this boy didn't possess any sealing jutsu, so it didn't matter if he was Uzumaki or not. A warm smile spread on Isao's face as he said to Nagato, "So, you are an Uzumaki? It seems I had the right idea. Come with me, Nagato. You don't need to stay here any longer. I will lead you to a safe place." "Come with you." Nagato, Yahiko, Konan and Minato seemed to have muttered at the same time. Not just that, Hanzo and some shinobi near him frowned. It was as if this boy was ignoring their presence while taking away their target. Well, they weren't wrong about that, this was indeed happening. Meanwhile, Nagato curiously asked Isao, "What do you mean by going with you? I don't even know you. And I also have no idea where you are going to take me. Why would I come with you? Besides, I won't be leaving my friends here. Not in this situation." 83. Hanzo's threat. "I am Senju Isao. I am from the Senju clan of Konoha. I am asking to take you away is because you are an Uzumaki." The Senju clan head, Senju Araki is willing to give asylum to all the Uzumaki clan members around the world. He will protect you from anyone. Isao started speaking, and before he realized it, he had spoken quite a lot. Minato frowned a little, although he was aware that Araki would be willing to bring the Uzumaki clan members to the Senju clan manor, he didn't know if this would be alright to speak in this situation. Hanzo was clearly intending on punishing these Akatsuki members. Minato didn't know if Hanzo would allow Nagato, even though he was an Uzumaki, to get away. Nagato was somewhat surprised to hear this. He asked Isao, "I don't trust in your words. Moreover, even if what you have said is true, I won't be leaving my friends behind." Before Nagato could finish his words, Yahiko shouted out, "He will go with you." "What?" Nagato turned towards Yahiko, clearly surprised by his shout, "I won't be leaving you all her." However, Yahiko came next to him and whispered, "From Hanzo's words a bit earlier, he may want to kill us all to make sure that Akatsuki's roots are burnt. But if you can survive, you can lead the Akatsuki, carrying on my ambition to bring peace to the whole world." "No. I don't want peace in which you two don't exist," Nagato fiercely said to Yahiko, making his priorities known. "Nagato, this is your chance. I want you to survive. If you survive, all my work will have been worth it. Akatsuki would have meaning only if someone survives, and you are the one getting this chance. Do not let it go." Yahiko spoke, seemingly pleading Nagato. Nagato still remained adamant though. He wasn't going to budge from this spot without the two of them. "Nagato, Yahiko is right. I think you should listen to him." The most logical one between them spoke. It was naturally Konan. Seeing his two friends pressuring him so much really didn't help Nagato's condition. At the same time, Isao saw how attached Nagato was to his friends. He thought he is an Uzumaki, alright. It would be impossible to convince him to give them up. "Should I also bring them over?" Araki-sama shouldn't care much as long as they aren't enemies. The troublesome one is Hanzo. Indeed, at this moment, Hanzo was staring at Isao and Minato. He spoke to Minato, "Namikaze Minato. What is the meaning behind this? You think you can take away someone who is to be punished by me?" Naturally, Minato was a little confused by what he should do. But, he was sure that he couldn't abandon Isao here. Since Isao had spoken, Minato needed to respect his words. It wasn't just because Isao was a fellow Senju clan member and Araki would give him hell if Minato returned without Isao. It was also because, in these 3 years, Isao had helped him out a lot. The two of them have become a very good friend that Minato trusted Isao with almost anything. Since Isao was the one who wanted to bring away Nagato, Minato was going to stand by his side. As Isao has said, the Senju clan head has been very clear in his statement that he wants to find all the Uzumaki clan members and protect them. Minato said with a clear look in his eyes, "I will request you to let Uzumaki Nagato come with us." Hanzo didn't show much of a reaction to Minato's words. But he was clearly hesitating, whether he should let Nagato go or not. "You are all wasting your time here. As I said before, I won't be leaving my friends or my comrades behind. If they are to be punished, I will take that punishment as well," Nagato said quite loudly and clearly. It seemed as if he had made up his mind. At that moment, Isao spoke, "Alright then, bring them all with you. They can all come to the Senju clan with you." Not just the Akatsuki members, Hanzo's men and even Minato were completely shocked at those words. Minato had a bit of bitter smile as he wondered, "Isao, you are normally so calm, so why are you making the situation even worse this time?" Taking away a single person was still fine, but Hanzo won't let go of them all. Hanzo's eyes showed a trace of anger. He didn't even stare at Minato this time, straight away looking at Isao, "You boy. You have some nerve. You want to take them all away right in front of me. Who do you think I am? I sincerely apologize about this, Hanzo-sama. I have no intention of showing you any disrespect. However, it seems that only if I take them all will Uzumaki Nagato follow. I have no choice but to offend you for this. You can ask for compensation from Araki-sama, the Senju clan head." Isao naturally understood the graveness of this matter. He had no choice but to use Araki's name. He didn't know if it would be worth it to offend Hanzo for a single Uzumaki, but he still couldn't abandon one of his own clan members here. "The Senju clan head? You think you can take them away while using the name of that brat? Not even Jiraiya or any other Sunin's name would suffice. You are from Konoha, so I am letting you live, do not impinge further on my generosity. Now get away." Hanzo gave his order loudly. Minato felt a strong pressure hit his body, but he remained there, not at all moving. Meanwhile, Isao's eyes had a cold look in them. He muttered, "Brat? You think of Araki-sama as a brat? I am telling you one last time, go away. Or else, I won't show any mercy. You would be buried underneath AIM and no one will find your corpse or will know if you were here." Hanzo said to Isao and Minato, making it clear that he wouldn't hesitate in targeting the two. You will kill me? You. A small smirk appeared on Isao's face as he seemed to be asking Hanzo. It was strange for Hanzo to see this pitiful boy who had been trembling just a little while earlier. Even Minato whispered to Isao, Isao. I don't think Hanzo will be using words any longer. He will really go through his words. We should get away while we can. I don't think Araki will appreciate it if you put your life on the line for some unknown person. Isao shook his head negatively. Meanwhile, Yahiko, Konan's shoulders dropped. It seemed as if Nagato really wouldn't be able to escape. Yahiko was even planning on attacking Nagato and make him unconscious before handing over Nagato to Isao. With this, he could rest assured of Nagato's life. But, it seems that Hanzo had no plans of letting them go. This really was quite bad. Hanzo. Try repeating those words again. Isao said before he sent chakra in his kunao and threw it some distance away. The kunao hit the ground and seemed to be embedded in it. The shinobi around couldn't understand what Isao wanted to do with it. If he was attacking, that was quite a pitiful aim. However, at that moment, many of them noticed a seal on the kunao. Suddenly, someone appeared next to that kunao. It was quite an unfamiliar person to them. Minato's eyes widened upon seeing him, and Isao merely smiled. Araki. Minato spoke out, unable to believe that he had just witnessed teleportation. Moreover, this was something quite similar to the second Hokage's flying ray Jutsu. Did this mean that Araki could use the flying ray Jutsu? He never knew about this. Upon having come, Araki's first words were, Why have you called out for me, Isao? He picked up the kunao while turning towards Isao's direction and asked curiously, ignoring everyone else around them. 84. Smashing Hanzo. Araki was quite confused when he received a signal of help from Isao. He was taking a walk around the clan manor while absorbing the senjutsu. There was a seal on Isao's kunao. If Isao sent his chakra through this kunao, it would alert Araki shortly before summoning him there. Although the application was quite similar to the flying ray Jutsu, the one who was using this jutsu was in reality Isao. Half of the concept of the seal was also based on the reverse summoning jutsu. Isao stared at Araki and briefly explained the situation to him. Hanzo, the Akatsuki, and even Minato continued to stare at Araki, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Well, Minato was flabbergasted because he had a wrong idea. But the same couldn't be said for the others. Who are you? It was naturally Hanzo who asked this question. He had never once seen Araki in his life, so he didn't know how he looked like. Araki ignored Hanzo and instead stared at Nagato. So, you are Uzumaki Nagato, hey. As Nagato found himself being stared by Araki, he unconsciously sent chakra in his Rinnegan, seemingly preparing it to use a jutsu. He didn't know why he felt such pressure from Araki when the latter hadn't even shown off his aura yet. Yes. I am Uzumaki Nagato. And before you speak what Isao has said, I won't be leaving without my comrades. I would rather die than leave them behind. Nagato said strongly, leaving a strong impact on whoever heard his voice. To this, Araki started chuckling, well, if I do want to take you away then you can't die even if you want to. But still, since you want to take your comrades with you, alright. Let them come along as well. His gaze turned serious as he said, however, I won't allow them to enter the Senju clan manor. They will be given another residence where they can live temporarily before I make any further decision regarding them. Hey? What? Almost all the Akatsuki members couldn't help but be shocked at Araki's words. This youth, who seemed not much older than their leader, was telling them to come with him. He hadn't just ignored Hanzo's question, he had also started to inform them of what would occur after he takes them away. Was he that confident in leading them away from here? And at the same time, Hanzo spoke, his voice growing colder and louder, I asked, who are you? A tremendous amount of aura hits Araki's body. It was as if Hanzo wanted to use his aura to intimidate Araki. Whatever his plan was, it failed miserably. Araki cocked his head to the side and stared at Hanzo, Your aura misses some points with the third Hokage. Anyway, you have been asking for my identity, I guess it would be rude not to comply. He turned his body to the Hanzo's side and said, the Senju clan head, Senju Araki greets you. Senju Araki. Almost all the shinobi around Araki except for Isao and Minato blurted out. They were aware that Isao had called out for some sort of helper for himself. But they didn't anticipate that he would call out for the Senju clan head himself. So, you are the Senju clan head, hey? Let me tell you, Senju Araki, I won't be letting these shinobi go. Araki seemed to have ignored Hanzo's words once again as he said to the Akatsuki members, Why are you still standing there? Didn't I tell you that I would bring you away? Do you want me to beat you all up and take your unconscious bodies to the Senju clan manor? But Hanzo-sama is right here. One of them spoke while pointing at Hanzo and his shinobi. It seemed they feared him quite a lot. Hanzo. Danzo. Kanzo. Whatever, it's the same thing really. If they stand in my way, I will turn them into corpses. Araki said, quite casually. But the thing was, the shinobi around him couldn't be casual about this. Hanzo's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. This was the first time he had met someone speaking such words in front of himself. Not even the third Hokage would dare to say these words. Almost all of them were thinking heavens. This clan head is so daring. He dares to speak such words in front of Hanzo-sama. Meanwhile, Yahiko was looking at Araki with an awestruck expression. This was precisely the level that he wanted to reach. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that as long as this person protected them, even the god would have to back off. Quickly making his decision, he ordered, everyone, go to Senju Araki's side. We will be going to Konoha. Although a little surprised by their leader's orders, the Akatsuki clan members immediately complied. Hanzo gave the signal to his shinobi. And almost all of them attacked at the same time. Some of them were using water jutsu, fire jutsu, earth jutsu, and even the lightning jutsu. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Water release, water bullet jutsu. Earth release, great boulder jutsu. Lightning release, lightning arrow jutsu. These series of attacks targeted the Akatsuki members immediately. Each of these jutsus was used by at least 15 or so shinobi. So, although these jutsus were ranked quite low, they had combined with each other and formed strong jutsus. Strong enough to kill most of the Akatsuki members as long as they struck them. Yet, at that moment, wood suddenly started to grow from the ground near them. Wood walls formed around them in all four directions which protected them from these jutsus. Araki turned his head towards Hanzo and said, I am willing to ignore this if you back away right now. Or else, not a single one of you would have their body intact. Is that a threat, Senju Araki? Hanzo spoke out, getting riled up as Araki asked him to back away. Not even the Sunin can ask me to back away. Who do you think you are dealing with? Hanzo said before finally making his move. He used the body flicker jutsu to quickly cross the distance between himself and Araki. To this, Araki let out a sigh, truly a fool. But I guess I can't expect you to back away unless I show you a hint of my power. Hanzo was in front of Araki, and just as he was about to swing his Kyuzarigama at Araki, Araki raised his finger and stopped the Kyuzarigama with his single finger. A shockwave occurred which seemed to crack the ground around them. Araki raised his brow and said, Is that all? You couldn't even make me bleed. Truly disappointing. Before Hanzo even understood what happened, Araki grabbed his face and slammed him on the ground. Hanzo was grabbed so tightly that he couldn't even use the body flicker jutsu or substitution jutsu. However, while he was slammed down by Araki, he saw some markings on Araki's face. The markings which he hadn't seen before. Araki had a frown on his face as he looked at Hanzo, that was a little weaker than I expected. I guess I held back more than I thought. But still, it's a good thing you didn't die. I can't let Omegakure become a village without a cage just yet. You still have a role to play in this war. After that, Araki picked him up while grabbing onto his face and throwing him away. He said to Hanzo's shinobi in that direction, take care of your cage. Don't let him make any more rash movements. He could die, you know. With that, he turned towards Nagato and the other Akatsuki members who stared at him with wide-eyed looks. 85. Rin Egan. At this time, even Hanzo's shinobis didn't dare to shoot out any jutsu at Araki. They were rushing towards Hanzo and checking if he was fine or not. As Yahiko walked to Araki's side, he asked him, Are you really going to save us? Yahiko was aware that Hanzo had quite a lot of authority. He could even ask the Hokage to tell Araki to hand over the Akatsuki members since it was AIM's internal matter. The Hokage wouldn't want to anger Hanzo over such a matter, so he was naturally going to agree. It could become quite a bit of troublesome situation for Araki. But, Araki replied while shaking his hand, Don't worry about these small matters too much. The markings over his face had disappeared. It was as if they were never there. Perhaps, only a few shinobi other than Hanzo had seen those black markings before they disappeared. It didn't matter to Araki if they had seen it or not. Even if they did, it's not like they could relate it with Sage Mode. And by any chance even if Hanzo did relate it to the Sage Mode, it wouldn't matter. Araki believed himself to be strong enough to deal with anyone in the world. But, there was something he figured out from that small fight against Hanzo. Even after using Sage Mode, his physique wouldn't be able to compare to that of the third Raikage. There was still some distance between them. If he used Senjutsu, his reaction speed and strength might be above the third Raikage, but his physique wasn't as good as the third Raikage's. Well, it mattered little. Araki wanted to crush that man's pride. He boasted of his invincible body, right? Araki planned on tearing it apart into small pieces, slowly and then feed it to the dogs. Well, fortunately, he still had a year or two left to simply work on his physique. He tried to keep his dark thoughts under control as he led all of the Akatsuki members, Minato and Isao to Konoha. Many of the Akatsuki members were reluctant to leave AIM. It couldn't be helped since they had been born in this place and grown up here. They wanted to first lead AIM to peace, but it seemed it wouldn't be possible at the moment. If they remained here, Hanzo would just target them again. Meanwhile, for some time during their journey, Yahiko, Konan and Nagato didn't talk to Araki at all. Instead, they were talking between themselves. Yahiko said to Nagato with a small smile, "Looks like you have somehow managed to save us." "I didn't do anything. I still don't know why the Senju clan head would come to protect me. And not just that, he even offended Hanzo just to protect us." Nagato truthfully replied as he truly had no idea. Konan said with a small smile, "It's a good thing he appeared though. I don't think any of us would have walked out of that encirclement alive. I guess." Yahiko let out a nervous laugh as he remembered that close call. It was as if fortune blinked on them. "So, who will go and ask Senju Araki of the reason why he saved us? I think it would be better to get it out of the way." It was Nagato who asked this question. "I am the leader, so I guess I will ask him." Yahiko decided to be the one to ask Araki about his intentions. During their next break, Yahiko approached Araki while Nagato and Konan followed him closely. My name is Yahiko. I wanted to ask you something, Senju Araki-sama." Yahiko said to Araki, who had been thinking of something at the moment. He let out a sound in question, "Alright, speak. And also, just Araki is fine." "Alright, Araki." Yahiko was a little uncomfortable by the only calling in Araki. Still, he placed it in the back of his mind, why did you want to save Nagato? Or even us? Do you need his assistance or something? Araki raised his brow in question. At that moment, understanding struck him like a thunderbolt. He shook his head and responded, "Not really. I wanted to save him because he is an Uzumaki. Simple as that. And since he couldn't leave you guys, I figured bringing you all would be better. I personally know how stubborn the Uzumaki clan members are. You know other Uzumaki clan members?" Yahiko was excited upon hearing that. Did this mean Nagato still had his family? Araki was a little taken aback by his excitement. He wondered why this kid was getting so excited. It's not like it was his own family. Araki indifferently shrugged, "My grandmother was Uzumaki Mito, so I can be considered part Uzumaki. Besides, my wife is also an Uzumaki, so you can already consider two Uzumaki here." He naturally wouldn't tell him that all the people in the Senju clan manor were also Uzumaki, including Isao. Even Nagato's eyes widened in surprise. He never thought he would see someone from his family again. A few years ago, he had heard of the destruction of the Uzumaki clan. At that time, he did hold a bit of interest in going over to the Uzumaki clan, but, it was suddenly attacked by the three great villages and annihilated. Just thinking of it made him clench his fists in anger. His own parents were killed by Konoha shinobi. His clan was destroyed by the three great villages, it was like this whole world was rotten to the extreme. So, hearing that he could meet some of his clan members, Nagato was beyond happy. "Hello." Nagato came out of his hiding position and greeted Araki rather politely. Konan decided to follow him as well. I was wondering when you were going to appear from your hiding place." His words surprised them, they were quite sure of their concealment skill. Did he still manage to sense them? "Don't think of it too much. I am a sensor. No matter how good you are, you can't hide from me." Araki told them quite casually. Nagato and Konan understood, they nodded their head before walking next to Yahiko. It was at that moment did Araki's eyes locked with Nagato's eyes, and he raised his eyebrow, purple eyes with ripples. "Is that the Rinnegan?" Araki asked them a bit naturally and noticed that the three of them stifled upon hearing his question. After some time, Nagato replied with a heavy voice, "Yes, these are known as Rinnegan. At least that's what Jiraiya-sensei called these eyes." "Jiraiya-sensei? You are Jiraiya's students, hey? I keep getting more surprises out of you three." Araki had a small smile on his face as he said to them. The three of them kept on staring at Araki, wondering what he was going to do. Seeing their tensed expression, as if they were ready to fight or flight, Araki couldn't help but chuckle. "You are too tense. It's not like I have anything against you three, so relax a little." Araki told them to relax while waving his head. "This. You really don't want Nagato's eyes, right?" Even though these are the same eyes held by the sage before he could speak any further, his mouth was forcefully shut off by Konan. She whispered to him quickly, "Stop being stupid. Since he doesn't want it, then don't give him reasons to take it. It would be good for us to hide some things." These are the identical eyes to the Sage of Six Paths, yet I know that. You don't need to suffocate poor Yahiko for that. At this, the eyes of the three widened, how did he know of that? Did they give away far too much information? Araki responded to their unspoken question, I know someone who had personally seen the Sage of Six Paths in his life. He mentioned the details of Rin Egan to me. So, it's natural for me to know of this. And don't worry so much, the only thing I want to do is fight him when he has mastered those eyes. Perhaps the fight against the legendary Rin Egan would just be enough to make me serious. A smirk appeared on Araki's face as he seemed excited about the prospect of facing these legendary eyes in a battle. 86. The time has come. After having talked with Araki, the three went over to Minato's direction. They were a little curious about him considering he was the apprentice of their sensei. Minato noticed them and greeted them with a smile, Hello, I am Namikaze Minato. It's nice to meet you three. I am Yahiko. Yahiko spoke his name with a hint of excitement in his voice. It was certainly strange to know that he was the leader. Konan stated her name a little indifferently. And I am Uzumaki Nagato. Nagato was keeping his face neutral. Minato did notice his eyes, but he didn't know about the Rin Egan, so he didn't think much of it. Other than the fact that Nagato's eyes were strange. Hanzo said that you were Jiraiya-sensei's apprentice. Is that really true? Where is Jiraiya-sensei at the moment? Naturally, it was Yahiko who asked this question. Minato's eyes narrowed at the words Jiraiya-sensei, and he asked them, Jiraiya-sensei? You are also Jiraiya-sensei's students? Yes, Jiraiya-sensei taught us for 3 years during the Second Shinobi War. We are very grateful to his teachings. It was Nagato who replied to Minato's question. Jiraiya-sensei did? That's awfully kind of him to have taken some time out of his research and teach someone. Minato replied with a blank expression. To this, Nagato and Konan groaned, recalling the memories of their self-proclaimed super pervert sensei. However, Yahiko's eyes glinted with a strange light, he. I remember when he was peeping on the ladies bathing in the hot springs, and I shouted out for the ladies claiming that an old pervert was peeping on them. Jiraiya-sensei was beaten really badly. Minato internally winced as he wondered just how much beating Jiraiya had taken. But it was strange how the beatings would do little to change his character or habit. It was practically mind-boggling. With that, the three continued to talk about each other, sharing their experiences. Minato kept the part of joining the Senju clan a secret from these three. He simply mentioned that Isao was helping him learn a seal. Meanwhile, Isao met up with Araki. The first thing Isao said to Araki was an apology, I apologize, Araki-sama. I know I made an impulsive decision back then since Nagato is an Uzumaki. I am willing to take on any punishment regarding this trouble. Araki merely rolled his eyes, that can't be called trouble. Well, it can. But not for me. So don't worry about it too much. Go say sorry to the third Hokage for that. Besides, since you all people like to think of yourself as family, it would have been stranger if you didn't want to help him out. You made the correct decision, Isao. Araki gave him a smile. And just as Isao was about to speak something, he was forced to swallow those words as Araki added, It makes me happy that you called out for me when the situation turned dire. If you hadn't, perhaps you would have been imprisoned or died. Even if I had taken revenge for you by turning the entire aim into a graveyard, it still wouldn't have been enough compensation. The words spoken by Araki were said in such a gentle yet confident tone that he immensely believed in his own power. It seemed he was optimistic in destroying the entire hidden village of Rain if he really did show off his full potential. Isao understood what Araki wanted to say and let out a sigh. It seemed that he was worried about nothing. With that, the whole group returned to Konoha. Although Yamanaka clan members felt the appearance of some strange chakras entering Konoha, they also sensed Senju Araki's chakra. From what they could sense, these people were being escorted by Senju Araki. It seemed that there wouldn't be an issue. The Yamanaka clan didn't have bad relations with the Senju clan, they could always ask about it later. With that, the Akatsuki members were given a residence a little close to the Senju clan manor. Every Akatsuki member, including Nagato, was asked to live there. Although as an Uzumaki, Nagato could indeed come to live in the Senju clan manor. His appearance could cause a disturbance among the Uzumaki clan members. He had kept the fact of Uzumaki clan for so many years. This was still not the correct time to reveal it. After all, not even Tsunade knew that almost every Senju clan member was an Uzumaki clan member. When she asked why they all had such profound sealing knowledge, Araki mentioned that Uzumaki Hizen had provided him with quite a lot of sealing books and other things. He had given it to the clan members, and they had enhanced their knowledge of sealing quite quickly. Although Tsunade wasn't entirely convinced, she didn't pursue this matter any longer. Araki was going to mention about Nagato only to a few Uzumaki clan members in secret. Perhaps some of them might know of his parents, and if they did, well and good. And if they didn't, well, not his problem. He was going to reveal it to all the Uzumaki members secretively, making sure that Tsunade doesn't get a hint of it. Well, even if she does, it's not like she would do anything. But he believed it would be better to keep it hidden from Tsunade. Anyway, as he met up with Kushina, She asked him a little curiously, where did you go? I couldn't sense you in the area even when I used Kurama's negative emotion sensing skill. You think I have negative emotions in me? Ah. My wife hurts me with her cruel words. Araki jokingly said to her with a smile. To this, Kushina simply snorted in response, even that fox gets scared of the hatred in your heart. At that moment, Kushina heard an angry yell in her mindscape, stupid brat. I don't get scared. You want to fight again? Kushina replied to with equal fierceness, anytime you want. I will make sure to tear you apart with my chains this time. It seemed that their rivalry had undergone a great change. Kushina wanted to train and fight against some people, and who better to fight than the nine-tailed beast? So, poor Kurama would be bullied by Kushina and her chains. Provided he could suppress her as well, but if he used more than a particular amount of power, the seal would break, and he would get out of Kushina's body quite forcibly. Kushina told Araki that Kurama was shouting at her and said to him that he probably wanted another beating. At this, Araki couldn't help but laugh out loud. Every time he visited Kurama, his interactions with Kushina would make him laugh a lot. Araki slowly stopped laughing and then said, Alright Kushina, the time has come. What do you mean? Kushina asked with a rather curious voice. It's finally time to free Kurama, Araki said with a decisive tone. At this, Kushina and Kurama's eyes both widened at the same time. Kurama wanted to take control of Kushina to ask Araki, are you serious? I am finally going to be free. 87. Free. The location to free Kurama was something Araki had long thought of. It was the very same location where Danzo had died, and his subordinate's life force was used to grow trees. Kurama was growing excited. This was the moment he was waiting for all this time. Although he didn't feel that bad while staying within Kushina's seal, he still wanted to experience freedom. It had been decades since he was sealed. It was natural for him to desire to be free. After reaching the location, Araki stared at Kushina with a gentle gaze, and he said to her, Alright, let's start now. Kushina gave him a nod before she placed her hand on her own stomach and strongly thought 8 trigram seal. Open. With that, the world around Kurama started to change. He felt a strong suction power pulling him out of the body. Kushina started to feel pain in her stomach region. It was like this was going to tear apart her whole body. Araki controlled the 300 or so trees and started to transfer the life force into Kushina's body. This life force reduced her pain to a rather low level. And slowly, reddish chakra started to release from her body. Araki used his other half of chakra to control this reddish chakra and give it form at some distance away from them. It would be rather embarrassing if Kurama condensed right on top of them and they died to its weight. Kurama could feel Araki's chakra, guiding it to some location. And Kurama felt it at that moment. Araki's chakra was seemingly guided by some mysterious energy that seemed to suppress Kurama completely. In fact, Kurama felt that he wouldn't be surprised if Araki could somehow control Kurama's movements just by controlling the flow of chakra. This utterly shocked him. It was worth noting that even Senju Hashirama's chakra was unable to control the movement of tailed beast chakra. If he was capable of that feat, he could have broken the Kyuubi Susanoo union from inside. Kurama could feel it, although Araki hadn't surpassed Senju Hashirama in terms of the quantity of his chakra, the denseness of his chakra did surpass him. He shivered a little thinking of that terrifying move, the move which had strongly suppressed the union of both Susanoo and Kyuubi. If Senju Araki was also capable of that move, then who in this world could stop him? As Kurama started to take form, his wild and corrosive chakra started to spread all around. Perhaps even a sensor far away from their current location would have been able to sense Kurama. To counter this, Araki released more of the life essence from the trees nearby. Although his chakra was quite strong, it wasn't that vast that he could completely suppress Kurama for a long time, so he utilized the life essence to hide Kurama's chakra. After nearby a few minutes, Kurama's massive chakra was completely condensed. His form as a nine-tailed fox was complete, and he gave a large grin to Araki. It was worth trusting your promise, he said with that grin on his face. Araki didn't turn to him. He was walking towards Kushina and used his chakra to heal her of her injuries. After that, Araki turned towards Kurama, you are free now. I have completed my first part of my promise. The second part of my promise to you was that no human would be able to capture you in the future. I will accomplish that after this war. After the war? What are you planning to do? Kurama was curious about what Araki was planning to do. How was he going to accomplish that part of his promise? Araki didn't give him an answer, he took Kushina away from that place. While they were returning, Araki said to Kushina, Kushina, act completely normal after what I am going to tell you. I have brought back an Uzumaki from Omegakure. Kushina's eyes widened a great deal. She didn't think that Araki brought back an Uzumaki. It was quite rare for an Uzumaki to leave the village. But she still continued to listen patiently, his name is Nagato Uzumaki. It seems that his parents left the Uzushio for some reason that he isn't aware of. And, he seems to possess Rinnegan eyes. What? Rin-Egan eyes. Isn't that the same as Sage of the Six Paths? I have never heard of an Uzumaki awakening Rin-Egan eyes, date Bane. Kushina started speaking immediately as Araki informed her of this fact. Yet, I know of that. However, it is a fact that Nagato's eyes are the very same Rin-Egan as the Sage of the Six Paths that Kurama told us of. Araki thought for some moments and continued soon enough, Kurama told us that the Sage of the Six Paths' power was split into his two sons. The younger received his body while the older received his ocular powers. As he said that, Araki's eyes were slowly growing colder, Uchiha bloodline which has the Sharingan. Senju bloodline which has the superior chakra and physique. Their combination should be the Rin-Egan. The powers of the Sage of the Six Paths. For Nagato to have activated his Rin-Egan, it means that he has the Uchiha as well as the Senju blood within himself. I can still think of the Senju blood considering that Uzumaki clan is known as the sister clan to the Senju clan. But, it's a low probability that he is related to the Uchiha clan in any manner. If he indeed was related to the Uchiha clan, he would have awakened his Sharingan first. From his description, it was as if he suddenly came to possess the Rin-Egan. Araki explained it to Kushina as his voice started to grow colder. Kushina was a little confused about why Araki's voice was getting colder. What do you want to say, Araki? She asked him rather curiously. Now comes the important part. Araki took a deep breath before continuing, this could all be the schemes of that old man known as the Sage of the Six Paths. Honestly, considering that Kurama and other tailed beasts were formed by splitting the 10 tails into 9 parts. Why did the Sage of the Six Paths split them into 9 parts only? Moreover, although these 9-tailed beasts are somewhat difficult to capture, my grandfather was able to capture almost all of them with relatively little trouble. He could freaking give away the tailed beasts as if they were nothing. I don't think Madara would be far off that state. Even if not capture them all, he could still manipulate them at the same time. And if he could control the Gedo statue during his peak state, he could just revive the Juhobi. Araki's explanation only served to confuse Kushina. But Araki wasn't done, the Sage of the Six Paths, if my guess is right, he wanted someone to capture all the tailed beasts and acquire the power of 10 tails. I don't know for what reason the Sage of the Six Paths would want that. If he didn't want that, he could have split the power of 10 tails into thousands, no, millions of parts. No one in the world would have been able to gather them all even if they were immortal. Another possibility is that this Rin-Egan is somehow related to Madara. I remember that during the time when we killed him, he didn't have his eyes. If Madara is indeed the true possessor of the Rin-Egan, it would explain how he could summon the Gedo statue from the moon and even control it. Araki's voice was a little grave as he said that. He was well aware that this could be troublesome if Madara was indeed the true possessor of Rin-Egan. Although he was quite confident about his own strength, against that man though, he couldn't be sure. What should we do then? Kushina asked Araki with a bit of worried tone. For now, I want to gather more information. And the best place where we can find more information is the Uchiha clan. Alright, you should return to the Senju clan for now. I will go to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kazuma or Keshiro might be willing to tell it to me. Araki said to her. Although a little reluctant, Kushina understood that this wasn't a matter in which she should interfere. She nodded her head and replied with a smile, alright, I will meet up with Nagato. Don't worry, I won't say anything about the thing we have talked just now. Araki nodded his head and said, got it. And remember to take some other members with you. Maybe they might know of Nagato or his parents. 88, Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Keshiro. He had expected a lot of things for this day. But a meeting with Senju Araki was not one of those. It seemed as if even his clairvoyance didn't alert him about this. Since Araki had appeared in his home, Keshiro understood that he wanted to talk of something serious. They were in the main hall where people rarely entered without prior appointment. And as far as Keshiro was aware of, no one would come today. Why have you come to here, Senju Araki? Keshiro asked while his eyes unconsciously changed to that of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Currently, he felt a massive pressure from Araki. The pressure was so great that his Sharingan activated on impulse. Araki merely smiled upon seeing his Sharingan, aren't you a bit too serious for our meeting? I just wanted to talk to you about something. Even though Araki said this, Keshiro still didn't deactivate his Sharingan. He merely nodded and said, alright, speak. I wanted to know if the Uchiha clan has some records from the Sage of the Six Paths. Some kind of message or text. He asked with a rather casual tone. Why do you want to know of that? This was the first question from Keshiro's mouth. Naturally, it's my own secret. So, the question is, will you tell me about it or not? Araki asked him straightforwardly. Keshiro remained silent for several seconds, as if thinking of something. Alright then, I will lead you to the Naka Shrine. The location where we keep our secret records. Secret records, hey? Aren't you worried that if I know of this location, I might steal or even destroy it? Araki asked him a little curiously. Keshiro felt a lot different than before. The last time he had met Keshiro, he could see a lot of naiveness in his eyes. Yet now, it felt as if he had transformed. Currently, Araki felt as if he was talking to Uchiha Kazuma. It was just his intuition telling him of this. Keshiro replied to Araki's words, if it was anyone other than you from the Senju clan, I wouldn't have believed him. But you. I know you don't plan on harming the Uchiha clan. If you did, the Uchiha clan wouldn't exist at this moment. Araki raised his brow and wondered how interesting. It's like he knows of my true power and perhaps even the sage mode. A few Uchiha noticed Araki walking with Keshiro. However, before they could say anything, a glare from Keshiro seemed to silence them. Araki was quite curious about this change in Keshiro. But still, he didn't ask it since it wasn't that important to him. The more important things were the records left behind by the Sage of the Six Paths. As they reached the Naka Shrine, Keshiro suddenly turned towards Araki. He spoke, Senju Araki, if you wouldn't mind, I want to know the difference between the two of us right now. Difference between the two of us? How do you plan to find that out? Do you want to compare our chakra? He asked with a small smile on his face. No. Let's get inside. I will tell you how I will gauge your power. Keshiro said to Araki, who followed him with a shrug. Soon after they entered a hall where the secret meetings of the Uchiha clan took place, Keshiro took a seat as the head while Araki took a seat as a guest. Keshiro looked at Araki, and the pattern in his eyes changed. Now, instead of 3 tomo, Araki saw penta-bladed Sharingan. Araki's eyes widened slightly as he spoke, Mangekyo Sharingan. This was somewhat out of his expectations. Yes, and now, time for me to test you. Prepare yourself, Araki. Keshiro said, giving a warning. Araki smiled at the moment and said, I did want to test myself against a Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems I can fulfill this wish of mine today. Alright. You can attack me at any time. With that, Araki had seemingly left his body without any guard. This action confused Keshiro a little, but he resolved himself and said, very well then. Here I go. Tsukuyomi. Araki had continued to stare into his eyes, and before he realized it, he was in a different place altogether. A red moon in the sky which seemed to paint the whole sky with blood-red color. The world was of a different color than what Araki knew of. Genjutsu, hey! Araki said before lowering his neck and realized that he was tied to a metal T-shaped thing. This is not simply a genjutsu. It can be considered another reality. In this world, I am a god. Every single thing in this world, including time, is in my control. So, tell me, Senju Araki, how will you deal with this? Keshiro's voice resounded in the entire realm of Tsukuyomi. Meanwhile, hundreds, no, thousands of swords appeared and moved to stab Araki. Araki's eyes widened upon seeing them. Before Araki could even blink, thousands of swords were piercing his body. He coughed out some blood in this world of Tsukuyomi. Such an illusion. I can't believe this illusion is so real. Araki was utterly shocked. This was the first time he was experiencing such a fierce genjutsu after all. But, this was not due to despair. No, Araki was quite excited for some strange reason. This is your Mangekyo Sharingan's technique, right? Araki's voice remained calm even though thousands of swords were piercing his body. The swords were disappearing, and his wounds were healing. Yes, came the voice of Keshiro. Do you know, I really do love this technique. In fact, I feel like stealing your Sharingan just to get this technique. Araki said with a crazy smile on his face. Keshiro didn't comment on this. He was quite indifferent regarding this fact. Araki continued though, if I do have this technique, I will be able to torture the third Raikage without worrying about his death. Just the best. As he said that, his chakras started to overflow from his body. The ropes which were binding him to this metallic T-shaped body broke apart. Keshiro was somewhat surprised when he noticed this and said, it seems you can control your body to some extent in my Tsukuyomi. But still. What will you do? You can't get out of here. Araki shook his head again, if it was the same me as 3 years ago, then I would have agreed with you. But, right now, even this level of illusion cannot bind me. Suddenly, Keshiro felt his Tsukuyomi trembling a little. The trembling seemed to be getting stronger over time, though. What are you doing? Keshiro asked with a hint of worry in his voice. Tsukuyomi. This world is indeed created by you. All the laws of this world are in your control. The only thing you can't control is me since I am a foreign body. That's why you needed to bind me, right? Araki received no answer to his question, but he guessed that he was right. By nature, Tsukuyomi is also a genjutsu. Albeit a powerful one, it's still a genjutsu. Meaning, you are somehow controlling my chakra. So, I am going to fill this world with so much chakra that it shatters apart. I wonder which is greater, this world of Tsukuyomi, or my chakra. With that, Araki gritted his teeth and summoned more of his chakra. Ha! Keshiro was growing worried at this moment. He never expected someone to break a part of his Tsukuyomi in this manner. And soon enough, he felt cracks appearing in his world of Tsukuyomi. Before the situation escalated, he cancelled out Tsukuyomi, and the two returned to the real world. It was so sudden that Araki couldn't stop his action of flaring his chakra. Cracks appeared in the hall of the Naka shrine. The ground and the ceiling crackled before, and Keshiro couldn't help but be pushed back by the pressure of Araki's chakra. He used his own chakra to resist it. 89. Stone Tablet. After the two had tested each other, Keshiro led Araki to the underground floor of the Naka shrine. This was the location where the Uchiha kept their secret texts. Ignoring the texts related solely to the Uchiha clan, Araki followed Keshiro to a stone tablet. Keshiro said to Araki while pointing at the stone tablet, "This is the stone tablet left behind by the sage of the six paths for the Uchiha clan." It was quite a huge tablet and pretty much blank to Araki's eyes. His eyebrows twitched at the moment, and he sarcastically said, "What a great message left behind by the sage of the six paths." Keshiro didn't get his sarcastic tone and thought he was serious. Though Araki could actually read it without a Sharingan. Araki stared at Keshiro's face for some time before he realized this dumbass didn't even get his sarcasm. He said, "Are you really messing with me? It is pretty much blank. Where the heck is that message from the sage of the six paths?" So, you really can't read it?" Keshiro even nodded at the end of his statement. That was more appropriate. If someone could indeed read it even without a Sharingan, that would be weird. Even Uchihas without their Sharingan couldn't read it. Keshiro narrated what it said to Araki. It says, "Seeking stability, one god was divided into yin and yang, these opposing two acting together obtain all things in creation." Keshiro was somewhat surprised when he saw another line of text. He hadn't seen this text before. It seemed that this must be because of the fact that he unlocked Mangekyo Sharingan. Araki noticed the surprise in Keshiro's eyes and said, "And? What else does it say?" Keshiro thought there was no harm in mentioning it to Araki. It also says, "When someone who possesses the power of Sarah approaches the moon, an eye will open that is reflected on the moon to grant the eternal dream." Araki's eyes widened at that statement as he thought, Samsara? That must mean the power of the sage of the six paths, meaning the Rinnegan and Juhobi combined. And an eye reflected on the moon? That seems familiar. Is it similar to that thing I saw in Juhobi's mindscape? That red-colored moon? That moon seemed similar to the 9 Tomo Sharingan. An eternal Tsukuyomi over the world? Does that mean the user will be able to control all their dreams? Keshiro muttered with a low voice. Araki raised his head and saw some signs of understanding appearing in Keshiro's eyes. He somewhat understood what Keshiro was thinking of. A god was divided into yin and yang, meaning the Uchiha and the Senju. It means that you can get the power of the god once again by recombining these two once again. Araki said to Keshiro with a low voice. Keshiro had the same idea. Araki internally thought, is this how Madara got the idea of using my grandfather's cells to become the most powerful? Why would the sage of the six paths write the way to acquire his own powers on the Uchiha stone tablet? Did he want someone from the Uchiha clan to reach his level of power? And then the last question in his head, and where is that black Zetsu, right now? That question brought a frown on his face. With his sage mode, his sensing skill had boosted by a considerable amount yet Araki couldn't find him nearby. Just where was the black Zetsu at the moment? "Senju Araki, have you accomplished your objective?" Keshiro asked him rather neutrally. Araki thought for some time before nodding. He really was done here. As they were walking out of the Naka shrine, Araki suddenly glared at Keshiro with a cold look in his eyes. "Uchiha Keshiro. If you do dare to take the cells of any of the Senju clan members, whether dead or alive, I assure you, the Uchiha clan would be buried that very same day. And believe me, when I say, I will know if you have them or not." Keshiro nervously gulped down a mouthful of saliva before nodding. He unconsciously used the power of his right eye, the eye which showed him the flow of future. In that future, he saw that the Uchiha clan had completely vanished with not a single descendant. I give you my word. This won't ever happen." Not at all hesitating, Keshiro promised Araki. Humph. Araki started walking towards the Senju clan manor. The next day, Araki and Nagato were in the Senju clan's training ground. Araki was instructing Nagato on how to control and train his elements. This was because he wanted to see the power of the Rinnegan. Just how powerful were the eyes of the sage of the six paths? It was said that the inheritor of Rinnegan could master all elements in the world. This fact seemed to be true as Nagato's chakra affinity seemed to be perfectly aligned with all the 5 elements. But, combining them and using them as bloodline limit was quite challenging for him. Even with Araki personally instructing him, he couldn't use Mokuton at all. Moreover, although his chakra was strong, it seemed far cry from his own, whether it was in terms of quantity or quality. Araki felt that even before his chakra was refined by the Gedo statue, his chakra was still stronger than Nagato's chakra. This only proved that this Rinnegan wasn't Nagato's Rinnegan. It was implanted by someone, and the only person who could implant it would be Madara, or perhaps that Black Zetsu. The most Nagato could use the Rinnegan was to enhance his elemental control and attract and repel things, and lastly absorb chakra. Though he had quite a control over the attraction and repelling things, it still wasn't enough to please Araki. As for the absorption, it seemed that he could absorb chakra but not the physical mass of the jutsu. This was far from sufficient for Araki. Is it possible that he can't use it perfectly because he hasn't truly activated it? Are the condition like Sharingan where the user has to feel some sort of excitement or trauma to activate it? Araki wondered in his head. It might be possible considering it was the evolved form of Sharingan. So, he decided to test this theory. For that, he knew he had to call on for Keshiro's help. Although he didn't want to tell that person about Rinnegan, it was necessary at this moment. He had to know of the Rinnegan's powers or else he wouldn't be able to plan ahead. Keshiro wouldn't make any decision which would be harmful to the Uchiha clan. But if he did make a decision against Araki, it wouldn't be that hard for Araki to silence him. 90. Final plan. Keshiro was surprised to meet Araki once again. Keshiro, I want to ask for your assistance. Naturally, I want you to keep this matter a secret. Araki said to Keshiro, waiting for his response after that. What do you want? Keshiro curiously asked Araki. Come with me. I can't speak of it here. And I mean only you must come. Araki said before he started walking out of the Uchiha clan district. Once again, the Uchiha clan members were surprised to see Araki here. It was rare for him to come to the Uchiha clan district regularly. Soon enough, Keshiro reached the location where Araki usually trained Nagato. Currently, Nagato seemed to be resting as his body leaned against the tree. Araki said to Keshiro in a low voice. For some moments, Keshiro's eyes remained widened. It was like he had heard something utterly unbelievable. But soon enough, he nodded his head. All right. I will give it a try. But still, I didn't expect you to come to the Uchiha clan for this reason. So you have already found someone with a Rinnegan, hey? Less talking, more work, Araki said to Keshiro before pushing him in Nagato's direction. Keshiro's steps were completely soundless, and he soon approached Nagato's sleeping body. He raised his arm and gently opened Nagato's eyes. Seeing that purple rippled pattern in them surprised him, but a determined look appeared in Keshiro's eyes. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was activated, and Keshiro muttered, Tsukuyomi. This was so sudden for Nagato that he couldn't even understand when this genjutsu started. It was completely unknown what sort of nightmare Keshiro was showing him. Still, even in the real world, Nagato's expressions were changing to some frightening looks. And merely 2 seconds had passed when Araki and Keshiro felt a monstrous chakra being released from Nagato. The Rinnegan in his eyes seemed to have shone for a couple of seconds before it returned to normal. Keshiro coughed out some blood as Nagato had forcefully broken apart his Tsukuyomi. This was the second time he was meeting someone who had broken apart his Tsukuyomi. But he could understand this. It was broken apart by the inheritor of the Rinnegan after all. As Nagato stared at Keshiro and Araki, he seemed to realize that what he earlier experienced was all an illusion. However, he still couldn't believe it and asked Araki, Araki-sensei, that was an illusion, right? Yahiko and Konan are safe, right? His tone sounded quite desperate. Araki merely turned towards Keshiro and asked him, just what did you show him? Keshiro shrugged in response and whispered, the death of a few people close to him. That's the best trauma. I also awakened my Mangekyo Sharingan with that. Regret and rage are fuels for activating the eyes. Araki then turned towards Nagato, how about you use the jutsu that's coming in your mind? We can discuss this all later. Nagato wondered what he meant, but there was indeed a jutsu that he wanted to use. He quickly made some hand seal and said, summoning jutsu, Gedo statue. Araki's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the name of this technique. And not just that, in the Senju clan manner, the vase in which the Gedo statue had been sealed using 13 strong seals slowly started to break. In merely less than 4 seconds, the vase shattered and the Gedo statue was summoned in the training ground. The Gedo statue was summoned right behind Nagato's body. Just as the Gedo statue was summoned, black receivers extended from its abdomen. They pierced Nagato's back, draining some blood and his life force for this summoning. Araki entered the sage mode and shattered those black receivers before they could absorb any more of Nagato's blood and life force. Meanwhile, for some unknown reason, Keshiro activated his Susanoo against this Gedo statue. He was getting an eerie feeling from this thing. His red-colored skeleton Susanoo formed around his body, protecting him from any unknown attacks. What the heck is this? Keshiro asked, utterly shocked. Even Araki somewhat stumbled. He didn't expect Nagato to straight away summon the Gedo statue. He thought Nagato would be using more of that gravitational powers or awaken some other powers. This was troublesome. I don't know what this is. It seemed awfully related to the Rinnegan since only a Rinnegan user can summon it. Araki casually answered Keshiro's question. Naturally, he won't be telling him of the whole story. Fortunately, Keshiro bought this explanation. He said to Araki with an urgent tone, "We need to seal it. This. I am getting some really dangerous feeling from this thing. On that, we can both agree." Araki agreed with Keshiro's words before he turned towards Nagato. "I guess this is enough for today, Nagato. Go meet up with your friends, they are fine. The thing that you saw previously was a test, and it has confirmed my suspicions." Nagato didn't completely understand what he was talking about, but he immediately wanted to see his friends at the moment. He was still feeling some pain in his back because of those chakra receivers. Just before he left, Araki placed his hand over his head and sent a lot of his chakra in Nagato's body. The chakra started to heal his wounds, and soon enough, Nagato had recovered completely. "Alright, go now." With that, Nagato left the area. Keshiro stared at Araki and asked, "Should I leave as well? I don't think you need my assistance in sealing the Gedo statue." Araki let out a sigh, wondering if he should even reseal it or not. Considering what he had just seen, a Rinnegan user could easily summon it if he sealed it in a lifeless object. Even some of the strongest Uzumaki seals weren't able to prevent it. But this event did confirm something for him. Madara was indeed the one who summoned the Gedo statue. I thought that the Sage of the Six Paths had lied to Kurama and others and actually kept the Gedo statue in the elemental nations and Madara somehow stumbled upon them. Still, it seems that the Sage of the Six Paths might have really left the Gedo statue on the moon. Now, the only thing that remains is to know whether this Rinnegan is of Madara or the schemes of the Sage of the Six Paths. And what is the Black Zetsu doing right now? Why can I not find his location? With the Sage mode, I am capable of sensing even the movement of shadows, yet I have failed to find him in my range. Araki then stared at the Gedo statue, the husk of the Juhobi. He was struck by an idea as he thought there is actually one way I can keep this thing safe even from the Rinnegan user's hands. Let's see if it works or not. Araki gathered a few Uzumaki members and brought them to the training ground where the Gedo statue was covered by a thick wooden dome. These members were the same ones who had previously sealed the Gedo statue in the vase. Araki informed them of his final plan, and almost all the members there opposed it. Araki's new plan was, to seal the Gedo statue, Juhobi's husk, in his own body. A/N, the reason he was sure it could succeed was that much stronger seals could be used to seal Gedo statue into living things instead of non-living things. 91. Suna. Currently, while Araki was dealing with the Rinnegan, Gedo statue, and other things, the whole Konoha was under military rule. As the third Hokage wielded absolute authority right now, he didn't hesitate in enlisting many shinobi of the prestigious clans to the borders. Hitaki Kakashi, the son of Hitaki Sakumo, the White Fang of Konoha. He was currently 5 years old. A young age for someone to be graduating from the academy. Currently, he was assigned to the borders near Iwa while his father and mother were sent to the borders near Kumo. It seemed that Konoha was truly on the ropes for them to be stationing mere children under the age of 6 on the battlefield. If this was known to the founders of Konoha, they probably wouldn't have created this hidden village system. Instead of destroying the wars, this action had taken the wars to just another level. Currently, although Konoha was at war against Iwa and Kumo, they still hadn't pulled out any big moves. The third Hokage was well aware that this wasn't the time to go on the offensive. It was to build up and let these young shinobi grow. Only when they managed to increase their numbers would they have a chance in this war. And while he was dealing with Iwa and Kumo, the third Hokage didn't forget about Kiri. The chances of Kiri allying with Iwa and Kumo were not a lot, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to send them gifts and maintain good relations with them. Kiri hadn't responded to any of these diplomatic gifts. They were simply strengthening their defenses while maintaining neutrality. This was already quite good for the third Hokage. This was all he expected from the third Mizukage. And the next problem the third Hokage encountered was, none other than Hanzo. From Hanzo, he heard that Senju Araki had somehow teleported to the Omegakure and taken a small organization named Akatsuki under his wing. This was somewhat out of his expectation. From what Hanzo had told him, it seemed that Araki had come to take away an Uzumaki clan member. Moreover, he took all the Akatsuki members just as an addition. Although the third Hokage wasn't pleased with this move of Araki, he understood his character well enough. Araki could indeed make a move against Hanzo with such reasons. The third Hokage sent 60 or so shinobi to aim on the condition that they will remain under Hanzo's orders for the next decade. Hanzo could order them to do anything other than attack Konoha. This was enough to calm down that man. Although the situation was resolved, the third Hokage couldn't let out a relieved breath yet. He felt like he had underestimated Senju Araki. Senju Araki had grown strong enough to even shrug off Hanzo. The third Hokage felt a significant threat from Araki. He was no longer as confident in dealing with him. But he wasn't that worried. If worse came to worse and Senju Araki did raise his hand against Konoha, the third Hokage was prepared to take him down with himself. This was all that the third Hokage was aware of. He was still not aware of Nagato's Rinnegan or Kurama roaming free in the Land of Fire, and most importantly, the fact that Araki had sealed the husk of Juhobi in his own body. Perhaps no one in the world was aware of these three facts. Currently, in Tsunagakuer, Orochimaru was having a meeting with the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage was curious about why the snake Sunin of Konoha would be in Tsunagakuer. Moreover, it was quite strange that Suna's shinobi managed to find Orochimaru. Although he didn't doubt the excellence of his shinobi, he was well aware that finding Orochimaru was a little beyond their capability. This meant that the snake Sunin wanted to be found. But for what reason? Currently, Orochimaru was locked in a prison cell underground the village of Suna. His cell was quite special as they made sure he couldn't use chakra here. This was something even their seal masters were capable of. Orochimaru though didn't appear to be worried. There was a mysterious smirk on his face even as he was in this place. It was the third Kazekage who spoke first. "All right, you must talk now. Why did you appear in Suna? Have you betrayed Konoha and become a missing ninja?" This was naturally one of the only possibilities that the third Kazekage could think which would force Orochimaru to come here. Is there even a need to ask this question, third Kazekage? Or do you think I am here to spy? Orochimaru continued to talk with that smirk on his face which seemed to be annoying the third Kazekage a little. With your skills, that might be possible. After all, the third Hokage has still not listed you as a missing ninja. The third Kazekage informed Orochimaru while coldly staring at him. This fact didn't surprise Orochimaru one bit. In fact, this was entirely within his expectations. Sensei is quite intelligent. He doesn't want the world to know that I have broken all relations with Konoha. He wants to keep on the facade that the three Sunin are reunited. Just like in the Second Shinobi War, we will display the power of our near-perfect teamwork. Orochimaru informed the third Kazekage with a smirk. Then why did you leave Konoha? Leaving Konoha doesn't seem to pose any benefit to you. The third Kazekage asked, a little confused at Orochimaru's words. This question did make Orochimaru frown. In fact, he shivered for some reason. He remembered what he had seen during the time when he went to see Danzo. I appeared in Suna to meet you and convince you to attack Konoha. With that, Orochimaru gave his reason for coming here. For Suna to attack Konoha at this moment? If that was what you wanted, why didn't you meet me stealthily? For a ninja of your rank, it shouldn't be impossible, right? The third Kazekage asked with a confused expression. To this, Orochimaru merely smiled and asked, tell me, Kazekage Dano, would you feel assured if I stealthily arrived to meet you? The only way you can even remain calm while talking to me is because I am behind these chakra sealing bars. The third Kazekage got angry at those words and flared his aura at Orochimaru. Orochimaru! Don't go past your limits. Don't think for a moment that I am scared of your power. I can defeat you any day. Orochimaru shrugged off the pressure on himself and said, indeed, you are stronger than me in terms of chakra and maybe experience as well. But, if I want to kill you, I have multiple methods. Do you dare to try, Kazekage Dano? Now, this was where the third Kazekage stopped retracted his aura. Although he didn't know how Orochimaru would achieve what he had claimed, it would be quite the foolishness to accept that dare. The third Kazekage knew that betting against someone of Orochimaru's caliber was pure foolishness. He even had a faint idea that Orochimaru could leave this prison if he so wanted to. Why do you want me to attack Konoha? The third Kazekage finally asks this question from Orochimaru. It's because I am not safe in that village. If I remain there, I would have sooner or later lost my life. With the assistance of the four great villages, nobody will be able to prevent Konoha's destruction. Orochimaru said confidently. 4. Even if Suna joins hands with you, it's unknown what the decision of Kiri would be. They might take advantage of this opportunity and assist Konoha at a crucial moment to deal a heavy blow to 4 of the great villages. The third Kazekage said to Orochimaru, who simply shook his head. I have already talked about this with the third Mizukage. He has given his agreement that as long as Suna agrees to attack Konoha, he would convince the Land of Water's daimyo and lead Kiri's forces to attack Konoha as well. His reason is that he feels a massive threat from Senju Araki. Upon saying Araki's name, Orochimaru paused for some reason and took a deep breath. It was as if he was convincing himself that Araki couldn't hurt him right now. That he was safe here. 92. Calm before the storm. Very well, Orochimaru. I agree to cooperate you then. The third Kazekage agreed to Orochimaru's idea but not before adding, however, not right now. We will be attacking after 1 year or so. A look of understanding appeared over Orochimaru's face. I see, you want to use Konoha to weaken Kumo and Iwa first. After destroying Konoha, that location would be split between the 4 great villages. However, the portion acquired by a great village would depend on the strength of that great village. You want to show off to the other great villages that Suna is stronger than them due to the least casualties and attain the maximum benefit from this war. The third Kazekage frowned upon hearing Orochimaru speak his scheme so casually. Though it wasn't hard to guess, he still didn't like hearing it from Orochimaru's mouth. So, are you planning on keeping me here in this prison? Orochimaru asked the third Kazekage with that smirk on his face. The third Kazekage remained silent for some time before speaking. What can you do if I free you? These were the words that Orochimaru had been waiting for. He immediately replied, I know quite a bit of Konoha's spies in Suna. I can assist you in finding them and dealing with them while not letting Konoha figure out anything. All right. The third Kazekage nodded his head, understanding that this was already quite a good deal. You will work with Ishimoto Sadao. If I hear that you have been working against Suna, he will eliminate you, Orochimaru. The one-tailed Jinchuriki? You really aren't taking any chances, Kazekage Dano. Even though he knew of this fact, Orochimaru's smile didn't vanish, it remained there as if he was happy of this fact. I don't mind working with the one-tailed Jinchuriki, but do tell him to not interfere in my experiments. I will be experimenting on any Konoha's spy I find in Suna, that's acceptable, right? Orochimaru asked the third Kazekage. Very well. With that, the third Kazekage and Orochimaru got to work. At this time, Jiraiya was returning to the Land of Fire. In the Land of Lightning, just as Araki had said, he had found Orochimaru's tracks and even followed him for some time, but the snake managed to slip away. From the Land of Lightning, he had no idea where Orochimaru could have gone. For now, considering the location, he even believed that Orochimaru must have gone to Kiri. Although he knew of this, Jiraiya felt that it wouldn't be worth it to enter Kiri and search for Orochimaru. Knowing Orochimaru, he could once again slip away from his grasps. The war against Kumo and Iwa had also started. Jiraiya wanted to return to Konoha and start doing missions to assist Konoha in winning this war. He did wonder what Araki had planned. The last he had heard from the third Hokage, the old man had stated his utter dissatisfaction with the Senju clan. He mentioned how the Senju clan head didn't even turn up for the emergency war meeting. Jiraiya understood Araki's character quite a bit more than the third Hokage. This wasn't just to spite the third Hokage, it seemed that Araki was displaying his intention of splitting the Senju clan from Konoha. The third Hokage was not at all hesitating in sending out a message that the Senju clan didn't care about what happened to Konoha. It seemed that he was getting anxious about the Senju clan. He really wanted to put it down. Moreover, he heard another piece of news. But this came from his spy network in Omegakure. It seemed that Araki had suddenly appeared in aim and landed a blow on Hanzo. Moreover, Araki's attack was so strong that Hanzo was unconscious for 3 whole days. Although Jiraiya was well aware of Araki's potential, he naturally knew that sooner or later Araki would come to surpass them all. But this was too soon. But this was not all he heard from his spy network. It appeared that Araki had come to protect an organization named Akatsuki. The leader of this organization was none other than Yahiko. He remembered teaching Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato near the end of the Second Shinobi War. He even held hope that Nagato was the child of prophecy who was destined to save the world. Knowing that they were brought to Konoha from AIM, and they were even protected by Araki, Jiraiya couldn't help but let out a relieved breath. At least he wouldn't need to be worried about their safety. With Araki's current strength, even the third Hokage would find it challenging to harm the Akatsuki members. Moreover, one last thing was, Araki definitely knew of Orochimaru's current location. Once he finds out Orochimaru's current location, Jiraiya felt like he could plan further ahead. After having returned, the first thing Jiraiya did was report all he found out to the third Hokage. Jiraiya explained how although Orochimaru had stayed in the Land of Lightning, he didn't try to contact the third Raikage. Hearing this, although the third Hokage didn't show it, he was quite pleased. If Jiraiya did report that Orochimaru had colluded with the third Raikage, the third Hokage would be helpless and would be forced to put him in the bingo book with the status of dead or alive. However, the situation hadn't degraded too much, this was what he believed at this point. After having given all the information, Jiraiya took his leave. A cold glint appeared in the third Hokage's eyes as he saw Jiraiya leaving. He sent a few ANBU after Jiraiya. These were the ANBU members who were entirely loyal to himself. They immediately obeyed his instruction. The reason behind the third Hokage's current decision was naturally because he was aware of how Jiraiya's apprentice, Namikaze Minato, was present during the time when Araki arrived to place Akatsuki under his protection. Moreover, not just that, it seemed that even before Araki appeared, Minato was asking for an Uzumaki to come with him. He was with a Senju clan member. This all seemed awfully suspicious to him. It appeared as if Minato and Jiraiya were closely related to the Senju clan. He somewhat regretted sending good words about Minato to the daimyo. Perhaps he had been too hasty in his judgment. A moment later, he took a deep breath and calmed down. No. The situation was still not entirely hopeless. He just needed to deal with Kumo and IWA first. As long as he had AIM as an ally, IWA shouldn't be that big of a deal for Konoha. The one who held the third Hokage's main focus was Kumo, or more specifically, the third Raikage. Until now, although Kumo had sent their shinobi to the battlefield, most of them were merely genins. Or seemingly straight out of the academy. The Hokage didn't understand why Kumo needed to use such a tactic when they had the numerical advantage. Were they saving their elite shinobi for later? He had a feeling that this was the calm before the storm. 93. IWA and Kumo attacks. As Jiraiya was going to the Senju clan manor, he noticed that the third Hokage had sent some ANBU after him. He couldn't help but sigh out, "You really underestimate me, sensei. If you think mere ANBUs can follow me, I wouldn't have returned alive from the land of lightning." With that, he passed a tree and suddenly jumped down from there. The ANBU members were a little startled when they saw Jiraiya jumping down from that branch. After that, he seems to have started running in another direction. Some of them were curious about this direction, but one of them had an idea. This was the same direction as the hot springs of Konoha. It went without saying that this ANBU member was a woman. And almost all the women ANBU members were aware of why Jiraiya would go to a hot spring. To peep obviously and to gather material for his pervy novel. As the ANBU members changed their direction, they failed to notice a man walking in the direction of the Senju clan manor casually. It was naturally Jiraiya. The one they were pursuing was simply a clone. Jiraiya knew this was an old trick, but he still liked to use it since tweaking it a little here and there, and it would still work. He observed his surroundings for some time and noticed that the ANBU members weren't pursuing him any longer. With that, he no longer hid his speed and rushed towards the Senju clan manor. As he was running towards the Senju clan manor, he passed through some of the training grounds under the Senju clan. Although he had been moving at a quick speed, he was still mindful of his surrounding. And as he was passing through the training ground, he saw some familiar heads. Unknowingly a smile appeared on his face. He wasn't the only one who noticed them, though. The blue-haired girl looked towards Jiraiya, and her eyes widened with some surprise. She called out, "Jiraiya-sensei." This caught the attention of her friends as well. Especially the orange-haired kid. He looked quite excited upon seeing Jiraiya and rushed at him while shouting, "Jiraiya-sensei, here! I am here! You brats! Stay quiet!" Although Jiraiya wanted to say it in a stern tone, a voice choked with emotion was released from his throat. With that, Jiraiya decided to have his own reunion with Nagao, Yahiko and Konan first before going over to meet Araki. At the same time, near Konoha and Iwa's borders, Hitaki Kakashi had his first kill. For a young child, this was a crucial moment. At this moment, they would fall in confusion, not understanding just why they were doing this. However, Kakashi had no luxury to ask this question to himself. Right after he had his first kill, he was forced to fight against another. Kakashi killed him with a kunao through his throat. He was even a bit happy that he had picked up his father's skill in kunao by watching him train. Moreover, his mother also helped him in his training. He was quite good with dogs as well. As they returned to the encampment at the end of the day, Kakashi went over to the senior Chunin and stated his accomplishments. This was something all the genins were asked to do. According to their contributions on the battlefield, they would be further promoted. Hearing that Kakashi had killed 5 genins and injured 3, the Chunin was a bit surprised. But after thinking about it, he felt that this was only appropriate. The White Fang naturally wouldn't have a weak son. Kakashi didn't care much about being compared to his father. He also asked the Chunin if there were any reports of how his father's side was doing in the war against Kumo. Apparently, the Chunin didn't hold enough authority to have reports of how Sakumo's side was doing in the war. As he was returning to his position, a teammate of Kakashi approached him and asked, "Yo, what's up Kakashi?" "Guy." This was none other than Might Guy, the son of Might Dai, a genin due to special reasons. "My eternal rival, I heard that you are worried about your father, so I came to check up on you," he said while showing off his muscles. "Ha!" Kakashi had a sweat drop behind his head as he stared at his self-proclaimed eternal rival. He didn't understand why his own father had such a high opinion of him. He even mentioned how Guy would be a good rival for Kakashi. "I am not that worried about my father. He is really strong, after all." But Kakashi didn't continue ahead, speaking more would just be unwise. At this time, Guy shrugged at his words and pointed his finger at him, "I challenge you. I will beat more shinobi the next time we go to a battlefield." "You will." Although Kakashi seemed indifferent, a hint of spark did appear in his eyes. He didn't know why, but winning against Guy gave him an immensely proud feeling. If nothing else, this feeling alone would make him want to win. And on the Kumo borders, the White Fang, Hitaki Sakumo was in his tent, drinking a tea while staring at the map. He was confused by Kumo. From what he had heard from the shinobi, Kumo had only been sending genin-ranked shinobi. From the genin-ranked shinobis they had captured, they found out that these were simply academy graduates. Only a few were Chunin ranked within them. The reason they talked so quickly was because of Yamanaka clan members. The Yamanaka clan members used their jutsu to get in their mind and attain the secrets known to these shinobi. Sakumo understood why Konoha had enlisted mere academy graduates on the borders. It was mainly because of the lower number of shinobi as compared to the combined shinobi of Iwa and Kumo. This was the only way Konoha could fight against the numerical advantage held by these two great villages. However, Sakumo couldn't understand why Kumo would use such a tactic. They were sending mere academy graduates against Sakumo's men. Even the third Raikage should be aware of the fact that he couldn't hope to land a blow on Sakumo's men like this. And the Kumo's camp. It confused Sakumo as well. From the shinobi they had captured, he found out that only 11 or so jounins were sent to administer that Kumo's shinobi. Knowing that it was a war between two great villages, the Kumo side appeared to be far too weak right now. Naturally, he sent this information to the third Hokage. After some time, Sakumo received an order from the third Hokage. I will be appearing at your camp and take over control. Until then, keep a group of 20 or so jounins prepared. You will lead this group and ambush the Kumo's camp. Sakumo was shocked upon seeing this order. To think that the third Hokage would appear at this battlefield. It appeared that he was more worried about Kumo than Iwa. Moreover, the second part of the order let him sigh out. He somewhat guessed that the third Hokage would give him this order. And right as he came out of his tent, he went to lay down in an empty field. Soon enough, his wife joined him, she found him by his scent. Are you worried about Kakashi? Sakumo didn't even need her to speak anything to know why she had come. Yes. Kakashi is just a small boy. Yet, the Hokage has forced children of his age to fight on the front lines. I can't accept this decision. His wife answered, showing a hint of displeasure at the Hokage's decision. I can't say I am happy with the decision, but I can understand the situation. And don't worry about Kakashi, I will be dealing with matters here quickly and request Hokage to allow the two of us to go to Omegakure or maybe request for Kakashi here. We can personally protect Kakashi then. Sakumo said to his wife with a small smile. His wife was happy at his words. But she didn't ask about his mission. She was well aware that since he hadn't spoken about it, then that means it was going to be a secret mission. She could only hope that he returned victoriously. 94. Running. 4 days later, the Hokage arrived. His arrival was quite the secret, and only a few higher-ranked shinobi were aware that he had come. Meanwhile, Sakumo had prepared a team of 20 jounins. It was the night time right now, and he was leading them to attack Kumo's camp. As Sakumo was leading the 20 or so jounins to attack Kumo's camp, he had a rather bad feeling about this mission. He felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't place his finger on it. The 20 jounins he selected were naturally quite skilled in stealth. Even as they were running, their steps made almost no sound. As they reached the enemy camp, Sakumo noticed that they hadn't lit up a fire to make sure they can't be detected. Well, that was quite natural. But he noticed a few guards near the entrance or the walls, patrolling the area quietly. He gave a few signals to the team of jounins, and they all split in different directions. Waiting for some time, he signaled them. These jounins who had been signaled immediately pounced on their respective targets. Their targets seemed to be 12 or 13-year-old children, but at this moment, they couldn't be soft towards them. So, without thinking much of it, they stabbed the guard's throat before he could make a noise. It was unknown whether they were affected by killing children or not since there was no trace of remorse or emotion on their face. After having eliminated all the guards, Sakumo split his team into 4 parts with each team having 5 members. Out of 4 teams, 2 teams were ordered to go and target the 11 Jounin shinobi in the Kumo camp. Sakumo ordered one team to act as their backup in case the situation turned bad. And Sakumo's own team was going to destroy the enemy's supplies. This was the plan. As Sakumo's team went to destroy the supplies, they had barely reached the location when Sakumo suddenly heard a sound. He immediately called out for his team, "Duck!" Not at all hesitating after hearing his instruction, his team duck. They heard a faint sound of something cutting apart the wind. As Sakumo's team had ducked, this thing was naturally targeting Sakumo. Without even turning towards it, Sakumo raised his hand and grabbed it with his fingers. The thing that he grabbed was a kunai. And as he grabbed it, he threw it just as quickly. Sakumo's team heard a series of metal sounds. The reason behind these series of sounds was that Sakumo's kunai hit a shuriken, this shuriken's direction was changed, and it hit a kunai, and this kunai hit another 2 shurikens. Meaning, Sakumo had effortlessly redirected kunai and 3 shurikens just by throwing once. But even as these attacks had come from his left side, he still didn't turn his head. He continued to look straight while telling his team, "Abort the mission. You need to return quickly." Just after he said that he threw a few smoke bombs. The 4 members of his team immediately started to run in the Konoha's camp's direction. Meanwhile, Sakumo was going inside Kumo's camp to save the 3 teams in there. He had no idea that two dark-skinned youths appeared in front of the smoke cloud. One of them commented, "TCH. He slipped out of our grasps. If they were just a bit ahead, I could have charged at him and prevented them from leaving. I wanna fight, but they ain't ready to face my might. 'Cause I fly like a butterfly and sting like a bee. These leaf posers can't even hope to defeat the likes of me. I am Killer Bee." Well, although Killer Bee wasn't that loud in his words, the brows of the dark-skinned guy twitched. It seemed as if he was resisting an urge to punch the heck out of Killer Bee. There were 7 more shinobi behind the two of them. It appeared that Kumo had prepared a good trap. Meanwhile, for Sakumo, upon arriving in the Kumo camp, he was shocked to see 3 of his teams, 15 jounins, fighting against 23 shinobi. From their clothes and appearance, he was quite sure that these 23 shinobi were jounin. 4 of his comrades had even died by now. This meant that the information they received was wrong. No. That also couldn't be. It was extracted by a member of the Yamanaka clan. Then, this meant that even these Kumo shinobi in the camp were unaware of the presence of these 23 jounins. All this time, this was simply a trap. The other genins and chunins were waking up in the Kumo camp. This was getting bad. Sakumo knew he had to work fast, he couldn't be soft here. The first thing he did was create 2 shadow clones. All 3 of them pulled out the chakra saber and rushed towards 3 different targets. Although the shadow clones didn't possess great durability, as long as the person using them was skilled enough, even shadow clones could defeat jounins. Just like that, he saved 3 of his comrades from the Kumo jounins and signaled them all to run away. Taking a deep breath, Sakumo showed a serious glint in his eyes as he continued to block the Kumo shinobi using his own body and shadow clones to allow the rest of his teammates to run away. Only when he was sure that 11 of his comrades had somehow managed to escape from this trap did he turn his head and try to run away. Naturally, many jounins followed after him, knowing well enough that this was none other than the infamous White Fang. If they could injure him even at the cost of their own lives, it would be well worth it. However, Sakumo seemed to be anticipating their actions. They even used their lightning and earth jutsus to hold him down, but Sakumo somehow dodged those jutsus without even turning. He would somehow know just where they were targeting him and would dodge near the last second. And soon enough, the Kumo shinobi stopped pursuing Sakumo. One reason was that they were nearing Konoha's camp. And the other reason was that they saw a blue lightning flash past them. They were well aware of who it was. Their third Reikage. It seems that he had rushed as soon as he heard the news that Hatake Sakumo had come. The third Reikage's speed was truly impressive. He had nearly closed the distance between himself and Sakumo. He raised his arm and concentrated a lot of lightning chakra in his fingertips. The 4 fingers were pointed at Sakumo's body and ready to tear it apart in one go. This was the third Reikage's thrust of Hell Jutsu. Perhaps it was Sakumo's sharp intuition that told him of the immense danger. He immediately turned around and raised his chakra saber to block the incoming thrust of Hell. He knew well enough that overpowering it with a straight attack was impossible. So, Sakumo raised his chakra saber and struck the 4 fingers of the third Reikage which were coated in the bluish-colored lightning armor. Sakumo used all his strength in his body and raised it by a few centimeters, thus, deflecting the attack which could have taken his life. It would be rude of me not to entertain the White Fang of Konoha. The third Reikage spoke his first words. Meanwhile, Sakumo resisted an urge to chuckle helplessly before he backed away and prepared to fight against the third Reikage. 95, White Fang vs the third Reikage. Step by step, Sakumo continued to back away against the third Reikage. He was well aware of the strength of this man. He was the only Reikage who had gone head-to-head against the 8-tailed beast without any armor or weapon. His powerful body was strong enough to take on nearly any attack without leaving a scratch, and his offensive strength was strong enough to pierce anything. Although Sakumo was considered quite strong, he was in no delusion that he could win against the third Reikage. But, since the situation called out for it, he also wouldn't be giving up at this moment. Although his teammates had left a lot earlier than himself, they were just a little ahead of himself. They had yet to enter the camp. If he let the third Reikage get past him, he would surely go after them. Perhaps it was to save his comrades and the regret of seeing 4 of his comrades die that a determined glint shone in his eye. The third Reikage immediately moved forwards with his top speed. He was currently using the move known as Lightning Straight. He moved at his top speed and aimed to punch Sakumo's face. The speed was so quick that most shinobis wouldn't even have the time to blink before being struck. But, Sakumo was not most shinobi. His body bent towards the left direction as he dodged the third Reikage's punch. And before the third Reikage could even attack him using his kick or punch, Sakumo raised his chakra saber and struck the third Reikage's arm which had been stretched forward to punch him. The third Reikage wanted to let out a cold tch. This sort of attack was too weak. He believed that the White Fang was overestimating himself by fighting against him in close range. However, soon enough, he noticed small sparks as Sakumo's chakra saber hit the lightning armor on his arm. Most attacks weren't even able to pierce the third Reikage's lightning armor, so he was naturally surprised when he felt Sakumo's chakra saber piercing it with such ease. The third Raikage tried to use the back of his other arm to hit Sakumo's head. Still, Sakumo seemed to have expected it once again and ducked just at the right time before hitting the third Raikage's stomach with a bolt of lightning-coating kunao. This kunao pierced the lightning armor of the third Raikage and managed to touch his skin. But upon touching, Sakumo was surprised that his strength was insufficient to pierce any deeper. Humph! In all these years, not a single attack has managed to pierce my invincible body. You think your attacks are going to be any different, White Fang? The third Raikage sneered while looking at Sakumo. Sakumo remained calm even after hearing the third Raikage's words. I thought it would be better for me to first verify the rumors before planning ahead. It seems that the rumors about your body were no exaggeration. Trying to fight me in a close battle was a bad idea for a shinobi of your caliber. With that, the third Raikage's speed seemed to have gotten twice faster as he grabbed hold of Sakumo's body. I am aware of that. That is why. Suddenly, the Sakumo in the third Raikage's arm puffed out with a burst of smoke. The third Raikage's eyes widened with surprise. He let out a chuckle and thought he truly does deserve the reputation of being even above the Sunnins. I didn't even know when he substituted himself with a clone. Observing his surroundings very carefully, the third Raikage soon found where Sakumo's location. He was behind a tree at this moment. The Raikage rushed at Sakumo's position. He didn't try to change his route and planned to destroy all obstructions in his way. The tree in his way was naturally split into two pieces, and he continued to rush at Sakumo. Meanwhile, Sakumo was well aware that the tree would do little to obstruct the third Raikage's charge. He had already jumped back while going through some hand seals. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bomb. He breathed fire out of his mouth, and the flames were manipulated into the shape of a dragon and divided into three parts to strike the third Raikage from left, right, and front. Because of the power of the technique and the amount of skill required to control it, only a few shinobi were capable of using this technique. The third Raikage wasn't surprised that Sakumo could use such a technique. It was natural for a shinobi of his caliber with this control. He didn't even raise his guard and let the three parts of this fire dragon strike his strong body. Perhaps Sakumo was surprised, but he didn't show it. He landed on the stem of the tree before backing away, meaning that he was going towards the top of the tree while facing the ground. The third Raikage appeared and punched the tree, smashing it into two parts as well. However, just as the tree was falling towards the ground, Sakumo jumped from the tree. He brought down his chakra saber, planning to thrust it down at the third Raikage. The third Raikage saw Sakumo coming at him and smirked. This was good for himself. Saved him the trouble of going after him. The third Raikage raised one arm to protect his head while clenching his other hand. The third Raikage noticed that the target of Sakumo seemed to be his head. He was quite satisfied with protecting his head with his arm. But he still kept on observing Sakumo's sword. For some reason, he felt as if it glowed with a faint bluish light. The third Raikage guessed that it was probably the lightning chakra. Although Sakumo was using lightning chakra, the third Raikage wasn't that worried about it. However, moments before being struck, the third Raikage's eyes widened for some moments as he thought of something. He immediately moved out of the way and dodged Sakumo's strike. His dodge was at the very last second so Sakumo couldn't even stop his momentum. As he hit the ground with his sword, the sword tore apart a whole chunk of land and split it into two. The third Raikage was a little far away from Sakumo, and he commented with a serious look, that was lightning chakra along with wind chakra. You somehow managed to use these elements at the same time. This was naturally a surprising thing. One reason was that there were very few people with wind affinity. So, mastering the wind affinity was considered the most challenging. Another reason was that wind and lightning would generally not mix well. It was next to impossible to use these two elements together because the wind would generally scatter the charged particles in the air. Meanwhile, Sakumo's shoulders dropped as he realized he had missed this attack. For this attack to take place, he had to go on higher ground and jump from that location. Take control of the wind in the air and make it sharper as he went down. He was very careful in channeling his lightning chakra in his chakra saber and not let it leak out at all. This was a technique he had created after 5 years of effort. The name was Sky Drop. Yet, to see this technique miss. He was well aware that his shoulders and upper body had received a great strain as his chakra saber hit the ground. Although it didn't seem apparent, Sakumo couldn't move from his spot at the moment. He turned his head towards the third Raikage and said, "You are the first to have survived this move, third Raikage. I dare not accept this praise. I have a feeling that even if you hadn't been able to cut apart my arm, you would have pierced half of my arm bone. However, it seems that you can't move after using this attack. This will be your end, White Fang." The third Raikage said with a cold sweat behind his head. That was truly a close call. If not for the third Raikage's sharpened instincts, he would have really paid for his arrogance. The last time he had felt such danger from someone was when he fought against Uzumaki Hishin. "Raikage Dano, aren't you being a little too hasty in deciding the fate of the Konoha's White Fang?" An elderly yet powerful voice was heard. This was none other than the man known as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. 96. The Black Lightning. Hokage Dano. The third Raikage muttered while staring at the old man, third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Raikage was an incredibly proud man. He stared at the third Hokage right in his eyes and said, I never expected you to come to the battlefield so early. I can say the same about you, Raikage Dano. Maybe I should just end the war against Kumo, right here. With that, the Hokage threw several kunao at the Raikage. He also made a single hand seal while speaking, ninja art, kunao shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, tens of kunao were split into 100s of kunaos as they targeted the Raikage's strong body. The Raikage didn't fear any of them as these kunaos pierce his lightning armor. However, there were things he ignored due to his overconfidence. As some of the kunaos came into contact with the Raikage's lightning armor, they immediately exploded. The explosion wasn't very strong, but its shockwave was enough to make Raikage back away. The Raikage understood at that moment. Exploding tags were stuck onto these kunaos and hidden by a thin sheet of leather. As he looked at the Hokage's location, the Raikage noticed that the old man wasn't there. At that moment, the Raikage suddenly ducked and dodged a thrust from a kunao. As the Raikage turned his head to see the Hokage standing there, he immediately punched the Hokage. But, the Hokage puffed out with a burst of smoke. At that moment, he felt another strange intuition. And following that intuition, the Raikage immediately jumped out of the way. He had narrowly dodged the fire dragon bomb of the Hokage. Not just that, the moment he landed, he was attacked with the earth dragon bomb of the Hokage. Perhaps the Hokage had been prepared for him to dodge. Although the earth chakra was quite effective against the lightning chakra, it still didn't manage to pierce the third Raikage's lightning armor. Just when the Raikage felt like he could take a break, he noticed that Sakumo was nowhere to be found. Unconsciously, he turned his head up and saw Sakumo coming at him with full speed. The Raikage understood that this could very well be the strike that could kill him. So, the blue-colored lightning armor faded. In place of that blue-colored lightning armor, a dark black-colored lightning armor appeared. The Raikage moved, but this time, he was so fast that even Sakumo's eyes had trouble following him. Perhaps even the Hokage couldn't see the Raikage for some moments. This dark-colored lightning seemed quite troublesome. This time, Sakumo was prepared for the Raikage to dodge. Not that he was counting on the Raikage to dodge but more that he was prepared. Sakumo controlled the wind chakra around his body and forcefully spun his body. As Sakumo gracefully landed on the ground, he noted that the Raikage wasn't anywhere to be found. Suddenly, he felt someone grabbing hold of his arms and squeezing them tightly. Perhaps this was his answer. Sakumo tried to resist, but in front of the third Raikage's strength, his resistance seemed trivial. Just when the third Raikage was about to crush Sakumo's body against the ground, his chest was hit by a long staff of none other than the third Hokage. The Raikage was struck by the Hokage's staff, and he crashed into multiple trees before stopping. The Hokage approached Sakumo and noticed that his arms had been badly burnt considering he was held by the Raikage when the latter was covered by black lightning armor. Although Sakumo's arms had blisters, the man didn't let out a wince of pain. He shrugged off the pain while staring at the Raikage before picking up his chakra saber. Noticing the third Hokage and Sakumo standing there, even the Raikage experienced some terror. To think that the third Hokage and White Fang are fighting together yet you aren't able to kill me. It must be embarrassing, right? He asked with scorn in his voice. He didn't fear anyone in one-on-one combat, but against these two, he couldn't help but back away. To this, Sakumo replied, we are shinobi, not warriors. There is not a single code for combat. The only thing that matters is to achieve the objective. If I can kill you and save the lives of countless shinobi who will die in the future, I will gladly put my pride down for that. His voice was calm yet confident with a rare charm. The Hokage stepped forward while glaring at the third Raikage, even alone, you are not my match, Raikage Dano. I do admit that you might injure me with your fierce blow though. So, I don't mind Sakumo's assistance against you. TCH. The third Raikage couldn't help but click his tongue. He could let Killer Bee and I come here, but Killer Bee still hadn't completely mastered the eight-tailed beast's power. Some more time, perhaps a few more months were needed. Consider this your victory then, Hokage Dano, White Fang. With that, the third Raikage disappeared with a black flash. The Hokage knew well enough that the Raikage was trying to return to Kumo camp now. There was no point in following after him as both, the Hokage and Sakumo, were well aware that they wouldn't be able to catch up to the Raikage. For some time, they remained cautious and continued to observe their surroundings. A few moments later, they were sure that the Raikage had truly left. Sakumo unconsciously let out a break he had been holding all this time before turning towards the Hokage, thank you for saving my life, Hokage-sama. The Jounins who returned informed me that you had stopped to block some shinobi. I naturally don't want to lose a capable shinobi like you. Alright, let's return now. With that, the third Hokage and Sakumo returned to their camp. Sakumo was asked to go to some medics to treat the blisters on his arm, After getting treated, Sakumo went to the third Hokage's tent and requested him to move to Aim's camp so that he could protect his son, Kakashi. Hearing Sakumo's words, the Hokage didn't make his decision immediately. Still, soon enough he said, instead of you going there, send a few experienced jounin there and request for some of the academy graduates, including your son. You can protect them better here. Sakumo was satisfied with his response, and he soon left. Seeing Sakumo leave so easily, the third Hokage let out a sigh. He thought back to his fight against the third Raikage. The third Raikage was far stronger than his expectations. Maybe getting serious from the beginning would have been better. In contrast, at the Aim side, the third Tsuchikage and Hanzo never made a move against each other. It seemed that the two were not willing to show their true strength to the other person. The battle between Genins and Chunins was unfolding at their side. This was also good for the third Hokage. He would be hard-pressed to assist the side fighting against IWA right now. IWA was focusing on short-scale attacks while Konoha was focusing on defending their camp. Considering that they were simply defending, they had far fewer losses compared to IWA. This was the pace that Konoha wanted to maintain for some time, at least, until they managed to deal with Kumo. Once Kumo was dealt with, the Iwa's threat wouldn't be that significant. Moreover, before having come here, the third Hokage had sent the order to Jiraiya to go to Aim and assist the Jounins over there, helping out their Genins and Chunins subtly. Knowing Jiraiya's skill, he could save a lot of Konoha shinobi. And just as the third Hokage had planned, Jiraiya had already started moving towards the Aim. He had already met up with Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan and completed his reunion. After that, he even met up with Araki and heard him say that Jiraiya should follow the Hokage's orders for now. There was nothing else he needed to do. Jiraiya was somewhat confused by his statement, but he didn't mind it. He had little to no idea of what Araki had planned for this war. 97. Katsuyu. In the Senju clan manor, Araki was seated in his personal room. He had entered his own mindscape, staring at the Gedo statue. Unlike the other Jinhyuriki who could take chakra from their tailed beast, the Gedo statue couldn't seem to provide any chakra to Araki. Instead, it seemed to want his chakra. But Araki's chakra was dense enough that even Gedo statue couldn't take his chakra unless Araki released his hold over it. Moreover, now that the Gedo statue was in his body, he could feel a faint consciousness in the Gedo statue. Gedo statue? Just what are you? If you are the Ten Tails husk, then there should be no consciousness within you. There were some things he didn't say. Since this was his own mindscape, he knew how to keep his thoughts hidden from an unknown entity in his own mindscape. This consciousness. It's looking for a moment when I am weak and will try to overtake my body. It wants my chakra, but the consciousness inside of it isn't making any moves to take it. Or maybe it can't. Well, either way, it doesn't matter. But the fact that it will attack me when my mind is weak, I can't overlook this. I need to create a countermeasure quickly. Fortunately, I do know how to create this countermeasure. With that, he opened his eyes and left the room nonchalantly. He was in a good mood. Even though the Gedo statue didn't give him any chakra, it enhanced his ability to sense sage chakra. The dark markings on his face reddened a bit when he went into sage mode. Moreover, his sensing range had enhanced once again. In his sage mode, he could sense Sakumo, who was far beyond the Land of Fire's borders. Araki went on to talk with some Uzumaki clan members. He ordered them to create a seal. The Uzumaki clan members were confused by this order. They asked him, Araki-sama, give us a sample of it. We can't make this sort of seal without analyzing it. All right. Araki readily agreed and added, I will give you the sample by tomorrow. Yes, Araki-sama. After having said that, the Uzumaki clan members soon left. Araki then went to the training field. There, he saw Kushina sparring against 3 Uzumaki clan members. Although Kurama had left Kushina's body, in all these years that she had been Kurama's Jinhyuriki, Kurama had made sure to strengthen her body with his own chakra. This was a sort of passive enhancement to her physique. It also gave her great regeneration. Although her physique and regeneration weren't at Araki's level, it wouldn't lose to anyone else. As he was watching Kushina train these Uzumaki clan members, he let out a chuckle. She is still so gentle with them. If only the others would let me train them. If any of the Uzumaki clan members heard his words, they would shiver uncontrollably. It was well known in the clan that Araki's training regime was absolutely demonic. It was nothing short of hell. Araki did try training some Uzumaki clan members. The entire clan was feeling pitiful about those people. Poor guys. They had seen hell at a young age. But when they compared that hell to Araki's own training, they would soon think that what they considered hell was just sweet misery in comparison to that torture. Perhaps it will be a good idea to teach Sage Mode to Kushina. She would be able to boost her power to a much stronger level then. Araki mused to himself, but he frowned soon after that. There was an issue with this. Wait. How will Kushina sense nature energy though? Since I have Mokuton, I could sense the scarce nature energy rather easily. This was honestly a worrying point for him. He really wanted to teach Kushina sage mode. Wait, what should I do? Araki thought for some time before he was struck with an idea. Soon after he was struck by that idea, his shoulders dropped, showing how reluctant he was in using that idea. Tsunade. She mentioned that the location of summoning beasts is filled with rich nature chakra. Maybe I can ask them to let me stay there for a while and teach Kushina how to sense nature chakra. With those thoughts, he went to Tsunade's room. There, he saw her teaching some things to Shizuan. Shizuan immediately stood up and wanted to greet Araki. Still, Araki waved off quite casually while saying, "Don't worry about formalities like this, Shizuan." Before Shizuan could speak anything, Araki turned to Tsunade, "Elder sister, could you summon Katsuyu? I need to ask her something." Tsunade didn't know what her brother wanted to ask, but she asked him, "A small form of Katsuyu would be all right, right?" Araki nodded his head in response. With that, Tsunade bit her thumb, and a small amount of blood leaked out of her tiny wound. She made quick hand seals and slammed the ground while speaking. Summoning Jutsu. A small white slug appeared on the ground. Katsuyu stared at Tsunade and asked her, "How can I assist you, Tsunade-sama? My brother Araki wanted to talk to you regarding something. Go with him and have your conversation." Tsunade explained the situation rather casually. "As you order, Tsunade-sama." Katsuyu respectfully bowed before turning towards Araki. "What do you wish to ask me, Araki-sama?" Araki took Katsuyu out of the room so that he doesn't disturb Tsunade while she was teaching Shizuan. "Katsuyu, I wanted to ask you whether I can come to the Shikotsu forests and teach sage mode to my wife," Araki asked her rather politely. Katsuyu was a little stunned for some moments, and she asked him, "Teach sage mode? You mean you can use sage mode?" "Well, yeah." With that, reddish-colored marks soon appeared over Araki's face as Katsuyu was so shocked that she nearly backed away. "Such speed! You didn't even need to concentrate on balancing your chakra with nature and absorbing it from the surrounding." Katsuyu commented, utterly shocked at what she had witnessed. "Never mind the small things. So, am I allowed to bring Kushina and teach her sage mode in Shikotsu forest?" Araki waved off Katsuyu's comments with a laugh. Katsuyu thought for some moments before telling Araki, "I can indeed give you permission to bring Kushina-sama in the Shikotsu forest since you are personally related to Tsunade-sama, but I personally believe it would be better to let her sign a contract with a summoned beast. Toads would be what I would prefer. The nature energy in the Mount Mayaboko is twice of Shikotsu forest. Moreover, Fukasaku-sama and Shima-sama are quite skilled in sage mode. They would be able to teach Kushina-sama much quicker." Araki smiled at her words, "Thank you, Katsuyu. I truly appreciate your advice. I will inform it to Kushina." Inwardly, Araki spoke well, "I wanted to spend more time with her. It should be her choice, in the end, I guess. If she wants to learn quickly or learn slowly while spending time with me." Araki then returned Katsuyu to Tsunade before coming down while staring at his wife teaching the other Uzumaki clan members, a faint yet proud smile on his face. After Kushina was done training the Uzumaki clan members, she returned to the manor. She saw Araki, seated on the ground, greeting her, "Looks like you have given them a thorough thrashing. You were watching? Since when? Who knows? Maybe I arrived just now. Or maybe I was here since the beginning." The playful smirk on his face widened when he noticed Kushina's cheeks reddening a little. He grabbed Kushina's hand and pulled her toward himself. Kushina was a little startled, but she didn't resist him. She sat on his lap while turning her body to face Araki. Araki slowly started to explain the situation. He wanted to teach her sage mode, it was her choice whether she wanted to be taught by a toad or himself. Kushina scratched the back of her head while wondering, "You are really weird, Datebane. You are so smart, so you should already know the answer to this question." "Well, asking never hurts, does it?" Araki retorted casually. "My answer is naturally to train with you. I don't care if I am somewhat slow in learning this sage mode, but I want to spend more time with you." Kushina lovingly looked into Araki's eyes. And before the two realized it, a romantic moment had been set up. Araki couldn't hold himself and kissed her lips. The Uzumaki clan members who were still in the field, currently collapsed, blushed when they saw their masters having a loving moment. They immediately scrammed, not wishing to interrupt their sweet moment. Well, the two would soon realize that it was pretty much impossible for Araki to teach the sage mode to Kushina. 98. Two Great Toads. For the next month, Araki started teaching Kushina about how to sense nature chakra from the surrounding within the Shikotsu forest. Well, in this month, the two understood that it was pretty much impossible for Araki to teach Kushina. Firstly, Kushina couldn't even sit quietly for some time. She would definitely move, no matter how minute the movement was. Araki's eyebrows were twitching madly, not at all, understanding just how he could help out Kushina in learning sage mode. Even though he had been trying to teach her for the whole month, she couldn't feel the nature chakra at all. At that moment, Katsuyu approached Araki. Araki-sama, as I said before, you should let her train at Mount Mayaboku. Not only is the nature chakra more condensed at that location, but the toads have a special oil which makes it easier for the person to sense nature chakra. Araki groaned in irritation. It's a little irritating that I would have to ask for help from someone else. I can't believe I can't even teach sage mode to my wife. I feel so useless right now. Please do not fret, Araki-sama. You are a rare talent. No, considering your skill, calling you a monstrous talent would be more appropriate. Among humans, you are perhaps the most attuned to nature chakra. But, teaching someone is different. After all, Kushina-sama isn't as talented as you in terms of sensing nature chakra. I believe you should ask for help from the toads. Katsuya was quite polite while explaining her reasoning. Araki let out a sigh. I guess I need to rely on the toads for this. With that, Araki and Kushina returned to the Senju clan manor. Kushina was a little disappointed that she didn't manage to learn the sage mode. But Araki reassured her that it wasn't a big deal. Well, he told her this wasn't the end. It was simply the beginning. He asked for Minato's presence in the training ground. Minato arrived, a little confused but with a happy smile on his face. His research of flying ray genjutsu was going quite well. He felt that just a year or so and he would be able to apply this flying ray genjutsu in real life. Quite a lot of credit went to Isao who was helping him out in making the seal. Araki instructed Minato with an impassive look, I will be giving you some of my chakra, so summon the top-ranked toad you can summon. Top-ranked toad. Minato didn't really know much about the top-ranked toads. The most he had summoned was Gamabuntat. But considering Araki was ordering him, he didn't mind it that much. Araki touched Minato's back and injected his chakra. Minato's eyes widened with shock when he felt a tremendous yet dense chakra within his body. He felt as if his body would tear apart into pieces. He immediately went through the hand seals and said, Summoning Jutsu. A huge dust cloud was raised in the training ground. As the dust cloud started to disperse, there appeared 3 giant toads with 2 small toads standing on top of a red-colored toad. Jiraiya, why have you summoned me? This was none other than Gamabuntat, the current chief of the Toad clan. He didn't realize that his brothers had been summoned along as well. At that moment, the small green toad on his back stared at Minato and Araki. We weren't summoned by Jiraiya-chan. It looks like we were summoned by Minato-chan. I am surprised though, I didn't think he would be able to summon me, Shima, and the 3 of your siblings. It should have been hard enough to summon you, Gamabuntat. This small toad was Fukasaku, one of the 2 great toads in the Toad clan. The other toad was Shima, and she looked quite angry as she shouted at Minato and Araki, Hey you! Why did you summon me? I was making food. Who do you think will make lunch now that you summoned me here? Minato cowered at her words and really wanted to hide behind Araki. Meanwhile, Araki looked amused, and he said to her, My greetings to the Toad clan. I am Senju Araki. I wonder which one among you is Fukasaku and Shima. I am Fukasaku. And I am Shima. The 2 toads introduced themselves. It was because of my chakra that Minato was able to summon you. Araki casually said. But Fukasaku smiled at those words, he didn't mind it that much. Well, the same couldn't be said for Shima though. Before she could rage out at Araki, Fukasaku raised his arm and signaled for Shima to restrain herself. What did you want from us, Araki-chan? Do you want to sign the Toad contract? Fukasaku asked Araki with a curious tone. To this, Araki shook his head and replied, I wanted to request for your assistance to teach Sage Mode to my wife. Sage Mode? Fukasaku spoke, a little surprised. He continued to stare at Araki and asked him, Don't you want to learn the Sage Mode as well? Araki shrugged in response before replying, I already know Sage Mode. As if to demonstrate, he entered the Sage Mode quite effortlessly. All the toads, including Fukasaku and Shima, were shocked upon seeing him enter Sage Mode so quickly. Moreover, they could feel that he wasn't attuned to any animal, it seemed attuned to nature itself. This was the first time they had sensed such an anomaly. Fukasaku thought for some time before saying, All right, I can agree to that condition, but I will be teaching Sage Mode to Minato-chan as well. Suit yourself. I will be living in the Mount Mayaboku though. That is fine, right? Araki asked them, a little unsure of their decision. Fukasaku nodded his head and responded almost immediately, Naturally, since you have mastered Sage Mode. You naturally possess the qualifications to reside in the Mount Mayaboku. Araki was surprised at this rule and asked, Really? I didn't think there was such a rule that those who perfect Sage Mode can come to Mount Mayaboku. Well, as long as you aren't in contract with another summoned beast, you are naturally qualified to come to the Mount Mayaboku, Fukasaku said, quite casually. Gamabunta and Shima remained silent while listening to Fukasaku. They were well aware that he was just spouting bullshit. This was a rule he had created on the spot. There has hardly been any human who had mastered Sage Mode without help from a summoned beast. Araki was a bit delighted, and he said, "All right then, I agree. We will depart tomorrow." He informed Kushina of this decision, and she was a little excited about this. At least she wouldn't have to split up from Araki. This was good news for her. With that, Minato and Kushina's senjutsu training started. 99. Abilities of the Rinnegan. In 1 month, Kushina managed to master senjutsu. The one thing which took most of her effort was to sit still and sense the nature chakra. It was quite a challenge for even Fukasaku to make Kushina sit still for some time. He would get tired more times than he could count, but Kushina would still move a little. But still, the old toad was just as stubborn as Kushina. And he was quite patient as well, so unlike the time with Araki, Kushina was learning rapidly. Now that she was capable of sensing nature chakra after sitting still for some time, it didn't take her much time in balancing her own chakra with nature chakra. Kushina's Sage Mode was a little different from Araki's Sage Mode. It was because she had mastered it using toad oil, so her inherent nature affinity was now inclined towards toads. Minato was still training the Sage Mode. He was quite patient as compared to Kushina and had even learned it much earlier than Kushina. The thing was that he had lower reserves as compared to Kushina. So, not only did he need to sense nature chakra, but he also needed to balance his own chakra with the nature chakra. Fukasaku was already quite pleased with Minato's speed of learning though, so he didn't say anything. He was sure that another 2-3 months and Minato would master Sage Mode unlike that of Jiraiya. After returning to the Senju clan manor, Araki first asked everyone to sit and inform him of all that happened. The Uzumaki clan members informed him of quite a lot of things. Taki had joined hands with IWA and decided to target one of the closest Konoha camps to their location. In turn, it was AIM who had defended Konoha's camps. Araki smirked at this information. It really was right for him to let that old man live. He had a few uses left before he kicked the bucket. Meanwhile, Taki was quite a village. All this village could boast of was holding a tailed beast. Even if that tailed beast was 7 tails. Well, he didn't care much. From what he sensed, his dear snake was in Suna. It seemed that he was biding his time, probably experimenting right now. And he had no idea where Black Zetsu could be. He was sure that he wasn't around their location, or at least, he hadn't sensed Black Zetsu with his Sage Mode. He also received news of how the third Raikage had ambushed Hitaki Sakumo's team and Hitaki Sakumo barely survived due to assistance from the third Hokage. If only the Hokage hadn't been making his moves against me, he wouldn't need to die. But I guess I can lower his punishment by a bit since he did save Sensei. Araki spoke to himself. Although he tried to speak calmly, he failed miserably. He couldn't mask his rage against the Hokage. He still remembered that time when he met the third Hokage, and he had spouted out that Araki was disappointing his grandfather and granduncle. Those were the words Araki couldn't tolerate. Just thinking of that moment would make him so angry that he wanted to massacre the third Hokage multiple times. Unfortunately, that old man had a single life. And then, he thought about the third Raikage. Araki didn't understand just why was this man courting death so much. Couldn't he wait for 1 more year? He should just continue to build up his military strength and sponge off the clans within his village. Araki was really worried about the third Raikage. If he accidentally died, that would be quite bad. Maybe he would need to think of some way to revive that man. There was no way he was going to let that man experience an easy death. He would feel pain. So much pain that he would be begging to die. Just like that, months passed. The tension at the Kumo battlefield was slowly lifting while the tension at the IWA battlefield was rising. The third Hokage returned to Konoha since there was not much point in staying in the camp any longer. He asked for the respective clans to send some shinobi towards the Konoha camp in AIM. The clan heads complied with his order, including Keshiro. Keshiro sent a few Jounins and Chunins to the Konoha camp in AIM. He gave them strict instructions to stay together and protect themselves. That must be their top priority. The Uchiha clan members naturally obeyed his instructions. Keshiro continued to train his fire affinity and lightning affinity. He had mastered both these affinities. He was planning on starting to master the earth affinity as well. Defensively, it was quite useful. Meanwhile, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, and other Akatsuki members were fiercely training as well. Although they had been given shelter in Konoha by Araki, Yahiko still wanted to return to Omegakure and spread peace in it before moving towards the whole world. Konan and Nagato weren't going to let him do this alone. Since the time Araki had seemingly awakened the true power of Nagato's Rinnegan, Nagato's power went through the roof. He was getting stronger at a tremendous rate. The one jutsu which had become his most powerful jutsu was Shinra Tensei. It repelled anything in the area and its time limit depended on how much chakra he placed in the jutsu. He could also attract anything towards his own body. Although he could use this jutsu before as well, its power was much greater now. He couldn't really summon the Gedo statue since it was sealed within Araki's body by a powerful seal. Still, he found that he could summon several beasts even though he had no contract with them. Strangely, these beasts would have Rinnegan in their eyes as well, as if signifying that they had been summoned by a Rinnegan user. He was taught Shadow Clone Jutsu because of his vast chakra reserves. As he created clones, he was surprised that he could look through both eyes at the same time. This meant that he could easily eliminate his own blind spot while keeping a clone near him and using him smartly. This wasn't the end of his abilities, though. After some time of training with the Rinnegan, he found that he could absorb chakra whether it was pure chakra from someone's body or from their elemental attacks. However, although he could absorb chakra, he couldn't absorb their physical state. Like, if he was hit by a wood dragon, before he could even absorb the chakra in the wood dragon, he would be smashed away due to that physical body which contained mass. Nagato could create multiple mechanisms of his body or through his clone. Like, creating an extra mechanical arm or something. Nagato had only unlocked these abilities until now. He was training to figure out more of the Rinnegan's secrets. 100. Suna attacks. A few more months passed. It has nearly been a year since Konoha's war against Kumo and IWA had started. In this time, Konoha had slowly but surely started to lose in this war of attrition. They were receiving far more casualties than their adversaries. Well, it was quite natural since many of Konoha's shinobis were straight out of the academy. Kumo had stopped sending their young shinobi in the battlefield. Now, a little more experienced genins and chunins would be sent to attack Konoha's shinobis. Hence, their losses weren't that significant. The third Hokage hadn't made any particular move since then. He was trying to send word to Tsunade, but somehow his message would never reach her. He had lost any hope of receiving help from Araki. It would instead be better if Araki didn't use that opportunity to attack him, so the Hokage wasn't looking forward to making him an enemy right now. Perhaps later, but surely not now. Nearly a year had passed since the start of the war with Konoha against Kumo and IWA. At this moment, he heard reports from Jiraiya and Sakumo that the IWA and Kumo had been relatively quiet for nearly a week right now. The Hokage frowned at this information. It wouldn't have mattered if they had done that separately, but considering they had chosen to stay quiet at the same time meant that they had a scheme. Just what were they planning at this point? This question appeared in his head, but he couldn't think of anything. A few days later, he heard another news. It seemed that Suna Shinobi was charging at Konoha with full speed. Considering their speed, they would need only 3 days to arrive. Moreover, that was after a full rest. Perhaps the Suna Shinobi would have arrived earlier if they didn't want to conserve chakra. The Hokage slammed his table and crushed it into bits. He was angry. This was an absolute disaster for Konoha. He had sent a lot of higher-ranked shinobi to Jiraiya and Sakumo's camps. Now, there was no time to ask them to return. They would take at least 4 days to return. And if they wanted to return while resting, another 2 days were required. By that time, Konoha might as well be rebel. He never expected this war to reach such heights that even people of Konoha would see bloodshed. Moreover, he had no idea about the movements of the Suna's movements for some reason. Even though his spies were in all sorts of administration position, they still didn't inform him of this invasion plan. Just as before, he had received reports from his spies. There was nothing strange about it. So, just what could have happened? How did they suddenly amass so many resources and launch an attack? The answer to the Hokage's question was Orochimaru. Since the time of his deal with the third Kazekage, Orochimaru had captured all the Konoha's spies within Suna and turned them into his experimental subjects. He was researching a great jutsu which required their CO operation. The Hokage heaved out a sigh and felt that this meant that they needed to protect Konoha with whatever strength remained in Konoha. Meaning, the clan leaders, clan elders and some more higher-ranked shinobis from each clan. If the quantity wasn't sufficient, then they could only make it up with quality. The third Hokage didn't really place the third Kazekage in his eyes. The ones who were especially troubling to deal with were the puppet users. Especially that Cho, the 100 puppet master. Just by herself, she was equivalent to 100 shinobi skilled in close combat. Wouldn't this boost their numerical advantage even more? The third Hokage chose his first target rather quickly. It should be none other than those puppet users. He immediately called out for an urgent meeting. All the clan heads, excluding Araki, joined. The third Hokage informed them of the situation. The Suna was coming at them with a large number of shinobi and a lot of puppeteers among them. The clan members were to gather all the members who could fight and make a stand against Suna. They must not allow Suna shinobi to breach past them and let their fangs reach Konoha. Uchiha Keshiro. He unconsciously gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He was prepared that this would happen. The one who had informed him of this was none other than Senju Araki. A month earlier, Senju Araki had visited Keshiro. It was a rather short meeting. He still remembered the details of the meeting. Prepare yourself, Tsunagakure will soon attack Konoha. It can be today, a week later, or maybe a month later. This will be your moment to shine. Show the entire village of Konoha that the Uchiha clan is capable of protecting Konoha. Gain so much respect that you will be called heroes by the entire village. Araki had informed Keshiro while staring at him. Very well. Thank you for this information. He thanked Araki quite politely, but he wasn't done. He asked Araki, what will you be doing at that time? Me? I guess I will be dealing with some matters of my own as well. Araki said with a smile before he left the clan. Keshiro was a bit curious about what he meant, but he placed it in the back of his mind. There was no need for him to poke into Senju Araki's matters. With that, he had already readied the entire Uchiha clan for war against Suna. In this war, Keshiro wasn't planning on showing any mercy. He had long since allowed himself to stay within the clan while giving important orders and administrating everything. Even his own body had started to itch for a good fight. Other than regularly sparring against members of the Uchiha clan, he hadn't had a good fight against someone. Perhaps this would be the perfect opportunity for him to see his own true capabilities with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Unconsciously, Keshiro couldn't help but grow excited deep within his heart. The time had finally come where he could show his own strength. The other clan heads who had been called to the urgent meeting were startled upon hearing that Suna would be invading Konoha. All of them immediately returned to ready the preparations. The Hyuga clan also wanted to use this opportunity to show that it was the strongest clan within the Konoha. They were well aware that the situation was dire, so they tried to think of all the countermeasures they could. Whether to use traps or guerrilla warfare. The Hokage mentioned that he would face the third Kazekage and deal with him as quickly as possible. Until then, the clans must fight against the puppeteers using defensive tactics. This was because the Hokage was immensely confident about his own power and a few of the other clan heads. He was well aware that if struck together, Tsunagakure would be struck a heavy blow. At this moment, Araki had a cold smile on his face as he sensed a large number of shinobi entering Konoha's borders. He said, that Orochimaru. He really took his sweet time. Looks like they have finally attacked. 101, Personal Grudges, 1. These 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. The third Hokage stood along with a large number of shinobi from different clans. Their numbers peaked near 1,000, yet, they were facing tens of thousands of shinobi. Some of them couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. This was the time. The time which would decide the fate of Konoha's future. They could see their enemies. The Suna shinobi with the third Kazekage leading them. And there was another person a bit behind the third Kazekage. Upon his appearance, the third Hokage hatefully gritted his teeth. He immediately understood why he didn't receive any news about this invasion from Tsunagakure. His spies had been replaced with fake ones. He never expected for Orochimaru to be in Sungakure and the fact that Orochimaru had replaced the Hokage's spies with his own. Now, the odds were stacked against himself. Facing the third Kazekage and Orochimaru at the same time though? He felt like bitterly laughing. But soon, that expression started burning with fierce determination. Since it had all come to this, the Hokage didn't plan to be lenient. He immediately summoned the Monkey King, Inma, and instructed him to turn into a staff. Inma noticed the huge number of shinobi appeared in front of them and didn't ask any question. He turned into a huge staff and was held by the third Hokage. Tsunagakure shinobi were soon quite close to the third Hokage and others' location. The third Kazekage stared at the third Hokage while commenting, "You look in so much pain, Hokage. I think I should help you and relieve you of this pain." The third Hokage ignored him and stared at Orochimaru, "You really did betray Konoha. You should know full well of the consequences of this action. I won't be holding back, Orochimaru." He said the word Orochimaru with a tinge of malice in his voice. Orochimaru though didn't appear to be intimidated. "How cruel of you, sensei. I am, after all, your brightest student. I am forced to do this, as well. If I didn't do this, I would have died a few years later. This is the best method of preserving my life." "Had. You are quite right about that, Orochimaru." At that moment, they all heard an amused voice. This voice made Orochimaru shudder uncontrollably. He, along with all the other shinobi present, turned to stare at the voice. There, he saw Araki seated on the branch of a tree. He had quite the casual look on his face. As if he could care less about this war. Senju Araki. Orochimaru called out, a bit fearfully. His main motive was to let the third Kazekage know that this was Senju Araki. The man who couldn't be taken lightly. His skill at wood style was so great that he could practically be called a second Senju Hashirama. "Don't worry Orochimaru, you didn't disappoint me. I knew letting you live would be the correct decision. I did want either Suna or Kiri to attack Konoha. It seems you convinced Suna." Araki gave out an explanation, not because he was kind, just because he was interested in what kind of expression Orochimaru would have. And truly, Orochimaru didn't disappoint him. The utter shock, the dumb confusion. It was just pleasant to see. "Well, fortunately for Suna, I don't have anything against them. So, I won't be killing any Suna shinobi, but there is someone who needs to die first. Araki turned towards the third Hokage and said, haven't you waited a long time? The time has come, old man. Senju Araki. There is a time and a place for everything. You can deal with our personal grudges later. The third Hokage said while staring at Araki. Nah. I want to deal with our grudges now. Araki said, showing a hint of stubbornness while staring at the Hokage. At this moment, the Hyuga clan head stared at Araki while activating his Byakugan. Don't you understand, you are putting the entire Konoha at risk. The Senju clan will be branded as a traitor. Araki simply shrugged in response, oh really? I want to see just what you can do to me. So what, I am a traitor? Do you think I really care? At least I am not shameless enough to not admit it, right Orochimaru and Monkey? His words were spoken with hatred mixed in it. Meanwhile, the third Kazekage was completely confused about this entire scene. He was so confused that he didn't even ask his shinobi to charge forward and kill the Konoha shinobi. He never expected the Hokage to have internal strife with the Senju clan head, Senju Araki. Orochimaru never mentioned anything about this. Meanwhile, Orochimaru felt like he had been played. It was as if Senju Araki was waiting for him here. Uchiha Keshiro stepped forward, a few more Uchiha clan members following his lead. I am Uchiha Keshiro, the clan head of the Uchiha clan. As long as I am standing, not a single one of the Tsunagaku shinobi will step inside Konoha, this. I swear at this moment. His crimson eyes stared at the third Kazekage who frowned upon hearing Keshiro's words. He noticed the three tomo into those eyes revolving and changing into a penta-bladed pattern. I won't be holding back at all, Kazekage. Tsukuyomi. Quite a surprising pattern indeed. And before the third Kazekage even understood anything, he found himself in an unfamiliar location. The world of Tsukuyomi. Merely a second had passed, and the third Kazekage fell on the ground with a blank look on his face. The Tsunagaku shinobi were shocked to see their cage collapsing so suddenly. At that moment, an elderly woman named Jo shouted out, don't look into his eyes. That's a Sharingan. Kazekage-sama had been struck by an unknown jutsu and lost his consciousness. Keshiro thought I only tortured him for 24 hours. That should be enough for him to stay out cold. Now that the Suna shinobi will try to divide their focus and protect their cage, I have successfully managed to sow seeds of discord in their chain of command. Uchiha clan. Charge. He shouted the word charge, and just like that, the Uchiha clan rushed at the Tsunagaku shinobi. The other clan members also didn't want to be left behind. They also ordered their respective shinobi to charge. The one fighting against Orochimaru was Keshiro. Orochimaru was rather careful in not falling in his genjutsu. He was dodging the attacks while keeping track of Keshiro's movements. At some point, Keshiro used Amaterasu against Orochimaru. However, unlike what he expected, Orochimaru seemed to have shed his skin and escaped Amaterasu. This was beyond disgusting, and he sure as hell wanted to delete that from his mind. Unfortunately, once record by Sharingan, Keshiro couldn't forget this scene even if he wanted to. A few puppeteers were the ones keeping the life of their cage safe. Cho was even injecting him with some sort of drug. She could only hope that it worked. Meanwhile, Araki jumped down from the tree while staring at the third Hokage. Let's start as well, shall we? 102, Personal Grudge, 2. The third Hokage's complexion was quite ugly as he stared at Araki. Perhaps he had a faint idea that he might lose this battle. Meanwhile, a sword appeared in Araki's hand. The sword was quite long, nearly a meter of so long, and quite thin in terms of breadth. Its sharp side was reflecting the sun's faint rays. I never thought you would choose such a time to fight me. You should know that with these actions, you are literally destroying Konoha yourself. The Hokage said while staring at Araki. I am simply returning the favor, monkey. Don't act as if you didn't play a hand in Uzashio's destruction. I wanted your death. But I wanted your death at such an occasion where you would feel the greatest regret and pain. Araki said with a cold smile on his face. Without hesitating any further, he rushed at the third Hokage with his top speed. To this, the third Hokage sneered in his heart and thought, rushing towards your enemy without even observing him first. You really are a kid, Senju Araki. Their weapons clashed against each other and produced a huge shockwave. Even the shinobis of Tsunagaku and Konohagaku were shocked and unconsciously turned their eyes to Araki and the Hokage's fight. Araki was the one on the offensive as he kept on attacking the third Hokage with his quick strikes, while the third Hokage was hard-pressed to defend them all. The main reason why Araki was on the offensive was that his weapon was lighter than Hokage's weapon. And it could be used for quick successive strikes. However, this wasn't the main reason why Hokage was on the defensive. He was waiting. Waiting for an opportunity. And his eyes flashed with a strange glint when he found it. At that moment, he swung the great adamantine staff with his entire strength and hit Araki. Araki was a little surprised by the sudden strength. He was flung away. Araki crashed into some trees in that side, and his eyes widened slightly when he saw the Hokage going through hand seals. He was well aware of what the jutsu would be. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bomb. The third Hokage let out a breath of fire which transformed into Fire Dragon and hits Araki's body. The flames were so massive that even the Suna shinobi broke out a sweat. This man was truly dangerous. Without their Kazekage to protect them from these flames, they didn't feel assured about their chances of surviving it. The third Hokage seemed to have let out a breath of relief after having used this jutsu. Just when he turned his head towards the Suna shinobi, he heard another voice from his right side, You really burnt my wood clone to a crisp. I guess I was underestimating you a bit too much. Hearing this voice, the third Hokage had an urge to slap himself. Just how could he think that this would be over so quickly? He turned towards the direction and saw Araki seated on a tree, quite similar to how he had been seated on the tree when he declared his presence here. The third Hokage didn't hesitate and charged at him with his top speed. In turn, Araki said, "Let me return the favor from earlier." Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A huge water dragon was made out of the air, and it rushed towards the third Hokage with a quick speed. The third Hokage immediately stopped before using Earth style, Mud Wall Jutsu. With this, he somehow managed to protect himself from the Water Dragon Jutsu. Still, he didn't realize that Araki had already closed the distance between them. By the time he noticed Araki was too close to the third Hokage's position. Before the third Hokage could even raise his staff, his face was punched so strongly that the third Hokage felt his bones shake. In fact, a few cracks might have appeared in his skull. He was thrown back far away. Araki stared at the hand which had punched the third Hokage. Damn. That was a lot more satisfying than I expected. Hey monkey, get up. I won't allow you to go down with just this. Araki was saying it with a crazy smile on his face. This was exactly how he hoped his fight against the third Hokage would be. The third Hokage's hold over Inma, the adamantine staff tightened. But contrary to these actions, he suddenly threw tens of shuriken. He made a hand seal, ninja art, shuriken shadow clone jutsu. These tens of shuriken were multiplied to hundreds of shuriken. Even if Araki wanted to dodge, it would be impossible to dodge this wide-ranged attack. Araki though didn't care about this jutsu. The wind pressure around him changed, whenever the shuriken was about to touch his body, it would be slightly redirected from its course. Not a single shuriken managed to hit Araki. Naturally, even the Hokage didn't think that these shurikens would hit Araki. He was counting on Araki to use some sort of wall to defend against these shurikens though. If Araki had done that, he could have used that moment to charge and return the favor from earlier. He created 3 shadow clones and charged at Araki. Araki let out a sigh, wondering just why the Hokage had bothered to create clones. Did he forget that Araki was a censor? The chakra in the Hokage's real body in his clone was apparent. No matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to fool Araki. Araki let the 4 of them come in surrounding him. Hokage kept on attacking Araki from 4 directions, but Araki dodged it rather casually. Suddenly, the Hokage charged forward as he found an opening. And this was exactly what Araki had been waiting for. Just when the third Hokage was about to strike Araki with his staff, a wood clone was created right behind Araki which grabbed the third Hokage by his head. The creation of this wood clone was so sudden that the third Hokage couldn't even defend against it. But his shadow clones didn't stay idle. They immediately went through a couple of hand seals and used respective jutsus. Wind style, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Lightning style, Lightning Panther. These 3 attacks were thrown at Araki and his wood clone. They were thrown at them with such precision that these attacks wouldn't hurt the third Hokage's real body. But, just when these 3 attacks were about to hurt Araki, they heard him speak calmly. Wood style, Tree Wall Barrier. A wall of countless wooden branches was raised. All these attacks struck the tree wall but were unable to break past it. Meanwhile, Araki had increased his hold over the third Hokage's head. The bones in his head were breaking apart. Worried about his summoner, the staff held in the third Hokage's hand puffed out and transformed into Monkey King Inma again. Just when the Monkey King was about to strike at Araki's wood clone to free the third Hokage, Araki appeared and punched the Monkey King far away. I don't need another monkey here. If you value your life, then return to your realm. And then, Araki turned his head towards the third Hokage whose hand started bleeding. Blood was running down his nose, and currently, he was losing the strength to stand erect on his legs. Now then, time to give you a farewell, monkey. Araki said while running at the third Hokage, kicking his head so strongly that it split from the rest of his body. The third Hokage's head went flying in the sky, until it landed in the middle of the battlefield between Suna and Konoha, crushed by the footsteps of hundreds of shinobi. 103, Impure World Reincarnation. Just as Araki was fighting against the third Hokage, the battle between the Suna shinobi and Konoha shinobi was truly fierce. Hashirama was fighting against Orochimaru, but in the middle of the fight, he would switch his target to other Suna shinobi and leave a shadow clone to fight against Orochimaru. It wasn't that he was scared of Orochimaru. In reality, he could defeat Orochimaru with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan quite easily. The thing was, he remembered that Araki had given him a warning to not touch Orochimaru. It was because Araki mentioned that Orochimaru was his prey. He wanted to personally send this snake to the afterlife. That was why, while fighting against Orochimaru, Keshiro kept note of the position of his clan members and was prepared to protect them at any moment. Orochimaru naturally noticed that Uchiha Keshiro wasn't serious while fighting him. He didn't care much of the reason, but all he wanted to do was go to Araki's position and kill him. Araki was fighting against the third Hokage. Orochimaru believed that if he and the third Hokage joined forces, they could kill Araki. However, Uchiha Keshiro was blocking his way. Every time he was about to break past him, Keshiro would pull him back as if he was adamant in not making Orochimaru interfere Araki's fight against the Hokage. As the fight was going on between them all, a head flew in their direction. Even from afar, Orochimaru could see that this was Hirizen's head. He stayed silent for some time as he didn't have much emotional attachment. Still, he couldn't help but feel distressed since he had thought that with Hirizen, it would have been easier to defeat Araki. All was not lost though. Orochimaru still had his trump card. He used a bit more chakra and used an earth jutsu to go underground and approach Araki. This time, Keshiro didn't stop Orochimaru. It was because Araki had dealt with the third Hokage. Well, not that he had to worry about Araki, but he didn't think it would be a bad idea to assist him. Keshiro looked towards the Suna shinobi and could finally give them his complete attention. A red-colored skeleton appeared above his body as he stared at his enemies. He coldly spoke the name of this ability, Susanoo. With that, he went off to massacre Suna shinobi. There was not a hint of mercy present in his eyes. Meanwhile, Orochimaru appeared in front of Araki. As he stared at the headless body of Hirizen, Orochimaru let out a sigh. Perhaps if he had been faster, he could have saved Hirizen and fought against Araki together. But he knew that there was no use in having regrets at this point. Araki turned towards him, mildly amused that Orochimaru dared to show his face to him here. So what? Have you come here to shorten your life even further? I think you still have like a year or two to live. I cannot allow you to grow any stronger. I have mastered this technique just to kill you, Senju Araki. Orochimaru stated with complete confidence. Araki was a bit surprised to see this. This confidence meant that Orochimaru really had some good trump card under his sleeves. Oh, really? Araki seemed to be asking Orochimaru with an indifferent look. Orochimaru raised his hand and made a hand seal, summoning, impure world reincarnation. 2 coffins appeared in front of him. Araki's eyes widened at these words. He understood just why Orochimaru was so confident about taking him on. He had perfected this jutsu. Had. So, you knew this jutsu? I can more or less guess the 2 you have summoned. And that was the last straw, Orochimaru. You do die now. Araki said with a grim look on his face. Well, this is also good. Both teacher and student dying near the same time. What a great bond you have. Araki said while staring at the coffins. The covers of the coffins fell, and 2 individuals could be seen there. One with red armor while the other wearing blue armor. Both of them were the late first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, respectively. Orochimaru went forward and placed a kunao with a tagged seal on it. Araki naturally saw the seal and smiled mysteriously. Well, the situation wasn't as bad as he had thought. Reddish marks appeared on Araki's face as he stared at Orochimaru. If you think you can defeat me by making me fight against my grandfather and my granduncle, then you are dead wrong, Orochimaru. I won't show any mercy to you, regardless of who is protecting you. At that moment, Tobirama opened his mouth and spoke, so, we have been reanimated using my Edo Tensei Jutsu, hey. Correct, second Hokage. The 2 of you are going to fight against Senju Araki. He is none other than your grandson, first Hokage. And not just that, he has also inherited your Mokuton. A troublesome opponent indeed. Orochimaru said while staring at Araki. Meanwhile, Hashirama was staring at Araki. He naturally heard of Orochimaru's words and a faint smile appeared on his lips when he saw the markings on Araki's face. The markings of Sage Mode. Tobirama was shocked though. He then stared at Araki and noticed some resemblance between Araki and his elder brother. However, unlike the naive feeling that Hashirama gave out, Araki seemed to be giving out a cold aura. Moreover, with his sensing ability, he could sense that Araki's chakra was huge. Even greater than his own during his prime. What is happening over here? He couldn't help but ask this second question. Senju Araki has killed the third Hokage. And he is going to kill me soon. I will be using the 2 of you to kill him. Tobirama and Hashirama both furrowed their brows in confusion. To hear that their descendant had killed the third Hokage. Just what was going on? However, Orochimaru was not in a mood to answer this question, and he said, "Now. You will kill Senju Araki." The look in their eyes changed. It was similar to that of a dead look. As if they didn't have their consciousness. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Wood style, Wood Dragon Jutsu. Upon seeing these two attacks, Araki remained on the spot. When the Wood Dragon was close enough, he raised his hand seal and made it collide with the Water Dragon, making it explode and nullify both attacks. Orochimaru, you shouldn't have summoned these two. My mastery over the wood style is far beyond your understanding. With that, Araki moved forward and went on to punch Hashirama. There was no hesitation in his eyes even though he was up against his grandfather. He knew that his grandfather wasn't in control of his actions, and it would be foolish to remain hesitant in striking the body, which could be considered immortal. 104. Madara's appearance. As Araki had started fighting against the immortal bodies of his grandfather and granduncle while using his sage mode, Orochimaru was drenched with cold sweat. Currently, he felt as if he was staring at Araki's true power. Even though Hashirama and Tobirama weren't at their true power, with their immortal body and boundless chakra, they could still restrain Araki. Hashirama had also started using his own sage mode while fighting against Araki. The markings on his face were familiar to Araki's markings but darker in comparison. When Araki was hit by their attacks, he felt no intent behind it. It was as if they were simply mindless shinobi at the moment. Initially, other than anger, Araki was even a little excited at the prospect of fighting against his grandfather and granduncle. After all, they were at the very top of the world during their time. But this was far too disappointing. He guessed that although the Edo Tensei gave them boundless chakra, it didn't restore their physique. Their bodies were so weak that Araki could crush that body with a single punch. Only his grandfather after using the sage mode could pose some sort of threat to him. Araki even left Tobirama to fight against his wood clone. His sage mode enhanced wood clone should be enough to fight against Tobirama for some time. As Orochimaru witnessed this battle, he couldn't help but back away unconsciously. This was getting far beyond his strength. Although he understood that Araki was strong from the start. He knew this far even 4 years ago. But to see his strength right now, it was just mind-blowing. And not just his strength, he also understood that Araki had somehow mastered sage mode in this time. It wouldn't be long before Araki could somehow restrain the two of them and attack Orochimaru. Do I need to use my final card that quickly? Orochimaru couldn't help but bit his lips as he didn't want to use his trump card right now. But seeing as there was no choice, he made the hand seals and then spoke, summoning, Impure World Reanimation. While Orochimaru had summoned one more person who could fight for him, Keshiro had started fighting against the one-tailed Jinhuriki. Only the one-tailed Jinhuriki, after using the tailed beast mode, managed to restrain his Susanoo to some extent and block its attacks by manipulating sand around them and protecting the other shinobi. The red skeleton Susanoo started to condense, and nearly half body of the Susanoo was completed. The blade held by the Susanoo was strong enough to restrain the one-tails. At this moment, quite a lot of Konoha shinobi had died at the hands of Suna shinobis and their puppets. The ones with the least casualty were the Uchiha clan. It was mostly because Keshiro had spread his shadow clones and protected them at the crucial moments. But even he couldn't prevent some casualties. At the same time, Araki's eyes widened as he stared at the guy Orochimaru had summoned. Now you have really done it. Araki said while staring at Orochimaru. I have finally been revived. Madara Uchiha spoke with a hint of excitement in his voice. At that moment, Araki decided that it would be foolish to continue the fight against his grandfather and granduncle. Fun time had ended. 2 wood clones were created behind Hashirama and Tobirama. They grabbed hold of him rather tightly, and a seal appeared on Araki's hand before he said, Contract seal. He and his wood clone both touched the heads of Hashirama and Tobirama after using this seal. This was a seal which was able to break any contact between the summon and summoner. When Orochimaru was placing his tag between their bodies, Araki had noticed that it was a weak seal and the contract seal could break off Orochimaru's control. The lifeless look in their eyes disappeared, and they could finally think for themselves. You have been playing around with the dead people far too much, Orochimaru, Araki said while staring at Orochimaru with a cold look in his eyes. I do like my life. Without using this jutsu, how would I kill you after all? Orochimaru retorted to Araki's words. Madara then stared at Araki for some time before a smile appeared on his face as if remembering something, you brat. It seems you have gotten quite big. And what's this? Hashirama and Tobirama? Is this a Senju clan's family reunion? Upon hearing Madara's voice, Hashirama turned his head towards him and said with a low voice, Madara. Meanwhile, Tobirama was completely startled to see Madara reanimated as well. Madara. What's going on? Tobirama spoke out, quite surprised at this all situation. The last thing he remembered was hearing that he and his elder brother were going to fight against their descendant. And now that the control over their minds had been broken, he was looking at Madara. Tobirama. Upon looking at Tobirama, Madara released a low growl. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he hated Tobirama the most since Tobirama was the one who killed his little brother, Izuna. Well, it's rather a strange situation, and I don't think I have the luxury to explain it to you right now, grandfather, granduncle. We can talk about it later. Araki said to the two of them before looking at Orochimaru. Alright, I agree. Tobirama nodded his head, still a bit confused about the situation but understood that it would be best to talk about it later. Meanwhile, Hashirama had a small smile on his face as he stared at Araki. He raised his hand and placed it on top of Araki's head, as if patting him gently. I saw you when you were so little. It is my regret that I hadn't been able to spoil you, Araki. Upon hearing these words, the look in Araki's eyes changed a little. In those words, he felt nothing but a strange unconditional love for him. We will catch up later, Grandpa. He said to Hashirama with a low voice. After that, he stared at Madara with a cold look in his eyes. As for you Madara, I killed you earlier and frankly speaking, you weren't a challenge at all. Because you had been reanimated, you aren't at the peak of your power. In your current state, you can't pose a challenge to me. Araki said it quite confidently while looking at Madara. That might be true. Considering that I have been revived in this body, it meant that you destroyed my corpse immediately, hey. Madara said to Araki while still having that smile on his face. He slowly walked forwards with his eyes changing from 3 Tomo Sharingan to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even Madara was well aware that Araki was using Sage Mode right now. Moreover, this Sage Mode was quite similar yet somehow stronger than Hashirama's Sage Mode. It would be a bad idea to not fight him using full power. So what? Araki responded to Madara's words while staring at him. Hashirama and Tobirama stepped in front of Araki as if preparing to fight against Madara. Once I knew of your presence, I knew it would affect my plan sooner or later. So, I naturally made some preparations beforehand. Hashirama. I guess I can say that you have a rather talented descendant. He dances as good as you. Madara seemed to praise Araki while staring at Hashirama. What do you mean, Madara? Hashirama asked, confused at Araki and Madara's conversation. Not just Hashirama and Tobirama though, even Orochimaru was confused. This wasn't what he had been told by the Black Zetsu. Anyway, Senju Araki, was it? There is something you miscalculated though. Madara said while his eyes transformed into Rinnegan at the next step he took. Those eyes. Araki's eyes widened immediately, and he was sure that the true user of Nagato's Rinnegan was in fact, Madara. Do you know, there is a brat with my eyes living at this moment. I was the one who implanted the Rinnegan in his eyes. My plan was going fine, but after I came to know of your presence and your talent, I tweaked it a little. Either the Black Zetsu would force that brat to revive me using Gedo art of Rein rebirth. And if my body was completely destroyed by you, Black Zetsu would give some of my flesh to Orochimaru or some other shinobi and use Edo Tensei Jutsu. After I was revived in this body, I could make use of that seal in that brat's heart and control his body for some moments. Black Zetsu can do the rest. You get what I mean now, right? Madara was awfully kind as he explained his plan with a smile. It was because he was confident that even if he revealed it to them right now, they could do nothing. Shit. Araki's eyes widened in shock as he used his Sage Mode and encompassed the whole land of fire within it. There he felt it. The presence of Black Zetsu. Moreover, it was on top of Nagato's body. This was bad. Orochimaru's eyes widened at the same time as he raised his hand to control Madara and stop him from casting this jutsu but alas. He was too late for that. Madara raised a single hand seal before speaking, Gedo Rein Tensei no Jutsu. 105, gaining Rinnegan. The wood clone left in the Senju clan manor immediately moved towards Nagato's current location, but he was too late. By the time Araki's wood clone reached that location, Nagato's eyes were missing, and a lot of his life force was gone. Araki gritted his teeth and understood that Black Zetsu. Madara had even retaken his Rinnegan. This was the first time someone had happened so out of his expectations. Reanimating Madara? That was also fine. But this revival? This was not something Araki had thought of. Most of it was because he had no idea that Rinnegan could even revive people. If he had known that, he could have considered that Madara was going to use it to revive himself. He then remembered Madara's last words before he had died. We shall meet again, Senju Araki. For now. Araki's wood clone decided to take Nagato's body to the location where he could inject the life force into his body. He could feel that Nagato's life force was quite weak. At the same time, in front of Hashirama, Tobirama, Orochimaru, and Araki, Uchiha Madara was revived. Madara's body was somehow growing stronger. His chakra was nearly 10 times denser than before. This chakra. Madara is reaching the peak of his power. Hashirama looked startled as just like Araki, he was in his Sage Mode as well and could feel Madara's chakra. Even Tobirama looked quite serious, he knew full well of how powerful Madara was at the peak of his power. Other than Hashirama, not a single shinobi could hold a candle to him. Araki's eyes landed on Orochimaru and noticed that the snake was trying to get away. He immediately created a wood clone and sent it after Orochimaru. Considering that it was a wood clone enhanced by Sage Mode, it shouldn't take long to catch up with Orochimaru and kill him. While Madara was enjoying his revival, Araki and Hashirama disappeared from their position. Araki had pulled out his sword in the middle of his way and slashed at Madara's chest. Meanwhile, Hashirama was a little slower, but he swung his fist at Madara, intending of giving him a strong blow. Araki felt his blade inuring Madara. Even Hashirama's fist connected with Madara's chest. But Madara didn't move from that spot. Madara spoke with a faint smile, he. This pain. This is quite delighting. This is the body I wanted. Only when the blood pumps through the body can one truly feel their existence. And Hashirama? It appears you can't use your peak strength in Edo Tensei. Araki though didn't stop and raised his sword to thrust into Madara's chest and kill him. Just when the blade was about to pierce his chest, Madara moved his hand and caught the blade. Surprisingly, he felt quite a lot of strength being exerted by Araki. He spoke while keeping his eyes closed, your senjutsu. It's quite powerful. This was all Madara commented before he took a deep breath. Araki and Hashirama's eyes widened, and they simultaneously jumped back while using the same jutsu, Sage Art Wood Style, Tree Wall Barrier. Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Meanwhile, Madara let out a sea of flames from his mouth which collided against the tree wall raised by Hashirama and Araki. Once Madara was done with his jutsu, black smoke enveloped the entire area. At that moment, Araki and Hashirama felt a kunao flying past them. It soon reached Madara's position, and Tobirama suddenly appeared at his kunao's location, wielding a blade, using Flying Raijin Jutsu. Perhaps he wanted to pierce Madara's chest with his blade. Madara frowned upon sensing Tobirama's chakra, this was the Flying Raijin Jutsu. He kept that kunao and used his other hand to punch Tobirama's body. Tobirama was thrown back by Madara's punch. Hashirama appeared right behind him and caught him. Hashirama stared at Madara before speaking out, Madara. What do you want to do right now? Our time has long ended. Hashirama. I will correct your error. Your philosophy was flawed. I will lead the world to true peace. True peace. Hashirama frowned upon hearing Madara's words. He couldn't help but feel that something was wrong, but he couldn't place his finger over it. Araki continued to stare at Madara, a little relieved in his heart. Madara was truly strong, but not someone he couldn't fight. Grandpa. Do you want to use that jutsu? Hashirama blankly stared at Araki for some moments before he understood. A smile appeared, and he replied, why not? I hope you can keep up. Speak for yourself, old man. With that, the two clapped their hands in perfect synchronization while speaking. Sage Art Wood Style, Deep Forest Emergence. With that, the two wood style users used a lot of their chakra. They created a sea of trees in that area, encompassing nearly 10 miles of radius around themselves. The trees near Madara's body held him tightly. Madara was able to break past 3 or so of them, but 5 would constrict him. These trees seemed to be never-ending. Araki raised his hand seal and said with a smirk, now, for my personal favorite. Explode. The trees holding Madara glowed for a few seconds before it immediately exploded. Hashirama looked amused upon seeing this technique. He had sensed what Araki had done. This was the same way Hashirama would explode the heads of the wood dragons. To see Araki using it with the deep forest emergence though. Quite a control indeed. Tobirama still had his frown while his Edo Tensei body was regenerated, this was not enough. Madara is still there. I know, Araki responded while staring at the smoke. A blue aura appeared with Madara within the humanoid version of Susanoo. That was quite a good warm-up. Madara said while cracking his neck. The humanoid version of Susanoo moved towards Araki, Hashirama, and Tobirama. The Suna shinobi were startled to see the humanoid version of Susanoo. And Keshiro let out a sigh once he saw it, he truly has returned from the grave. Uchiha Madara. The Suna shinobi were nearly done by now. Some of their higher-ranked shinobi escaped with Kazekage. They were well aware that without their Kazekage, they couldn't win this battle. To stop Keshiro, the one-tailed Jinhuriki was left behind along with a few shinobi from the Suna while the others were returning back to Suna. Hashirama was about to use his wood golem jutsu to counter Madara. Still, Madara's Susanoo suddenly turned to another direction and started running with a quick speed. Hey? What? The one who was the most shocked was Hashirama. He was well aware of how much Madara despised running away from the battlefield. Araki was the one who understood, oh shit. He is going towards Black Zetsu's location. He wants to take his Rinnegan. Araki used the trees around to restrain Madara's Susanoo, but they weren't able to stop him at all. Even without his eyes, it was as if he could see clearly and knew exactly what to do. Sage Art Wood Style, Wood Dragon Jutsu. 3 wood dragons appeared underneath their feet as they followed after Madara. Alas! They were too late. By the time the 3 arrived, Madara had grabbed hold of his Rinnegan from Black Zetsu and placed them in his eyes. Now, let's get serious, shall we? Madara seemed to be asking with a faint smirk on his face. He made a few hand seals before speaking, summoning Jutsu, Gedo Statue. 106, Absolute Power. Araki was on top of his wood dragon, and he suddenly felt a strong suction power trying to pull out the Juhobi's husk from his body. However, he stomped on the head of the wood dragon rather strongly and condensed all his chakra on top of the Gedo statue. He was going against the summoning of the Gedo statue from the Rinnegan user. Moreover, that Rinnegan user was Uchiha Madara. Hashirama noticed that his grandson was in pain and was about to jump on Araki's wood dragon and help him out. Still, soon enough, Araki's expression turned to normal. Madara frowned upon seeing this scene. To think that he failed to summon the Gedo statue. Moreover, Araki's facial changes. He had a faint idea of what had happened. You really are quite daring. You sealed the Gedo statue in your body to make sure I couldn't get my hands on it, hey? Madara asked with a rather amused tone. Araki retorted in return, it can't be helped. I knew you would return someday, but I didn't know the method you would use. I even thought I had destroyed any chances of your revival, but clearly, I was getting ahead of myself. Well, this is quite surprising. It looks as if I will have to extract the Gedo statue from your body. Madara said while staring at the wood dragons. Hey? What's this? Araki wondered as he felt a presence coming near his wood dragon. A wood clone was created out of the wood dragon and immediately moved forward to throw out palm in empty air. Yet even though the wood clone had attacked in empty air, it appeared as if the wood clone hit something. It was quite strange. Madara had a neutral look on his face, but internally, he was thinking HOH. He can even sense my limbo? From Hashirama's expression, it appears that even he can faintly sense it. Still, Tobirama cannot sense it despite being a sensor. It appears the Sage mode is more useful than I expected. Tobirama created a huge water dragon jutsu and attacked Madara directly. Madara raised his arm and looked at Tobirama. Rinnegan can absorb all jutsu. The water dragon jutsu was directly absorbed by Madara. Hashirama continued to stare at Madara. He was well aware that the 3 of them couldn't win against Madara at this moment. Madara was near the peak or perhaps even beyond the peak of his power. Hashirama and Tobirama were in Edo Tensei state. If they had been revived like Madara, at that time, Hashirama could indeed defeat him. But at this moment, Hashirama and Tobirama were not even at their 120th or 110th level respectively. He then stared at Araki. Although Araki appeared to be calm, Hashirama could feel that he was really anxious at this moment. Araki was stronger than Hashirama and Tobirama's current state, but even this wasn't enough to defeat Madara. This time, I won't be out of steps, Senju Araki. Let's fight to our heart's content and get that score settled, Madara said as the blue aura started to release from his body. The humanoid Susanoo was soon formed, but this wasn't the end. Just after the humanoid Susanoo was formed, the blue aura continued to release out of his body. The body was quite huge and easily dwarfed anything Araki had seen. This was Madara's armored Susanoo which had appeared with a tiger seal. Madara clenched his fist as he said, not enough. Settle down. This colossal amount of chakra started to settle down, and soon enough, it formed a long tengu-like nose, wing appeared behind the back of this perfect Susanoo, and a sword in its scabbard. The Susanoo slowly pulled out the sword from his scabbard, and Madara said, now then, let's get started, shall we? Araki wasn't frightened by this Susanoo. He clapped his hands together and said, Sage Art Wood Style, Wood Golem Jutsu. A wood golem appeared underneath Araki's feet. Hashirama wanted to do the same and help him out, but Araki said, Grandpa. Stay out of the way. Since Madara has revived because of my error, I don't want any interruptions from anyone. I will deal with him by myself. I hope you can back your words, brat. The Susanoo moved forward and struck Araki's wood golem. It shook up the wood golem and forced it to back away a few steps. A wood dragon was created and coiled around the neck of the wood golem. Araki raised his hand and attacked the perfect Susanoo. But even as it struck the perfect Susanoo, there was simply no damage to the Susanoo. Although it was to be expected, it still made Araki frown. Your step was too weak. Try again, brat. Madara was exuding an aura of confidence while staring at Araki. Araki frowned but didn't care much. The wood golem attacked the Susanoo and struck it, but it was like trying to push a wall. The perfect Susanoo wouldn't budge. Instead, the perfect Susanoo dispersed the sword in its hand and grabbed hold of the wood golem's sides and started to rotate it around. After 10 seconds, Madara threw the wood golem to Hashirama and Tobirama's direction. Hashirama controlled the wood dragons underneath his own and Tobirama's feet to dodge the wood golem coming at their direction. Although the wood golem had been thrown with quite some momentum, Araki made it stand up once again. This fight was far from over. At this moment, Hashirama shouted at Araki, "Araki, you can't beat him using wood golem jutsu. His perfect Susanoo is even stronger than the time when he first fought me with it. To defeat him, you need to give him a blow of absolute power. You get what I meant, right?" Araki frowned for some moments before saying, "Grandfather, go to the Konoha's direction, make sure to protect it from the shockwave." Hashirama and Tobirama nodded at those words before Tobirama stepped next to Hashirama and touched his body. He used the flying Raijin jutsu to disappear. Tobirama had already sent his shadow clone with the marking of the flying Raijin jutsu. He was somewhat prepared for this situation. After seeing his grandfather and granduncle disappear, Araki stared at Madara who was approaching him rather slowly. "I didn't want to use this jutsu since it uses a lot of my chakra in one go. The Gedo statue could use that chance to take over my body. But there is no choice. I need to defeat Madara right now." He joined his hand as if in prayer and shouted, "Senpo Mokyuton, Shinsa Senju. Sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands." 107, Ten Tails Consciousness. A titanic wooden statue was created. The size of this titanic statue was such that it easily dwarfed Madara's complete body Susanoo. In fact, Madara had to look up to see the full height of the statue. Thousands of hands emerged from the back of this statue in countless centric rows. Its main hands were clasped, as if in prayer. Araki stood on top of the wood golem which was on top of the head of the statue. Araki looked down at Madara who was within his perfect Susanoo. "Madara. Since you have forced me to use this, don't expect any mercy. Regret that you aren't an Edo Tensei at this moment." The wings behind the Susanoo made it start flying. Madara rushed towards the wooden statue. He was personally well aware of how strong this technique was. If not for this technique, would he have lost against Hashirama when Susanoo and Kyuubi had been combined? No. From the start of the battle, this was the first time Madara was showing a slightly anxious appearance. The Susanoo raised its hand and formed a hand seal. Tenge Shinsei. Heaven concealed. Araki sensed it. A huge meteor was coming down right at his location. And not just that, Madara also charged at Araki at the same time. Since that's how it's going to be then fuck it. Araki seemed annoyed that Madara was throwing so many jutsus, which demanded a colossal amount of chakra, at him as if it was nothing. Sage art wood style, wood clone jutsu. A wood clone appeared next to Araki with a lot of chakra. He gave the nod to Araki before a blue ball started shining on top of his hand. He mumbled with a soft voice, "Sage art wind style, titanic raise nan." The blue sphere was growing in size. In just 10 or so seconds, it was infused with all of Araki's remaining chakra and even with some of his life force. This blue sphere was large enough that it was nearly 1/3 of the meteor's size. There was also a trace of a ring around this blue sphere which couldn't be seen unless one stared at it with special eyes. The wood clone just had enough chakra to throw this blue sphere at the incoming meteor and dispersed. The blue sphere reached the meteor soon enough, and the ring around it was becoming visible as it started to cut apart the meteor. When Araki felt that the moment was right, he clenched his fist and mumbled, "Now! Explode!" Immediately, the titanic rays nan which was tearing apart the meteor shone with a bright light, and it exploded. The explosion was large enough to cover the entire meteor and more. Even Hashirama and Tobirama and the Suna shinobi returning to their hometown felt the shockwave of that explosion. The people inside the Konoha were utterly shaken up as they felt this tremor. They got out of their house and saw a humongous wooden statue with thousands of hands in a distance. The size of the wooden statue was so huge that they couldn't even see the Susanoo on the other side. The clouds in the sky seemed to have cleared after this explosion. Only a blue sky without a single cloud could be seen above the land of fire at this moment. Madara frowned upon seeing that his meteor was destroyed. He had used a single hand seal using the perfect Susanoo, perhaps he should have summoned more. He was also quite surprised to see that Araki was actually using such demanding jutsus in succession. He didn't have Hashirama's chakra reserves, so this should already be his limit. Araki's eyes showed a trace of tiredness. This really was his limit. The sage chakra was dispersing now since he didn't have chakra remaining his body to keep the sage chakra balanced. Madara's Susanoo soon clashed with the titanic wooden statue. Yasaka Megatama was released from his hand as it hit the wooden statue, but it didn't damage it too much. Just took out a couple of hands. The Susanoo pulled out its sword from its sheath once again. Thousands of hands behind the wooden statue struck the Susanoo. Even Madara couldn't do anything but cut apart 3 or so hands, but 5 more wooden hands would strike the Susanoo before exploding. Just like that, a series of explosions started to occur as thousands of hands struck Susanoo. It wouldn't be wrong to say that Madara's Susanoo had become a punching bag. It had broken off from quite a few places because of the power of these punches and explosions. These series of explosions were so strong that even Keshiro, who was somewhat far away from their location, felt the shockwaves. The same was the state of the people of Konoha. The shockwaves shook the earth, and these vibrations could be felt near Aim and Sakumo's camp. They had no idea what was going on, but it was like an earthquake had occurred. Hashirama and Tobirama had used a lot of their chakra to contain the shockwaves of these explosions using the earth release so that it wouldn't damage the Konoha. Currently, just these shockwaves were strong enough to turn the entire Konoha into rubble. Hashirama's face held a frown even though he was somewhat happy to see his grandson performing this technique. It was because he could clearly sense his grandson's chakra level. It had entirely exhausted. Hashirama was sure that Araki couldn't even enter into sage mode for some time. However, he let out a sigh of relief when he felt Madara's presence getting weaker as well. Unlike the previous time this mode had been used against Madara, Madara's Susanoo was strengthened with Kyuubi. So, even though Hashirama had won against Madara, Madara still somehow managed to escape without much injuries. However, this wasn't the same now. This time, Madara was inflicted with fierce injuries. Even with Rin-Egan, he shouldn't be able to heal them quickly. Tobirama, he called out for Tobirama, who immediately understood what his elder brother wanted to say without any further instruction. The two teleported and appeared at the location where Araki had used the wooden statue. Madara laid there, quite a lot weakened. His armor and everything had vanished, his right hand had been destroyed, and a lot of his bones were broken. He was bleeding heavily. If it continued, he would die soon enough. At that time, though, Hashirama saw it. His own face on Madara's bare chest. His eyes widened slightly before his gaze turned towards Araki. Hashirama sent his own chakra within Araki's body and tried to wake him up. But at this moment, Araki was in a dark space. This was the same location when his consciousness had entered the Gedo statue for the first time. Unlike the first time though, this time Araki heard a gentle voice, "I will be retaking the chakra in your body now." Hago Romo. No, Azura's descendant. Araki heard that voice and looked up where he saw a faint visage of a long white-haired woman with Byakugan and a Rain Sharingan with 9 tomo on her forehead. Araki was a little surprised because he never expected the Ten Tails to be a woman. She was quite beautiful. So, you are the Ten Tails, hey? Well, sorry to inform you, you aren't taking anything from me. But I can't say the same about you. Araki said before raising his hand and saying, Kai. A huge amount of life force and chakra was injected into Araki's body. This was the life force and chakra which had been extracted from those 300 or so trees where he killed Danzo and his men. Right now, this life force and chakra rejuvenated him back to half of his full strength. The woman with the Byakugan's eyes widened as she understood this was a trap. Araki had been waiting for the consciousness in the Ten Tails to reveal herself. Upon seeing that she was trying to escape, Araki let out a cold humph. You think you can escape now when I was the one who planned for this moment? How naive. Simply by the pressure of his pure chakra, he prevented the woman from leaving. To think this pitiful amount of chakra is binding me. She seemed to be cursing her weakness at this moment since she didn't have a lot of chakra. A wood branch extended from Araki's hand and pierced this visage. He started to absorb this consciousness. 108. The Crimson Rin-Egan. Noticing that Araki's chakra had suddenly stabilized as a huge amount of chakra was unsealed from one of his seals. Hashirama and Tobirama let out a breath of relief. Hashirama started walking towards Madara then. Let's kill him now, elder brother, Tobirama said since this was indeed the best chance to kill Madara. No. Let me talk to him. I want to know his motives first. Hashirama shook his head before informing Tobirama of his desire. Tobirama didn't try to stop Hashirama. He was well aware of how stubborn his elder brother was. The most he could do was stay by his side cautiously. Hashirama stared at the injured body of Madara and noticed a smile, which made it seem as if he was happy yet bitter about this fight. Hashirama, hey. Hashirama let out a grunt in agreement before speaking, Madara. Tell me what happened between you and Araki. Perhaps it was because Madara was defeated or perhaps he was tired, he opened his mouth. He started explaining, let me start from how I survived the final battle against you, Hashirama. With that, Madara went on speaking about how he had survived the final battle against Hashirama using Izanagi and sacrificing his right eye. It was unknown why he was taking the trouble to explain everything to Hashirama and Tobirama. Madara explained how he had substituted his body with his shadow clone and implanted Hashirama's cells into his body which he had a bit from Hashirama's arm in their final battle. Near the end of his life, he had awakened it. The Rin-Egan. He had attained the power of the legend named Sage of the Six Paths, Hago Romo Otsutsuki. He mentioned how Hashirama's ideology was flawed. Wars occurred once again even though with Hashirama's actions, it should have settled down in peace. Humanity is the name of an animal that cannot find joy without suffering. That is why I was planning on removing this suffering with my infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara mentioned that he was planning to cast a genjutsu over the whole world, let them all dream of their own ideal lives, while he was managing their bodies which had been cast into infinite Tsukuyomi. The world would finally be at peace. There would be no ongoing wars. At this, Hashirama stayed quiet for a long time. He was well aware of his friend Madara. He knew that Madara wouldn't lie at this point. At least about his ideals, he wouldn't lie. He knew Madara was someone who found a thrill in a fight. Perhaps it was because of his Uchiha blood or just his character, but he found immense joy at fighting against someone with his full strength. The satisfied look on Madara's face showed that he truly was happy after having fought against Araki. But he was bitter about it since he couldn't put his plan into motion now. The fact that Madara was putting infinite Tsukuyomi on the whole world meant that he was planning on becoming an overseer who would watch over the bodies of all the people trapped inside the infinite Tsukuyomi. To the Madara who loved to fight, this was nothing short of torture. Just what would he do without any fighting? Not an individual to talk to. Simply roaming in the empty world. Yet, he was willing to go through that to bring peace in the world. Perhaps this was something that once again showed Hashirama just why he had become friends with Madara in the first place. The man was ready to do anything to bring peace to the world, even if it was going against the whole world. Madara wasn't finished though. He mentioned about how he met up with Araki for the first time. A fond smile appeared on Hashirama's face as he heard about Araki from Madara's mouth. Meanwhile, Tobirama had a grim look on his face. From what he understood, Konoha had somehow betrayed the Uzumaki clan at the end of the Second Shinobi War. Moreover, it was none other than his students, Danzo and Hiruzen, who had done it. This made him frown a lot. Hashirama was also quite angry. To think Hiruzen would give up on the Uzumaki clan. If Madara had spoken about the Uchiha clan receiving scorn from Konoha, perhaps only Hashirama would have frowned or become angry, since Hashirama had always told Tobirama and Hiruzen to stay neutral while deciding on Uchiha clan's matters. But, it seemed that even the Uzumaki clan wasn't spared. Hashirama felt quite apologetic to his wife. Perhaps if he had been stricter, they would have heeded his words more. Meanwhile, Tobirama really felt like reviving the monkey and beating the shit out of him. He also understood why Araki had killed the monkey. Madara also mentioned that Araki came a second time to meet him after he found out that Madara had implanted Hashirama's cells into himself. Madara mentioned that time, it was his own mortal body which gave out. If not, he shouldn't have much issue in killing Araki. HOH. Really? Even though you are in such a state, you are still begging for a beating, Madara. Hashirama said quite gently. But those who knew him, they shivered. Whether it was Madara or Tobirama. Well, Madara chuckled a bit later, you really haven't changed, Hashirama. Hashirama didn't reply for some time. Well, you know the rest by now, Madara said to Hashirama. Hashirama let out a sigh, you know Madara. It appears we both have failed in our dreams. Your dream was to create a peaceful world through oppression and pure power while mine was through being optimistic and as you say naive peaceful ways. I even gave away the tailed beasts for that cause. But now I realize that it should have been better if I had spent more time cultivating the next generation. If I had focused more on that, Konoha wouldn't have betrayed Uzushio. Hashirama looked quite sad as he mentioned that. I guess this is the end, hey. Madara said before he slowly closed his eyes. Hashirama continued to stare at his corpse before letting out a sigh, our age has passed. This is the age of the next generation. Our presence was never welcomed here. Madara closed his eyes as half of his blood flowed out of his body. Madara was slowly losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Araki slowly opened his eyes, he looked around and found that this was somewhat strange, it felt as though his sight had improved. He had no idea that he had red-colored eyes with rippled pattern within them. The Crimson Rinnegan. 109, Dead End. Araki felt that he was unconsciously channeling chakra into his eyes and stopped doing that. His Crimson Rinnegan dispersed, and his eyes returned to normal. Otsutsuki Kagaya. And that Black Zetsu, the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya created from her will. Araki then went into sage mode, and this time, he felt that his sensing range could cover half of the world. He felt the presence of Black Zetsu. Creating a wood clone, he sent it towards the location of the Black Zetsu. It shouldn't be hard to capture him now that he knew exactly what it was. Meanwhile, Araki turned towards Hashirama and Tobirama who were standing close to Madara's body. So, you still aren't dead, hey, Madara? Araki spoke out while walking to their position. Madara weakly turned his head to stare at Araki, maybe I should have prepared more for this dance. Araki shrugged in response while staring at Madara, well, it's a good thing you failed in your plan of infinite Tsukuyomi. What do you mean? Madara asked him, a little curiously and weakly. To this, Araki said one thing, the Black Zetsu was Kagaya's son created out of her will when she was sealed by the Sage of the Six Paths. He was planning on making you use infinite Tsukuyomi to revive Kagaya. Madara was naturally smart enough to understand everything else, so, it was a dead end no matter what I did hey. Even Hashirama and Tobirama were surprised at Araki's words. Tobirama asked him a little curiously, and how do you know that? Kaguya is, in fact, the Juhobi. Her consciousness does reside in it. She tried to take my chakra and body when I had fallen unconscious. Still, I had prepared a seal which contained a lot of life force and chakra to rejuvenate myself at such a time. Once I recovered my strength, how could she escape from me? Araki said with a smile, I have more or less absorbed her memories. I just need time to go through them all. I see. Tobirama said while staring at Araki. Araki stared at Madara who had nearly died, you gave your own Rinnegan to Nagato. Unless you have his original eyes stored somewhere, I will be giving him the Rinnegan again. Araki informed Madara, who gave a subtle nod. With that, Madara had died again. And this time, he was truly dead. Araki stared at Hashirama and Tobirama and said to the two, let's catch up, shall we, Grandpa, Granduncle? Hashirama and Tobirama nodded their heads. Although they heard a lot about him from Madara's mouth, they still wanted to talk with him about his life. While Araki had started to talk with his family members, his wood clone had caught the Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu let out a snarl as he stared at Araki, You can't do anything to me. I will escape your grasp sooner or later. Not if I annihilate you first. The wood clone's eyes transformed into crimson Rinnegan as he stared at the Black Zetsu. Meanwhile, Araki was surprised when he suddenly received live footage of seeing Black Zetsu while talking with Hashirama and Tobirama. It appeared as if he was using Rinnegan. He thought I see now. Kaguya Otsutsuki's Rain Sharingan. It has somehow awakened Rinnegan or maybe Rain Sharingan in both my eyes. But this is not the full power of her Rain Sharingan. I need the chakra of all the 9 Bijus to reach her level of strength and surpass it. However, he didn't forget about the matter at hand. He stared at the Black Zetsu and said, Black Zetsu, the third son of Kaguya Otsutsuki. A huge blue sphere started shining op top of his hand. This was Sage Mode Enhanced Raise Nan. This probably isn't enough to kill you completely, Araki said while staring at the Black Zetsu in his hand, that is why. A greenish glow spread over the pure blue chakra. This was nothing other than the Mokuton chakra. Wood style. It's capable of suppressing the tailed beasts because the tailed beasts were formed by the divine tree Shinju. My wood style. It's nearly at the same level or even stronger than the wood style of the divine tree right now. With this, I am sure your existence will be utterly annihilated. Black Zetsu had a frown on his face as he continued to hear Araki's words, why you? How do you know all this? Whelps. Those were your last words. Bye. With that, Araki extended his arm and hit the Black Zetsu with his Mokuton Enhanced Raise Nan. The Black Zetsu's existence felt immense pain. Perhaps this was the first time it was feeling pain so it couldn't even hold back its loud scream. Araki let out a smile, I nearly forgot how melodious the screams of enemies are. Thanks for reminding me. Slowly but surely, the Black Zetsu's existence was slowly getting destroyed. After having destroyed the Black Zetsu, the wood clone was pretty much done, that was a lot easier. So, what should I do? Should I pursue that snake? Araki wondered in his head, wondering if he should pursue Orochimaru or not. When he had fallen unconscious, all his wood clones had dispersed. So, Orochimaru had managed to escape. Considering that Orochimaru's mindscape still had that trace of Araki's chakra, Araki could indeed sense Orochimaru's position right now. Orochimaru was running towards the Kumagakure village. Kumo will be my next target. I will deal with him at that time. Since I know of his Edo Tensei Jutsu, I can easily deal with it the next time. Right now, the better thing would be to meet up with Shikaku, Araki thought while turning off his Crimson Rinnegan. Araki was running towards the direction the one-tailed Jinchuriki was running. It seemed that Keshiro and the other Konoha clans had forced the Tsunagakure to flee. However, there was another situation going on right now. Many of the Konoha's clans had received a heavy blow from this invasion. Currently, they were in the confusion of what would happen now that the Hokage was dead. Who will lead Konoha? Other than a few, many of the clan heads had the ambition to become the Hokage. If they become the Hokage, they could strengthen their clan even further. Moreover, they were all incredibly prideful of themselves and felt that they could lead Konoha to glory. However, there existed a small issue. While many of the clan members had died, the one with the least casualties was the Uchiha clan. They were well aware that unless the Senju clan stepped inside, the one who would become the next Hokage would be Uchiha Keshiro. This was something many of them were unable to see. That is why, without even speaking, all the clan heads wanting to become Hokage had joined hands together to suppress the Uchiha clan first before dealing with each other. They were also scared of the power shown by Uchiha Keshiro and wanted to deal with him first. Right now, Uchiha Keshiro looked quite tired. It should be easy to deal with him, that's what they believed. Araki's wood clone naturally noticed this commotion as he was chasing after the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The wood clone created another wood clone. One wood clone was chasing after the one-tailed Jinhuriki. At the same time, the other wood clone jumped right next to the clan heads who were trying to suppress Uchiha Keshiro and the Uchiha clan. 110, Acting Hokage. Hello, Keshiro. Araki's wood clone greeted him with a smile. Instantly, all the remaining clan members turned to his direction. His appearance was somewhat surprising at this moment. Senju Araki. The Hyuga clan head shuddered out while staring at Araki. Perhaps he didn't think Araki would appear at this time. Not just the Hyuga clan head, but a lot of people shuddered. They had naturally felt the explosions of the fight. Although they couldn't see the fight, they knew it was someone strong. All these clan members had seen a huge meteor, a colossal blue-colored Susanoo, although they didn't know whose it was huge. But, these two were not the things that shocked them. It was the presence of even more humongous wood statue that could be seen from far away. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Suna Shinobi retreated as quickly. That wood statue was so huge that even that colossal Susanoo seemed a puny thing in comparison. And there was something that all people in Konoha were aware of. Only a single man in the entire world had wood release, and it was none other than the current Senju clan head, Senju Araki. And all these clan members could agree that fighting against him was simply suicide. That is why, even if they had 10 times more courage, they wouldn't fight against him. So, you really dealt with him, hey? Keshiro asked, quite naturally. Araki raised his brows and slowly nodded. It seemed that Keshiro was aware of quite a lot of things. He even knew that it was Madara who had been revived. He looked at the other clan heads, Quite a lot of you survived. So, then, what were you all planning to do now? Nearly all the clan heads present at this moment were sweating. They didn't know why, but just with Araki standing there, they felt a strange sense of suffocation. And Araki wasn't even using chakra at this moment, it was just his presence. They felt vastly inferior to him. It was none other than the Hyuga clan head who stepped forward despite this strange pressure and spoke, "Nothing much, Araki Dono. It's just that you have killed the third Hokage. We understand that you had your personal grudges against him. But it brings the issue of who will become the Hokage and administer the village? If we let it remain as it is, the village could break apart. Kumo and Iwa might use this to destroy it down to roots." Perhaps it was because he was the head of the third strongest clan in Konoha, so the Hyuga clan head's words were spoken calmly as he managed to successfully hide his nervousness while standing in front of Araki. This sort of calmness even received the praise from all the other shinobi around them except for the members of the Uchiha clan who just snorted in response. Araki let out a chuckle, "Indeed. I naturally understand how dire the situation is. However, don't worry about it too much. As the Senju clan head, I hold power over who should be appointed as the acting Hokage during the time of emergency. I am sure you are all aware of such a rule." "Naturally, I am, that is why, I wish to ask you, who would you choose as the acting Hokage?" The Hyuga clan head couldn't conceal a hint of anxiousness as he asked Araki. "Who do you think is the most qualified for the position of the Hokage?" Araki asked him, with a bit of an amused smile. This. The Hyuga clan head was confused as he couldn't understand Araki's intent behind asking this question. He would appear far too shameless if he stated his own name. Or did Araki want him to state someone else's name? But fortunately, the clan heads around him weren't stupid. The Inyazuka clan head, Abarame clan head, Kahaku clan head, and the Oniguma clan head slowly stepped forwards. Inyazuka clan head said, "I believe Hyuga Hideki Dono is perfect for the job as acting Hokage." "I believe the same. The same for me." Slowly but surely, they started to voice out their thoughts. Only 3 clan heads remained silent at this point. The Nara clan head, the Akimichi clan head, and the Yamanaka clan head. They didn't seem to have any ambition in becoming Hokage, nor were they interested in voicing out their support for the Hyuga clan head. To them, it didn't matter much. As long as the chosen Hokage was fair to their clan, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. They also had no feud with either the Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan, so there was no way either of them would target them. "I see. Tell me, Hyuga Hideki, excluding the Senju clan. Can you confidently say that you can defeat anyone in Konoha in a one-on-one battle?" Araki said while staring at the Hyuga clan head. Just when the Hyuga clan head was about to speak, he paused. He remembered the presence of Uchiha Keshiro. Other than receiving the support of the clans in Konoha, you also need to be sufficiently strong. And in my eyes, you are still inferior to a lot of people. Whether they be Jiraiya, my own sensei Hatake Sakumo, and Uchiha Keshiro. If you disagree with me, you and he can fight now. I will provide him chakras so that it's equal to your own. All the clan heads can witness the fight between the two of you. Isn't it quite fair? Araki asked the Hyuga Hideki. If it was before fighting against this sudden invasion from Sunagakuer, the Hyuga clan head would have immediately agreed to fight against Uchiha Keshiro to prove that he was the strongest in Konoha if Jiraiya, Sakumo and the whole Senju clan was to be excluded. But now, he no longer had any confidence in defeating Keshiro. He had personally seen the Susanoo. It was contending against a full one-tailed Baijiu. That red-colored Susanoo seemed to be protecting him from all kinds of attacks of a Baijiu. Use taijutsu against that Susanoo and attempt to break it. That was a joke. Who knows how many Tsunagaku shinobi had died as they attempted it. Although the Hyuga clan head was quite confident of his strength, how could he even show off his gentle fist's true powers if he couldn't even touch Keshiro's body? His Byakugan would be virtually useless. See? You can't even confidently say that you would win against Keshiro. Araki then turned towards Keshiro and asks him, how about you? To this, Keshiro said a bit mildly, as long as it's not you, I will win no matter who I am up against. Perhaps his words were spoken arrogantly, but this still surprised the clan members around them. The Hyuga clan head was about to speak something. Still, Araki was faster and said, before you all say anything, I have already asked Jiraiya and my sensei Hitaki Sakumo, both of them have no interest in the position of the Hokage. So, my choice should be apparent now, shouldn't it? Hyuga Hideki's expression twitched a little at these words. This wasn't good. Seeing as all the clan heads were silent, Araki turned his head towards Keshiro and said to him with a smile, Congrats Keshiro, you are the first acting Hokage of Konoha. The other clan heads could only helplessly stare at Araki and then at Keshiro, who said, Thank you for giving me this chance, Araki Dono. I will show you that I was the right person for this. Araki shrugged in response, compared to what everyone thought, he cared little about this. But he couldn't say that having an acquaintance as the Hokage wasn't without its perks. Alright, you can all return to your clan compounds now, Araki said before walking past them all. He touched Keshiro's shoulder and transferred a bit of his own chakra to Keshiro. Keshiro was internally thankful to Araki. He knew Araki didn't need to do this but still, he was showing such consideration for the Uchiha clan. With this, the thought of attacking Keshiro on their return way completely vanished from the minds of the Hyuga clan head and the other clan heads supporting the Hyuga clan. 111, Shikaku. The other wood clone of Araki was pursuing the one-tailed Jinhyuriki named Ishimoto Sadao. He was with a few other Tsunagaku shinobi, but they were not important in Araki's eyes. They might as well not have been present at all. Even with Ishimoto Sadao, Araki wasn't in the mood of any talk. He pulled out the sword resting in his scabbard. The wind chakra covered his whole sword as Araki's speed suddenly doubled. Before any of the Suna shinobi realized anything, Araki was ahead of them and Ishimoto Sadao's head was rolling on the ground. For some seconds, the Tsunagaku shinobi didn't even realize what was wrong. Their minds soon registered the presence of Araki in front of them. They came to an abrupt halt. These Sungakure shinobis had seen him earlier when he had come to fight against the third Hokage. These Tsunagaku shinobi had stayed near the end with Ishimoto Sadao and seen the titanic wooden statue. It had dwarfed the Susanoo by far. They turned towards Ishimoto Sadao and noticed that he wasn't by their side. They slowly turned more until half their body was rotated. Quite a bit behind them. The Tsunagaku shinobi saw it, Ishimoto Sadao's head was on the ground. And his body was even more behind. Being so careless in front of an enemy. Araki let out a sigh, these Tsunagaku shinobi were so stupid that he didn't even feel like killing them. Just go. He felt as if these people were so pitiful that it would be better to let them leave. The one-tailed Baijiu. One of them still gathered his courage and spoke to Araki. I see. Go and inform your Kazekage that One-Tails no longer belongs to Tsunagaku. If he has an issue, he can come directly to me. Now go. He said the last part while releasing his aura. These Tsunagaku shinobi were scared as heck, and they immediately left. To meet Senju Araki and escape with their lives intact, nothing could be better than this. As for the one-tailed beast, they ultimately felt that it wasn't their problem. The Kazekage should think about it. After these shinobis left, Araki walked to Ishimoto Sadao's body. He could feel a faint trace of the one-tails being released into the surroundings. If this continued, it would take a year to two, for the one-tailed beast to take form. This sort of time wasn't something Araki wanted to wait. I guess I will do it forcefully. The first thing he did was let his chakra enter Ishimoto Sadao's body. He accelerated the release of the one-tailed Baijiu. He used a lot of his chakra to compress it so that the one-tailed beast came to his original shape. Normally, this sort of thing was nearly impossible to achieve for anyone. But Araki's chakra was so dense that it could even suppress the one-tailed beast's chakra. In a span of half an hour or so, the one-tailed took shape. At the least, the outline of the one-tailed beast had congealed now. Araki continued to assist the one-tails for some more time before he stopped. He noticed that the one-tails was curiously staring at him. Senju Araki. Aren't you? What do you want from me? You said to those Tsunagaku shinobi that I no longer belong to them, does that mean you want to take me to Konoha? Although quite aware of Araki's power, the one-tail still showed him quite a lot of hostility. In response, Araki smiled and said, you don't need to be that worried. You are free from now on, Shikaku. How do you know my name? Shikaku asked, quite startled that Araki knew of his name. Well, Kurama didn't exactly hide your name from me, Araki replied to Shikaku's question quite casually. That fox? You even know his name? Shikaku was even more startled now. He was well aware that between the tailed beast, it had the most arrogance. For Kurama to have told his name to Araki. Well, I like to call him a friend. Kurama is free as well. He is roaming in the land of fire, careful to not catch someone's attention while searching for a resting place. Araki mentioned it to Shikaku, who looked so surprised that he didn't say anything. Araki then smirked while looking at Shikaku, but still, I didn't think your appearance to be this cute. Maybe instead of giving you freedom, I should take you to Kushina, she will definitely be happy to have a cute pet raccoon. Since One-Tails hadn't completely congealed, it was in his young form. The form in which it had been created by the Sage of the Six Paths. Well, it could certainly be called cute. No. I am not cute. Shikaku really wanted to attack Araki for these words at the moment. Well, his words made it seem even more adorable, and Araki just laughed out loud, sure, you aren't. Alright, I guess I will get to the point now. All traces of lightheartedness vanished from Araki's face as a serious look appeared on his face. I will be freeing all the tailed beasts in the elemental nations. At the end of the Third Shinobi War, I will send you a signal. I want you to come to the designated point. There, you will meet all your siblings. What do you want by gathering us all? Shikaku asked a little curiously. To get the chakra of all 9 of you, Araki said, not at all concealing anything from Shikaku. And before Shikaku misunderstood, he added, I mean getting chakra from the 9 of you, but I won't be absorbing you completely. For others, it will be 1 tailed worth of their chakra, and as for you, it will be half your chakra. Hearing Araki, Shikaku was a little annoyed as it seemed as if Araki was rubbing the fact that Shikaku had only 1 tail. Why don't you take my chakra right now? You are certainly strong enough to absorb it forcefully. Shikaku asked Araki, wondering quite curiously. Araki nodded his head and replied calmly, well, that's one option. But I would feel better if you will be willing to give it on your own accord. I don't have any hatred for the tailed beasts, and I would like to keep it that way. But if a tailed beast does resist, I won't be making any promises. So, is it a deal? Araki asked Shikaku, who still wasn't sure. If the other Baijuas are also free and we meet during that time, I will agree to give you my chakra, Shikaku promised Araki. The reason Shikaku promised Araki even though he didn't personally know Araki was because he knew of his name. This was just one reason. The other reason was that Araki didn't take his chakra forcefully. And the last reason was that, even though the hope was faint, Shikaku did want the other tailed beasts to be free and meet them again. They rarely met in that other dimension. This promise was good enough for Araki. He stepped forward and touched Shikaku's sandy body. He sent quite a bit of his chakra to Shikaku's body. I have given you quite a lot of my chakra and compressed it deep within your body. If you need my help, send a pulse of chakra to it. My wood clone would appear immediately, and it should deal with most threats. And once the Third Shinobi War has ended, the wood clone would pop out and lead you to the location. Araki said to Shikaku. Shikaku soundlessly nodded his head and then started to concentrate on extracting his own chakra and compressing it to increase the size of his own body. The wood clone dispersed after having accomplished its objective. 112, Edo Tensei Release. Araki was talking with Hashirama and Tobirama. Although Hashirama and Tobirama heard a lot about his story from Madara's mouth, hearing it from Araki's mouth gave them his own perspective. They understood a lot more about what Hiruzen and Danzo had done. To this, Tobirama couldn't help but sigh with disappointment, did I make a mistake in judging their characters? Or perhaps my death gave a bigger shock to Hiruzen than I anticipated. He had become quite cowardly. You can't be entirely blamed about this matter, Tobirama. I am equally to blame. It should have been my job in guiding the young generation, but I failed in that aspect. Just as I said to Madara, his and my own philosophy and ideology had failed. I was far too optimistic of the future that I ignored or maybe turned a blind eye to the troubles which could arise. Hashirama said with a hint of melancholy in his voice. Hearing the two speak, Araki remained quiet for some moments before speaking up, Grandpa, Granduncle. I do understand that you are disappointed. I can't say that I am happy with your choices either. You both have made a couple of mistakes, perhaps blunders. However, I am also aware that even if you took all sorts of precautions, the situation wouldn't have changed much. If not now, the same thing could have occurred a few generations later. The Uzumaki clan wouldn't have someone like me to protect them at that time. So, blaming yourself is also not right. Perhaps Araki's words weren't the best for consoling someone, it certainly did the trick as he spoke to Hashirama and Tobirama. To think my grandson would be consoling me. You really have grown up from that tiny size. Hashirama said with a smile on his face. He gently patted Araki's head. Araki was a little shy as his head was patted by Hashirama. Ever since he was little and heard of his grandfather's legends, he always wanted to spend time with him like this. To think that his wish was being fulfilled right now. The loving smile on Hashirama's face seemed to be radiating an unconditional love. I won't ask you to forgive any of the villages for their actions. I am a dead man, I have no right to interfere with the living world again. Also, just like mercy is necessary, heavy punishment is also obligatory. I simply hope that you do not take your anger on the innocent people, Hashirama said, quite gently to Araki. Araki gave him a nod while replying, I will keep it in my mind, Grandpa. I will also be correcting your mistake of giving away the tailed beast. All the tailed beasts are going to be free, never to be captured again by anyone. Hashirama nodded his head, quite satisfied with Araki's response. Alright then, I guess it's time for the two of us to be released from the Edo Tensei, Hashirama said to Araki, and Tobirama nodded in agreement. Araki was a little startled as he said, wait. Why are you going so soon? I wanted to take you to the Senju clan manor and let you meet with my wife. She is an Uzumaki. And you haven't even met up with Tsunade. Hashirama stayed quiet, and it was Tobirama who said, we must not stay in the living world any longer. After having met you, elder brother and I, already want to revive and live in this world. If we make any more connections, that desire would only grow stronger. It would be best if no one other than you knows of this. It's time for us to go. Tobirama had spoken quite sternly. Araki stayed quiet in turn, he was quite sad after hearing this, but he understood what his granduncle wanted to say. Meeting you had already been a lot for us. Take care of yourself. Hashirama said before turning to Tobirama. Tobirama raised his hands and started doing a lot of hand seals. After some time, he performed all the hand seals and said, Edo Tensei, Kai. Hashirama and Tobirama's body started crumbling as papers fell down. Soon enough, their bodies transformed into the bodies of the shinobi who had been sacrificed to revive these two. Araki didn't give it much thought and destroyed the bodies of these two shinobi. Well then. Let's return the Rinnegan eyes to Nagato first before starting to figure out the powers of my own Rinnegan. Araki thought as he was quite curious about the powers of his Rinnegan. He wasn't going to mention anything about Hashirama and Tobirama. Still, he guessed that he might have to mention Madara since the huge shockwave was something that must have been felt by everyone in Konoha or perhaps even the nearby villages. Firstly, he went to Nagato's side, who was still unconscious. It was Araki's wood clone who had hit him to make him fall unconscious. Currently, he was laying at the location where Araki's trees containing life essence were there. Since Araki had extracted quite a lot of life essence from these trees, it had been exhausted by now. Araki appeared to Nagato's side and implanted the Rinnegan in his eye sockets. After having implanted the Rinnegan, he sent his chakra in Nagato's body and felt the eye quickly connecting to the nerves in Nagato's eyes. The Rinnegan had connected much more suitably than before. He let Nagato sleep for some time. He wondered if his friends were searching for him right now. Fortunately, Nagato was training alone when Black Zetsu had taken over Nagato's body and forced him to use Rain Rebirth Jutsu and then taken his eyes. Or else, the two would have been badly injured or even killed. Now that nearly everything was settled, Araki took Nagato's body to the Akatsuki residence. There, the Akatsuki could take care of him. Araki would explain to him what happened later. And Araki himself returned to the Senju clan manor. There, Araki met an anxious Kushina and Tsunade and many other Uzumaki clan members. Araki, you finally returned. Kushina let out a breath of relief before jumping forwards to hug him tightly. She had quite a rack right now, and it squeezed against Araki's chest. Araki faintly blushed before returning her hug. Don't worry, I am fine now, nothing has happened to me. But what happened? I was in the sage mode and sensed some huge amount of chakra. One of them was even larger than yours. And then, your chakra even lowered to a considerable level. I wanted to come and help you, but your wood clone had mentioned that I must not come at all costs. This wasn't a fight I could come and interfere. I really had to hold myself back so that I don't come there. Let's get inside. I will explain everything to you. Araki said while proceeding to give them a story. It went on about how Orochimaru had summoned Madara. Madara had somehow revived himself using the Rinnegan held by Nagato. Madara got those Rinnegan eyes, and he was really strong. He had to use his strongest move against Madara's attacks. This was the wooden statue that they had seen from the Senju clan manor. After having answered a lot of their questions, Araki went outside. He was going towards the training ground. Araki created 10 or so wood clones. All of them activated the Rinnegan by sending chakra in their eyes. Araki and his wood clones received 10 or so images in each of their minds at the same time. And with that, Each one started his own training to become proficient in the use of Rin-Egan. Kagai's memories were quite useful in that regard. 113, Envoy. Araki's Crimson Rin-Egan had the power to open up dimensions, granting him complete control over all elements, giving him the gravitational power similar to Nagato, but quite a lot stronger than his powers. He could also control the soul, but he hadn't tried it right now, so he couldn't say he knew about it perfectly. He could mechanically alter his body, and summon animals even though they weren't in contract with Araki. However, the strange thing was, after summoning them, they would have Rin-Egan in their eyes showing. Araki also tried to absorb jutsus. He realized that he could absorb chakra from the jutsu, but the jutsu's physical mass would still hurt him. He also had the abilities of the outer path, but he had only tried to create black receivers which had his chakra. After all, why would he try to summon the Gedo statue when it was sealed within himself? Anyway, while Araki was focusing on training his Rinnegan's abilities, the word rapidly spread about Tsunagakure's sudden invasion and then the third Hokage's death. Although people were also curious about why Araki they had felt those fierce tremors that day in the humongous wooden statue, they just continued to think of the reason themselves. Even Sakumo and Jiraiya far away heard this information. Sakumo let out a sigh as he knew that Araki really did it. Moreover, he did it at such a delicate moment. But he also heard that Uchiha Keshiro had been assigned as the acting Hokage by Araki. Sakumo and Jiraiya didn't have much of a complaint about an Uchiha becoming the acting Hokage. But many shinobis in Konoha couldn't say they were happy about this. The entire Uchiha clan was celebrating. Well, Keshiro didn't want them to celebrate since the Third Shinobi War was still going on, but he couldn't really stop them all right now. These people were really adamant on celebrating. After spending some time with his father, who had been brought to the celebration, and his elder sister Mikoto, he left the area. He had gone to the Hokage's office where many of the people stared at him with contempt visible in their eyes. This was something Keshiro knew he had to go through and endure. They naturally wouldn't hold him in high regard considering he had become the Hokage so suddenly and his position wasn't stable at all. The result of this war would decide whether he should remain as a Hokage or not. After checking out all the paperwork, Keshiro got to work. He sent multiple orders to the front line, one of them was to order Sakumo's camp to return and make a camp just a bit ahead of Konoha. This confused Sakumo and all the other captains in his camp. Just why were they receiving an order to return? The other captains even started to say about how this acting Hokage would doom Konoha. Even Sakumo shared their worries as he didn't want Konoha to be destroyed. He was somewhat confused. Should he send the message back, asking for a reason? Or should he trust this judgment of Uchiha Keshiro? After contemplating it for some time, he gave the order, let's trust the acting Hokage and pull back. I will take complete responsibility for this. Hi. All the shinobis in the camp had no trouble in placing their hopes on Sakumo. They were life and death brothers with him. How could they not trust him? Alright, let's pack up and leave quietly. With that, Sakumo and all the other shinobi started packing up to return to Konoha. It had merely been a week, but the news of the third Hokage's death had spread to all corners of the world. It could be called the courtesy of Orochimaru. Whether it was Aim, Kumo, Iwa, or Kiri. All of them were utterly startled. This sudden death of the third Hokage was never expected by them. Hanzo was wondering just how the Hokage could die, but he had a faint idea about the person who killed the third Hokage. Currently, in Konoha, only Senju Araki should possess the power to fight against the third Hokage and even win. Although this news delighted them. For some reason, the cages of the three great village couldn't help but shudder. This meant that the little boy they had seen at the Uzashio had grown up. They were well aware that he was going to be a major threat to them now. A threat which was even greater than that of the third Hokage. They also heard that Uchiha Keshiro had become the acting Hokage. But, other than a few complications, they didn't care much about this fact. Now, they needed to research his abilities and other things. Just a few days after this 1 week, the envoy from Konoha arrived to meet up with the cages of the Kumagakuer, the third Reikage. This envoy was sent by Keshiro. Third Reikage. I have been sent by the acting Hokage, Uchiha Keshiro to inform you that if you wish for a chance of survival, join hands with Kirigakuer and Iwagakuer and launch a full-scale attack at Konohagakuer. You have a week to join hands with Kirigakuer and Iwagakuer before this full-scale attack at Konohagakuer. If Kumagakuer doesn't attack with Iwagakuer and Kirigakuer after 2 weeks, I have been told that Senju Araki-sama will personally visit the Kumagakuer. Have a good day, third Reikage. With that, the envoy turned his head and returned. He was allowed to return because this envoy was a truly simple man with no special abilities or power. Even if Kumo captured him, the Kumo wouldn't gain anything, and Konoha wouldn't lose anything. All the people present in the third Reikage's office stared at the third Reikage. The third Reikage slammed his hand over his table and crushed it. What utter disregard and humiliation! The third Reikage was truly angry as hell as he couldn't believe what the envoy from Konoha had said. He had initially believed that the Konoha might even give him some compensation and try to delay the final battle. But now, it seemed they had come to declare the full-scale war. Moreover, Konoha even wanted to deal with them all at the same time. Just what sort of arrogance was this? However, the other shinobi in the Reikich's office started to calm him down. They all gave their own suggestions, some suggesting him to ignore the words of this envoy, some suggesting him to at least talk to the Tsuchikage and the Mizukage. The third Reikage felt that it was a blow to his pride. Still, he ultimately agreed to their suggestion of at least informing the other two cages. A few of the shinobi in his room also said to him that Konoha was becoming far too arrogant. With the entire strength of 3 great villages, it should finally be put into its place. They mentioned how Konoha had just fought against the Suna's sudden invasion, it should be the perfect opportunity to launch a full-scale war against Konoha. But not a single person knew that full-scale war was just a scam. From Konoha's side, only Senju Araki would be coming up to meet the 3 great villages' allied forces. 114, Meeting in Takigakuer. A week later, the 3rd Reikage organized a meeting with the 3rd Tsuchikage and the 3rd Mizukage. The meeting was taking place in the land of the waterfall, near the Takigakuer village. This time, even the village head of the Takigakuer had been invited. This was on the recommendation of one of the 3rd Reikage's advisor's suggestion. Although reluctant, the 3rd Reikage listened to his advisor's suggestion and invited the village head of the Takigakuer. It wouldn't be a bad idea to enhance their numbers even more. The current leader of the Takigakuer was Hisan. He was also the one who personally knew the Jinhyuriki of the 7 Tails, Shu. The 7 Tails was quite different from its siblings. Unlike them, it didn't have much issue in sharing its power with its Jinhyuriki. Moreover, it maintained a good relationship with its Jinhyuriki. Its personality was quite happy-go-lucky. Both Hisan and Shu were in the room where the cages of the 3 great village had also taken their seats. Behind cages were their advisors and other shinobi who came as their guards. The first one to speak was the 3rd Mizukage. He stared at the 3rd Reikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage before speaking. Greetings, Reikage Dono, Tsuchikage Dono, the 3 of us hadn't had this kind of meeting since the time when we joined hands to destroy Uzushio. This was a sore point for the 3rd Reikage, who grunted in response while the 3rd Tsuchikage merely nodded. So, what is the reason for Reikage Dono to call for not just myself and Tsuchikage Dono, but also Takikage Dono? The 3rd Mizukage calmly asked the 3rd Reikage. It felt as if the words flowed out of his mouth really naturally. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Onoki, spoke first. Is this meeting related to the death of the 3rd Hokage and our next moves? I believe it would be better for us to wait for some time and check how this acting Hokage, Uchiha Keshiro, does things. The 3rd Reikage cleared his throat before speaking. Tsuchikage Dono, Mizukage Dono, Takigake Dono, the reason I have requested for this meeting is because of the envoy sent by Konoha. The Reikage stopped speaking, and his advisor took it from there. The Reikage's advisor spoke word to word about what the Konoha's envoy had spoken. While listening, all the 3 Kage other than the Reikage frowned. They furrowed their brows, wondering just why Konoha would send such an arrogant message through an envoy. It was the 3rd Mizukage who asked with a confused look on his face, why would Uchiha Keshiro send such a message through his envoy? The 3rd Tsuchikage said, this could be Konoha's tactic. Maybe they are hoping that the Kumo wouldn't join hands with Iwa and Kiri and instead wait for Senju Araki at Kumo. That is indeed a possibility. But the question remains, why would the Konoha send Senju Araki to Kumo if Kumo doesn't launch a full-scale attack at Konoha with Iwa and Kiri? Are they that confident in Senju Araki's strength? That could be one reason. From what I have heard, it was Senju Araki who has indeed killed the 3rd Hokage in a one-on-one battle. His strength will be nothing to scoff at. The one who spoke was none other than the 3rd Tsuchikage. Humph. If Senju Araki thinks he can attack Kumo Kagura alone and hope to survive, then he is even more naive than I thought. He should better not underestimate Kumagakuer. The 3rd Reikage said with a hint of pride in his village. Perhaps that pride could also be interpreted as arrogance. The 3rd Tsuchikage was well aware of how prideful the Reikage was of his own strength and his own village. But, unlike the 3rd Reikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage had seen a trace of the power held by the Uchiha Madara. And Senju Hashirama was said to be even stronger than Uchiha Madara. It definitely wouldn't do well to underestimate the only bloodline inheritor of the Senju Hashirama who had grown strong enough to kill the 3rd Hokage in a one-on-one battle. The 3rd Reikage wasn't finished though, he added soon enough, but, I also don't want Kumo to be the site which becomes the battlefield. The other cages ignored this point. This was quite naturally, after all. No cage would want their own village to be the site of the battlefield. I believe it would be better if we all join forces and destroy Konoha in one go. The 3rd Mizukage suddenly suggested to the other 3 cages. And why would you suggest that, Mizukage Dono? It was the Taki cage named Hisan who asked the question. It is because we cannot focus on just Senju Araki. Indeed, Senju Araki is quite strong, but I believe that it should be better to give a decisive blow to the Konoha. The timing couldn't have been better since a lot of clans other than the Uchiha clan received a lot of casualties from the sudden invasion of Tsunagakuer. The Mizukage calmly said. Since they have asked the Kumo to ally with Kiri and IWA, shouldn't it be taken that Konoha is confident in giving us a good challenge? The third Tsuchikage spoke with a small frown. Perhaps they are. But tell me Tsuchikage Dano, are you not confident in crushing Konoha if you are allied by two great villages in Takigakuer? You must remember that in this battle, other than the nine-tailed Baijuyu of Konoha, and the one-tailed Baijuyu of Tsunagakuer, all the other tailed beasts are by our side. In terms of numbers, the combined army of all our villages should be strong enough to crush Konoha. The Mizukage was done speaking. On this, the third Reikage, the third Tsuchikage could agree. At this moment, the Takikage, Hisan said, not just that, we can also use some of our wealth to recruit some powerful shinobi. There is a former shinobi named Kakuzu of the Takigakuer, he is a bounty hunter right now. He was someone who had exchanged blows with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. However, he barely escaped with his life, but there is no denying that he is quite powerful. The third Tsuchikage also said, I have also heard of Kakuzu. Strength is also nothing to scoff at. But, his services are quite expensive. We can split the cost between ourselves. The four villages joined hands and decided to crush Konoha with a full-scale attack as soon as possible. A week ago, within the Hokage's office, Keshiro was seated behind the Hokage's desk, wearing the trademark hat of a Hokage. Opposite to him sat Araki. So. You sure you don't need any assistance? Don't even think of sending any reinforcements. I will be taking my revenge personally. I won't tolerate anyone interfering. Hi. As Araki left the office, Keshiro let out a sigh while thinking, Father, your vision had an error. Senju Araki isn't just going to fight against the Kumo, but also against IWA and Kiri. His strength has gone far beyond what we expected even after overestimating him greatly. He sent the envoy to Kumo with this message. It had been 2 weeks since the Kumo received that envoy. Within the Senju clan training ground in Konoha, a young man with long black hair was seated, a smile on his face. He slowly opened his eyes, and a crimson glow with 3 ripples could be seen. Now then, the time has finally come. 115, War, 1. And just as Araki had wanted. The 3 great villages and Takigakuer's allied armies assembled in the Land of Lightning. From there, they started to make their way towards Konoha. They were planning on making it a strong and swift invasion. To crush Konoha in one go. All the Jinhyurikis present within the Kumigakuer, Iwagakuer, Takigakuer, and Kirigakuer were present in this army. Even some mercenaries had joined them. Killer Bee was pretty much chilling while rapping and annoying the heck out of his elder brother. His elder brother I was resisting the urge to beat the heck out of his little brother. If only he could be serious at this moment. Well, he wasn't the only one being annoyed though, the 8-tailed Baijuyu inside of B was even more annoyed. Now. Although the 8-tailed Baijuyu was annoyed, he did like this Jinhyuriki a lot better than others. But he would never admit that to B though. Anyhow. It was the first time many of the Jinhyuriki had met each other. They interacted among themselves. IWA had brought the Jinhyurikis of the 4-tailed and the 5-tailed Baijus. Kumo had brought the Jinhyurikis of the 2-tailed and 8-tailed Baijus. Kiri had brought the Jinhyurikis of the 3-tailed and 6-tailed Baijus. And Taki had brought its 7-tailed Baijus. None of these 4 villages planned to underestimate Konoha. When they had attacked Uzushio, they had seen that a village on the verge of destruction is capable of giving a fierce blow to their enemies. It would be best to bring out their entire firepower and kill them before Konoha could counter. It was a simple but effective strategy. Indeed, if all the Jinhyurikis could use tailed beast bombs. Just what could the Konoha do? The 3 cages of the great villages had decided to fight against Araki. The Jinhyurikis could fight against the other shinobi of Konoha, including the acting Hokage. Yet. They had no idea that from the side of Konoha, only a single man was coming. He was walking with a serene look on his face, his speed wasn't fast or low. Just rather normal. Not a single ally could be seen near him. After half a day, these 2 sides did meet each other. Were the 4 cages shocked upon seeing only Senju Araki? If so, the shock could barely be seen. A fierce wave of intense anger could be seen on their faces. Anger so great that their faces had turned red like a tomato. He wondered if he should have brought a few tomatoes to compare. It was the third Reikage who couldn't hold back his anger and shouted at Araki, Senju Araki. What is the meaning of this? Konoha was the one who wanted to have a final frontal battle. Where is the Konoha's army? You think I will allow anyone from Konoha to interfere with my revenge? Besides, it's not like anyone else's presence is required. Initially, I was thinking of sending a wood clone to destroy you all. It should have been strong enough to destroy you all. But I thought that revenge is best when taken personally. He had a ruthless expression on his face as he finally revealed his aura. The overbearing aura was so strong that many of the shinobi backed away just as this aura crushed their own and nearly brought them to their knees. Araki's steps were the same as before, calm, not at all slow or in a rush. Yet, as he stepped forward, the three villages' allied army felt the pressure on their bodies increasing. This wasn't a jutsu. This was the pressure from pure chakra. This was the first time they had experienced such a feeling. The cages of the three great villages had a grim look as they understood that Araki was not to be underestimated. At that moment, Araki added, "Just me personally coming here is already giving you quite a lot of face." This was the last straw. The third Raikage disappeared in a flash of black lightning. Not a single shinobi in this battlefield could have seen him move. Yet, the second all of them blinked, they saw the third Raikage was standing near Senju Araki with his fists clenched. Araki's face had some reddish-brown markings as he held the third Raikage's punches with that same calm expression as before. "Are you that eager for death? Well, I guess it can't be helped. I will let go of you this time. Perform better next time, third Raikage. I have a lot of hope from you," Araki said before giving a kick in the third Raikage's gut and throwing him back to the three-village shinobi alliance. The third Raikage crashed into many shinobi behind him. These shinobi were quashed once the third Raikage's body landed on them. They felt many of their bones cracking. Perhaps some of them had become cripples. Yet, this wasn't the most shocking thing. The one thing which shocked them all was that there was a red mark on the third Raikage's gut. The markings of the Araki's kick. This meant that Araki's kick had not only pierced the lightning armor but also damaged his otherwise known as invincible flesh. The third Raikage slowly got up, he coughed out a little. Drops of blood were leaked from his mouth. The Kumo shinobi who knew of the freakish body of the third Raikage were alarmed as they thought collectively, heavens. Just a casual kick from Senju Araki has damaged the invincible body of the third Raikage. This is inconceivable. Not just the Kumo shinobi, even the two cages of the other two great villages were shocked. They were somewhat thankful that the third Raikage was foolish enough to go attack Araki first. If they didn't know of it before, they could have just been seeking death while fighting Araki in close combat. The third Tsuchikage and the third Mizukage gave each other a subtle nod. Charge! They gave a swift order to all their armies. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, took off to the skies while the third Mizukage rushed towards Araki's location. All the armies followed them and rushed towards Araki. "All those who have stepped up here. Don't think that even one of you will survive. I will destroy each and every single one of you." Meanwhile, Araki slowly started to increase his speed of walking. Soon enough, he was running towards the three great villages' shinobi alliance. Taki's presence was simply insignificant if the Seven Tails was to be excluded. "Everyone, kill him. Don't even think of underestimating him." The third Tsuchikage let out a shout for everyone. He didn't want someone to become overly arrogant and fight against Senju Araki carelessly. The Kumo shinobis had already seen what had happened to their own cage. The third Raikage disdained to ask someone to heal him, it was because of his incomparable confidence in his body. Still, at this moment, he didn't stop the healing shinobi who had appeared and started healing him. Although their healing techniques couldn't be compared to Tsunade's or Araki's, they were still good enough to heal the small wound on the third Raikage's body and suppress any internal injuries that occurred. 116, War, 2. Araki's speed was slowly increasing as he ran towards the three-village shinobi alliance. The third Tsuchikage made a hand seal and created a small white cubic structure before speaking, "Dust style, particle dismantling jutsu." A beam of light shot towards Araki as it threatened to annihilate Araki's existence. Araki jumped in the air and dodged that beam of light. The beam of light hit the ground underneath his position and destroyed it down to tiny atoms. Araki stepped on the ground and slowly raised his head, staring at the third Tsuchikage for some moments and gave a smile. This man was going to be the most troublesome one. Sage Art Wind style, Thousand Blades Jutsu. Instantly, Onoki felt as if 1,000 blades of winds were coming at him. He quickly made a hand seal and spoke, "Earth style, Rock Hard Body." Earth chakra quickly appeared over his body as he defended against the thousands of wind blades of Araki. But, the third Tsuchikage's jutsu was not enough to perfectly defend against the wind blades. Some of these wind blades did pierce the earth chakra covering his body and slashed his body. Meanwhile, the third Mizukage shouted, "Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Using a water jutsu against me? Even my granduncle Tobirama's skill in water jutsu isn't enough to hurt me. You are even more insignificant," Araki said with a sneer as he saw the water dragon jutsu coming at him. The water dragon's speed was quite fast, and it would strike Araki after just a couple of seconds. But strangely enough, when the water dragon was in 10 or so meters of Araki's range, the water dragon started to turn. "To use long-ranged water attacks against me means your chakra must be stronger than mine to retain your control over it. So, tell me, third Mizukage. Do you understand the difference between the two of us now?" His question was left unanswered. Well, not because they wanted to ignore him, but more of because the water dragon was growing larger in size as it continued to charge at the third Mizu cage. It seemed that the water dragon was absorbing the water chakra in the surrounding and growing stronger and larger. By the time it reached near Mizukage's location, it was tens of times stronger and larger than before. The Mizukage's original water dragon seemed to be a long python had now transformed into a huge true dragon. Not just the Mizukage, all the shinobi behind him sweat dropped nervously. At that moment, two individuals covered in chakra cloak stepped forward and said, "Fire style, fire dragon jutsu." Meanwhile, hundreds of shinobi stepped forward and shouted at the same time, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." The water dragon jutsu struck against two fire dragon and a lot of fireball jutsu. Well, this was indeed enough to overpower the water dragon jutsu and convert the water to steam. Sage Art Wind Style, Rasen Shuriken. A huge wind shuriken appeared, cutting apart the steam and targeting the large group of shinobi which had just used the fireball jutsu. Before they could get out of the way, the Rasen Shuriken was right beside them and it exploded. It formed a light blue-colored sphere encompassing tens of meters around from the center. It destroyed the bodies of the shinobi within it with countless wind blades. The two shinobi who had used the fire dragon jutsu had already gotten away since they sensed a great danger from it. With that, Araki finally appeared from the steam. Before any cage could give out orders to their shinobi, Araki charged at them with almost blinding speed and started engaging them in a fierce taijutsu battle. His taijutsu style couldn't be called perfect or refined to perfection. But the sage mode enhanced his senses to such a level that he could feel the attacks before they reached him and react easily. His strength was so strong that just one punch from him was enough to kill them. And sometimes, the person thrown away would take 2 or 3 of his comrades with him. The taijutsu battle had gone on for nearly half an hour, and just in this half an hour, Araki had killed 2,000 shinobis, and his momentum was only increasing. At this moment, the third Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and the Reikage shouted out their orders at the same time, "Get back now!" Why the shinobi were asked to get back? They unconsciously turned towards the direction of the Reikage and saw Killer Bee in the second version transformation. Five-tailed in that mode as a small yet orange-colored condensed chakra was shot at Araki. Tailed Beast Bomb. Araki faintly smiled upon seeing the tailed beast ball. It was highly condensed so that it wouldn't hurt the other shinobi around him. But still, the hundreds of shinobi stepped forward and used water style, water wall jutsu. Another 100 of shinobi from the other side stepped forward and used earth style, earth wall jutsu. Just like that, they prepared themselves for the explosive power and shockwave for the tailed beast bomb hitting Araki. Well, this can't really damage me. But I still don't like taking hits even if it doesn't hurt me. Let me give you a taste of this tailed beast bomb. Sage Art Wood Style, Wood Hand Jutsu. A hand made of wood style was created. It appeared similar to the hand of the wood golem jutsu. The small-tailed beast bomb was held tightly in the wooden hand. Araki controlled the wood hand and made it strike the earth wall users on his right side. The Sage Mode enhanced wood hand easily managed to pierce the earth wall raised by hundreds of shinobis. And before they could disperse, the wood hand reached down and struck the ground. As if it was all that was needed, the tailed beast bomb immediately exploded, taking away hundreds of shinobis with it. But Araki was given no time to breathe. He was attacked by a black lightning panther of the third Reikage. Perhaps this was thrown at him because the third Reikage didn't wish to fight a taijutsu battle against Araki for some time. Well, it didn't matter much to Araki. He stomped the ground, and an earth wall appeared in between the black lightning panther and himself. Even if this black lightning was 10 times stronger, it still wouldn't be able to pierce the earth wall. Let me give you a present of my own, Reikage. As he finished speaking, the vines around Araki started moving violently. Sage Art Wind Style, Twin Tornado. Araki created 2 huge tornadoes of unknown height. The winds of these 2 tornadoes were so powerful that even the shinobi farthest from the tornado couldn't help but be sucked towards it. And as for the nearest? There was no need to even speak about them. They were no longer on the ground. Their bodies were flying high in the sky. They were rotating in these tornadoes so much that they were feeling dizzy. Let me add something spicy for you. I hope you all will like it. Sage Art Fire Style, Majestic Flame Destroyer. 117, War, 3. The 2 wind tornadoes created by Araki caught fire. Both of them were burning intensely. The flames were so intense that it burnt their entire bodies. They felt unbearable pain, and some weak-willed shinobis couldn't help but squeal out in pain, stop. Please stop. Their begging was extremely pleasant. And Araki said with a massive grin on his face, scream louder. I can't hear you. As the fire tornadoes burnt the shinobi at the rate of hundreds every 10 seconds, many shinobi from the land of the water stepped forward, each one using their jutsu as if their life depended on it, water style, water wall jutsu. Hundreds of the water jutsus hit the twin fire tornadoes and managed to extinguish the fire by a small amount. At that moment, the third Tsuchikage and the third Mizukage, both stepped forward towards these twin fire tornadoes. The third Tsuchikage was in the air while the third Mizukage on the ground. Dust style, atomic dismantling jutsu. One large cube covered one of the fire tornado and destroyed it completely. Araki faintly smiled upon seeing this. It seemed that the battle won't be as boring as he initially believed. Meanwhile, the third Mizukage stepped forward with some selected Kiri shinobi, all of them were the elite shinobi of his village. They all used the same water jutsu. Naturally, the Mizukage's jutsu was the strongest among them. Water style, giant vortex jutsu. 20 or so huge projectiles were launched at the fire tornado at his side, and slowly but surely, the fire tornado started losing the power. Araki mildly thought had. The Mizukage is surely weaker than the third Tsuchikage and the third Reikage, but the quality of shinobis under him isn't bad. At least, they seem to be at a higher tier than the third Reikage and the third Tsuchikage's forces. Well, this was mostly because of the schemes and policies of the second Mizukage, who had raised the quality of the Kirigakuer shinobi to a level somewhat above the Kumigakuer and Uegakuer. One of the main reasons was the 7 swordsmen of Kiri. Currently, all 7 of them had stepped forward and used the giant vortex jutsu, which had extinguished the fire tornado. Meanwhile, Araki hadn't been given a break right as the fire tornado vanished. He was fighting against a few other shinobis. As he was fighting against the shinobi, he saw someone with green eyes and a mask covering half of his face. Not hesitating at all, Araki punched him away and started fighting against other shinobi. However, he could still sense life force from that green-eyed person he had punched away a few seconds ago. That was a little strange. Araki didn't think that someone had this sort of ability as well. A little interested in knowing of this technique, he decided to end the other shinobi around him quickly. Sage Art, Giant Raise Nan. A gigantic Raise Nan appeared on top of his palm, and he jumped a little high before using it on the ground. The explosion and the shockwave were enough to send most of the shinobi flying away. Araki turned towards that green-eyed man and raised his brow as he saw that man's body stitched with strings. This man was Kakuzu, the bounty hunter hired by Kiri, Iwa, and Kumo. Araki's punch from before seemed to have split off Kakuzu's upper body from his lower body. The strings were extending from his upper body and connecting with the strings of his lower body. And here I thought only Orochimaru was the one with ugly jutsus. I guess you aren't far off. Araki let out a sigh while staring at the sorry excuse of his body. You are truly just as strong as I expected, Senju Araki. This won't be enough to kill me, though. I survived a battle against Senju Hashirama, you should do better than that to kill me. If you can, that is. Kakuzu seemed to be taunting Araki while his body returned to normal. You merely survived a battle against my grandfather, and you think you pose a challenge to me? Phew ha 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 ha. Araki's loud laugh started to resound on the entire battlefield. It was seemingly like that of a maniac right now. Ha 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 ha. Damn. That was good. You nearly killed me with those jokes. Perhaps I might leave a text in the Uzumaki records about how, Senju Araki nearly died of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Araki once again started to laugh. Kakuzu frowned a little before speaking up, Earth style, Iron Skin. Both his hands darkened as he rushed towards Araki with his enhanced skin. The wind mask behind his back released some wind chakra, which propelled him towards Araki. Take this. Kakuzu let out a shout as he punched Araki's face as hard as he could. Kakuzu's punch enhanced by the Iron Skin jutsu was naturally strong. As his hand struck Araki's face, the shock of that punch could be felt from some distance. Yet, there was no joy in Kakuzu's eyes even though his blow had landed on target. There was only a deep fear. Araki glared at him fiercely for a moment. That moment was enough for Kakuzu to experience such great pressure over his body that he nearly kneeled down in submission. Was that all you had? Araki asked him, still maintain the cold and hard stare. Kakuzu gulped down in response and backed away before Araki could hit him. Earth style, Earth Grudge Fear. 4 of his masks separated from his back and were congealed with black threats. Each jumped at Araki, seemingly intent on fighting against him. Araki didn't move from his position. As if he waiting for them all to attack him. Wind style, Open Destruction. Fire style, Cranium Craver. The first jutsu that Kakuzu used against Araki was the wind style. Araki made no attempt to dodge it. The highly compressed wind jutsu was combined with the fire jutsu, and its power increased substantially. The jutsu struck Araki's body and created a loud explosion. Dust clouds blinded people and prevented them from knowing just what had occurred. What was Senju Araki's current status? Lightning style, False Darkness. Kakuzu was still not done, though. He used another jutsu and targeted Araki while the dust cloud was up. The lightning shot towards the dust cloud and tore it apart. Soon enough, the dust cloud dispersed, and everyone who neared Araki saw him standing there, completely unharmed as the lightning dispersed before it hit Araki. I asked you. Was that all you had? Araki once again spoke with that cold look in his eyes. And then, he finally moved. Kakuzu recalled the masks to his body and was about to think of another tactic that Araki was suddenly in front of him. Let me show you the true difference between us, Araki spoke, his pressure forcing Kakuzu to remain immobile. Before he even realized it, his face was grabbed by Araki. You didn't survive the battle against my grandfather. You were given another chance of living. The chance which you have wasted by choosing to fight against me. Wind style, 1000 blades. Compressed state. At that moment, Kakuzu felt thousands of blades cutting apart his skin, his threads, and his hearts, all at the same time. His threads were naturally moving, trying to connect again, but they were cut apart into smaller pieces even quicker. For the next 5 or so seconds, Kakuzu literally felt thousands of blades cutting him apart into tinier pieces. His body was cut apart into so many tiny pieces that Araki couldn't even hold his face any longer as it had fallen apart. Now, to burn the trash. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Araki let out a huge flame that burnt up Kakuzu's whole body. After having destroyed Kakuzu's whole body, Araki remembered something. I forgot to get his name. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. With that, Araki started fighting against the other shinobi, nearing him and those who had finally finished with the hand seals and could use their jutsu. 118, War, 4. The next ones to meet Araki on the battlefield were none other than Jinchuriki, led by the third Raikage and his son named Ai. The third Raikage was in his black lightning armor and a cautious expression on his face while staring at Araki. The shinobi around Araki had withdrawn to some range since they didn't want to get caught in this battle. It would be better to protect the third Tsuchikage and the third Mizukage, who were recovering their chakra right now. They could still fight, but they believed that going up against Araki in this state was no better than signing a death contract. It was better to quickly get to their peak condition. They were sure that 7 Jinchurikis plus the third Raikage and his son should be able to hold back Araki for some time. Araki stared at this lineup with some interest in his eyes. All the Jinchurikis other than Killer Bee were in their version 1 mode. Meaning, they were only wearing a cloak of chakra around themselves. While the Killer Bee was in his version 2 mode with 4 tails. They all charged at Araki at nearly the same time. The first one who got to exchange blows with Araki was naturally Killer Bee. In his version 2 mode and using 4 tails, he was faster than the other Jinchuriki in their version 1 mode. Araki stomped on the ground and charged at Killer Bee as well. Their fists struck against each other head-on. Upon contact, Killer Bee was utterly shocked when he felt the bones in his arms cracking just after receiving Araki's punch with his own. The only one stronger than him in his version 2 mode was his brother Ai and his father, the third Raikage. Yet, Killer Bee felt his bones crack a little just now. Fortunately, the tailed beast chakra was already working on it and healing it. Just as Araki had clashed against Killer Bee, he raised his arm and blocked another blow from the 4-tailed Jinchuriki. Take this! The 5-tailed Jinchuriki immediately followed and attacked Araki right after Araki had blocked a blow from the 4-tailed Jinchuriki. Araki grabbed hold of the 4-tailed Jinchuriki's arm and suddenly flung him towards the 5-tailed Jinchuriki. The 5-tailed Jinchuriki was startled, but he couldn't change his direction in mid-air. After his body was struck by the 4-tailed Jinchuriki, Araki suddenly appeared beneath him and kicked the back of the 4-tailed Jinchuriki so strongly that the two went vertically up in the sky. Before Killer Bee could do anything, Araki gave him a tornado kick and threw him away. Araki slowly landed on the ground. He then looked up in the sky with a faint trace of a smile on his face. He was staring at the 4-tailed Jinchuriki and the 5-tailed Jinchuriki. Flying Claw. This was the attack of none other than the 2-tailed Jinchuriki who was coming to hit Araki. Araki disappeared from his position. Many of them were confused about where he was. They turned their heads to the sides and could no longer see him. At that moment, the third Raikage shouted, "In the air!" There! All the shinobi raised their heads and saw Araki in the air. There was a blue sphere of chakra in his hands. The blue sphere was getting stronger while he stared at the 4-tailed and the 5-tailed Jinchurikis. He was seemingly flying right next to their position. When both of them tried to hit him and thrown him towards the ground, a wood clone appeared in the air and blocked their attacks. Meanwhile, Araki had finished adding the wind attribute to his Raise Nan. He smiled sadistically and said, "I hope you survive." Well, that was a lie, but you get what I mean, right? The wood clone suddenly dispersed. Before the 5-tailed Jinchuriki and the 4-tailed Jinchuriki could register his words, they were hit by the Sage Art, Dual Wind and Fire Style, Giant Raise Nan. This was as large as the Giant Raise Nan with wind ring and fire rings revolving around it. Araki threw this jutsu, and both the Jinchurikis crashed against the ground. The moment their bodies had crashed against the ground, the Raise Nan generated a gigantic explosion. The explosion was huge. Even taking the 3-tailed and the 6-tailed Jinchuriki with them. Within this explosion, the 4 Jinchuriki caught up in this blast radius were hit with scorching flames and sharp wind blades. The blast was so strong that even the tailed beast chakra cloak had dispersed. But they were unwilling to let it end like this. They released more of the tailed beast chakra and started to undergo the tailed beast mode. The tailed beast mode was gigantic in terms of size, nearing the perfect Susanoo in terms of height. Right now, Jinhurikis had completely transformed. While landing on the ground, he saw the two-tailed Jinhuriki and the eight-tailed Jinhuriki seemingly waiting for him at his landing location. Waiting for me? That was a bad idea. Sage Art Wood Style, Wood Hammer Jutsu. Two wood hammers were created with his jutsu and appeared in both his hands. Upon seeing that Araki was going to attack them with wood hammers, the two-tailed Jinhuriki lit her entire body with blue flames and prepared to defend against this attack and then attack him right after it. Tentacles appeared form Killer Bee's body as he prepared to take on Araki's hammer as well. Both Araki's hammers struck the hand coated with the blue flames and three tentacles of the eight tails respectively. Just when they were about to attack Araki, they felt the sudden suppression of their chakra and the wooden hammers hit their head so hard that they felt their entire body shaking upon impact. Double Lariat. Both the third Raikage and his son appeared. The third Raikage in front while his son behind Araki. The two wanted to crush Araki from both front and back. Araki was about to jump away and dodge this attack when he suddenly felt two strong earth hands holding his feet. Quite a significant amount of chakra was being sent through these earth hands. From the chakra, he could feel that this was none other than the third Suchikage's chakra. This is pretty good teamwork. It would have worked against me if I didn't have Sage Mode, but right now. Suddenly, the third Raikage, his son were both punched by some mysterious energy. This mysterious energy was Nature Chakra. Araki had punched the two away using Nature Chakra. And Araki slowly tried to move his feet, the earth hands which were holding his feet started to break apart. The third Suchikage was doing his best to keep his hold over Araki, and he shouted at everyone, now! Transform! Attack him with your strongest jutsu! All the Jinhurikis heard his order and transformed to their tailed beast mode. The four-tailed beasts were already charging the Bijahudama and three more Jinhuriki followed them. 7-tailed beast bombs were thrown at Senju Araki while he was somewhat immobilized. Yet, there was not a trace of worry on his face. He didn't even try to use any jutsu. As the shinobis all around them were anxiously staring at the Bijahudama thrown at Araki, they wondered if this would be enough to finish him off for good. Yet, at that moment, the 7 Bijahudamas were struck by 7 Bijahudama from the opposite direction, just a little smaller than the Bijahudamas from the 7-tailed beasts. Before the Bijahudama could hit Araki, they exploded on their way. Nearly everyone on the battlefield covered their eyes as they saw this explosion. It was far too bright for them to see anything. It appears that you are in a tight spot, Araki. A deep voice, filled with some excitement, was heard by all the shinobi on the battlefield. They unconsciously felt some fear creep inside their heart as they turned their heads to the direction of this voice. You came high. There was a trace of a smile on Araki's face as he turned towards the direction of the voice as well. Kurama. Sure enough, the 9-tailed fox, large enough to be larger than the size of the other tailed beasts. 9-tails beast had arrived. Moreover, it seemed to have arrived so secretly that only Araki, who was using Sage Mode, felt him appear, and not someone else. Well, the tailed beasts did feel Kurama near their location, but they didn't think Kurama was coming to assist Araki. They didn't know how he got his freedom but didn't care too much at the moment. They believed, it was a coincidence for him to be here. They were well aware of his pride. He wouldn't help out a human. Yet now, Kurama had appeared. Moreover, he had appeared intending to help Araki. Just what was going on? 119, War, 5. Kurama's appearance wasn't just a shock for the 7 Jinhurikis and the tailed beasts. It was shocking for all the shinobis, including the cages. They never expected the 9-tailed Jinhuriki to appear right now. While Kurama had a proud look on his face as he kept walking towards Araki's position, Araki said with a small smile, well, there was no need for you to come right now. This wasn't a threat to me. I don't doubt that. But it would be a pity to miss this party. Isn't that right, siblings? Kurama's last question was directed at the other tailed beasts within the 7 Jinhurikis. At that moment, the 4-tailed Jinhuriki spoke, you. How are you free? Why don't I feel the presence of your Jinhuriki? Did you manage to regain your freedom? How? It was clear that the Son Goku had switched with his Jinhuriki to talk with Araki. Kurama snorted in turn and said, why should I tell you? At this moment, Araki had gotten out of the earth hands of the third Suchikage. He stared at Kurama and said to him, I was about to suppress the Jinhurikis with the wood release, but since you have appeared, that's also good. With a serious look, Araki said to Kurama, Kurama. You can have full reign over the Jinhurikis, they have your siblings inside them after all. I don't care what happens to them, whether they die or not. But not a single attack should hit the other shinobi here, they are my personal targets. TCH. Way to spoil the fun. Kurama looked disappointed that he wouldn't get to destroy the humans but ultimately obeyed Araki's words. Kurama disappeared from his position and charged into the eight-tailed octopus and threw him far away from the battlefield. He did the same thing to the other tailed beasts. The four tails, Son Goku, grabbed hold of Kurama. But Kurama still managed to use his tail to sweep him away. After that, another lightning fast quick threw him to the other siblings. There was a merciless grin on Kurama's face. It has been a long time since I disciplined you all at the same time. Now then. Let's start. With this, the strongest Baijiu started to show its supremacy over the other tailed beasts, fighting 7 of them at the same time. All the 7 Jinhuriki shuddered upon seeing the wide grin on Kurama's face. They had a bad feeling about it, but they still decided to fight against Kurama. Meanwhile, Araki decided to focus more on the fight against the third Raikage, and his son, I. Both of them were clad in their lightning armor, but they had realized now. Araki was stronger than them, but his speed was a little slower. However, the Sage mode seemed to allow him to predict their moves to some extent and perform faster reactions. Araki jumped to their location with a small grin on his face. While I was fumbling a little, the third Raikage stepped forward to meet Araki with his strongest attacks. Thrust of Hell. 2-finger mode. The third Raikage didn't dare to use 4-finger mode on Araki. He was well aware that he needed a strong piercing power to defeat Araki at this point. Araki raised his brow as he noticed the third Raikage's 2 fingers clad in black lightning. That was a little interesting. A wind sphere on top of his hand. It was quite similar to Rei's Nan, but the difference was that it was made entirely of wind in the form of a sphere. Araki's wind sphere contacted the third Raikage's thrust of hell and was surprisingly equal in terms of power. Noting that they were nearly equal in terms of power, the third Raikage switched to the 1-finger mode. The strength of his jutsu surpassed what Araki estimated. It was nearly 5 times stronger than before. As the wind sphere was close to dispersing, Araki had a hint of anxiousness on his face. This jutsu could indeed injure him? Sage Art Wind Style, Wind Bullet Jutsu. He took in a large amount of wind in his mouth and threw out multiple bullets at the third Raikage's body. Enhanced by the Sage Chakra, these wind bullets managed to pierce the third Raikage's lightning armor. Although it didn't hurt his body, he was still pushed back by the power of these wind bullets. Just as his thrust of hell faltered, Araki jumped back a little. This time, when he backed away, I suddenly appeared behind his back while clad in lightning armor. Lariat. Sage Art Wind Style, Wind Armor. Offensive mode. The wind chakra around him suddenly compressed to an incomprehensible level. However, I still didn't feel any threat from this wind chakra and continued with his attack. Just when his arm was about to touch Araki's back, he felt multiple blades cutting his skin apart. It was as if there was a film of wind chakra protecting Araki's body. It appeared similar to their own lightning armor. The pain made him falter a little, and this moment was enough for Araki to turn around. He gave a strong kick to Ai's head, and Ai's body was thrown far away. I crashed against the bodies of the shinobi who were arriving to help him out. It was quite ironic since instead of helping Ai, they were injured by Ai's body. Araki once again felt the presence of the Black Lightning Panther. It seems the third Raikage wasn't planning on letting go of this chain attack. Well then, time to change the scenery. He said, while clapping his hands and speaking, Sage Art Wood Style, Deep Forest Emergence. From under the earth, thousands of wood branches started to grow. Each one of them seemed to possess a lot of chakra. As soon as it struck the shinobi who were somewhat dumbfounded at the large scale of the jutsu, they felt their chakra being sucked by these vines. It took some seconds for the respective cages to give orders and start cutting the vines. However, Araki smirked at this moment, and he said, Offensive formation. Wood Dragon mode. The chakra these vines had absorbed transformed their shape in the wood dragons. Now, they were much more durable and had an extra skill that Araki could use at any time. His one and only favorite, explosion. All the cages of the great villages had seen these wood dragons explode the last time they saw them. They shouted out for their subordinates, get far away from these vines. Too late. You should have ordered that the moment you heard me use this jutsu. It's truly far too late. Araki said while jumping high in the air and laughing out loud. Controlling the wind chakra around him allowed him to fly to some extent. He stared at the shinobi on the ground and also the 3 cages of the great villages. You destroyed Uzashio since they posed a threat to you. Well then, congrats to all of you in turning that threat into reality. I, Senju Araki, declare the end of the IWA, Kiri, and Kumo. Araki declared before raising a hand seal. Onoki saw Araki raising that hand seal and shouted with an anxious look, run. He was in the air so he could be considered somewhat far away from the explosions. But explode now. Thousands of wood dragons, encompassing a wide area, exploded at the same time. 120, War, 6. The explosion was so great that its strength approached the time when Araki had used Shinsa Senju, true several thousand hands. The shinobi who were up against the jutsu had raised all sorts of walls, whether made of earth element or water. Nearly 90% of the shinobi had died in this jutsu. The ones who survived was because the captains near them immediately formed groups of 10 and made multiple layers of walls, a mixture of water wall and earth walls, to defend against the explosion before it reached them. These shinobis felt their innards shaking upon feeling the shockwaves. Although the third Raikage had survived all these explosions, his son's luck wasn't as good as his father. He had lost his life in these chain of explosions. Upon seeing that his son and nearly all of the Kumo shinobi had lost their life, the third Raikage's eyes reddened with anger. The anger he held towards Araki couldn't be explained in words. Araki was in the air, and he coldly smiled upon seeing the third Raikage's expression. What a great look you have right now, Raikage. I am honestly pleased that you didn't die in that explosion. My revenge would have remained incomplete. He then turned towards the third Mizukage who was fiercely glaring at Araki. This explosion had taken out 6 of the 7 swordsmen of Kiri. Only one remained now, and that was also because this man was close to his own body. But even though they survived, the injuries weren't anything to scoff at. They could hardly stand let alone face Araki right now. Araki suddenly changed his direction and flew towards Onoki. Only Onoki was uninjured from this explosion and still retained a lot of his chakra. As Onoki saw Araki approaching him, the old man clenched his fists in anger and then raised his hands. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. This time, the cube Onoki had created was really large. It was his one of the most powerful attack. Araki was also within this area, and found that he wouldn't be able to leave this cube. It was truly too massive. The white lightning shone and slowly blinded everyone's eyes. Even after using such a jutsu, Onoki didn't look relieved. He looked a little happy when he saw that Araki had vanished. Perhaps he had been annihilated into tiny pieces. But this still wasn't enough to make him happy. They had lost a lot in this battle. What's the matter, Tsuchikage? You look worried. My death didn't please you. Onoki heard a voice which scared him to death. He slowly raised his head and saw that Araki was flying very high in the sky. That was a wood clone. It was a good thing I substituted myself while I had the chance. It was a little dangerous, even for me, and I might have had to reveal you something. Araki said with a light-hearted tone. Onoki stared at Araki with wide-eyed looks before he immediately dropped down towards the ground. Araki stared at Onoki and let him reach Raikage's location. He didn't care much even though they had seemingly joined hands. Instead, he stared at the injured shinobi who had somehow survived the explosions. A callous smile appeared on Araki's lips as he said, "Tell me something, what will you all do about a second one?" Before they could understand what he meant, they saw Araki clapping his hands and speaking, "Sage Artwood style, deep forest emergence." This time, the jutsu was on a lower scale as compared to before. It was more concentrated, though. The trees were even closer to their location than before. The shinobi didn't have any chakra to even raise walls at this time. To them, putting up a fight against the thick vines was just impossible. Even the third Mizukage had a lot of injuries and exhausted a lot of his chakra earlier. He could hardly resist these vines before some of them finally pierced his leg. In just a couple of seconds, he felt as if he had aged 10 or so years. He cut apart the vine before another 2 struck his leg. Next time, the third Mizukage was struck by 3 vines. And in 2 seconds, he became a dried corpse. The third Mizukage had finally died. The same was the case with shinobi around him. Nearly all of them had become tried shinobi now. And the vines were still flailing around. Araki asked the third Raikage and Onoki who had gone to cut apart the vines. Onoki was using the dust style to destroy all the vines he could, but his speed was far too slow. And the rate of consumption of his chakra was far too rapid. The third Raikage was having some trouble in cutting apart the vines. Even after he cut apart and disconnected them from the main branch, the vines continued to move. "I am the one controlling them, Raikage. Try harder," Araki said while slowly lowering down to the ground level. A tree rose from the ground at an unbelievable rate and Araki stopped on the peak of that tree while enjoying the show. Seeing the Raikage, Tsuchikage trying so hard for nothing did bring a smile on his face. If the Tsuchikage and Raikage knew that Araki had only exhausted half of his chakra right now, they might just die of a heart attack. For some time, Araki continued to stare at Onoki, and the Raikage destroyed vine one after another. He thought this will take longer than I expected. He stared at the injured shinobi and concluded I can consider them out of the war now. Their presence will do little to change the overall situation. He controlled the vines and launched all of them at the third Tsuchikage and the third Raikage. It was only a matter of time before the two fell to their deaths. "Tsuchikage-sama! Raikage-sama! Leave us! Go and fight that fiend! Go and kill him!" A shinobi said while pointing at Araki. "We beg you, Tsuchikage-sama! Raikage-sama! Don't let our deaths be for nothing. If nothing else, you must definitely kill him." Another shinobi said while pointing at Araki. It seemed they were determined to sacrifice themselves if it meant Araki's death. Their hatred for Araki truly couldn't be measured. After thinking for some time, the third Tsuchikage said to the Raikage, let's kill Senju Araki. These vines should disperse once we kill him. Although the third Tsuchikage had said this, his voice held traces of helplessness. He was quite aware that killing Araki was next to impossible. That was the whole reason he had initially suggested Raikage to first destroy the vines. Onoki needed time to think of a plan. And right now, he did have one. But the thing was, he wasn't sure if it would work. If it did, it meant Araki's death, only a small portion of their shinobi would survive. And if this plan failed, it meant everyone's death. However, at this point, no matter how small the possibility was, Onoki felt that he must try it. He looked at the Raikage and said to him with a low voice, this tactic will need you to give it your whole strength. Use every bit of your speed that you can. Araki looked in interest as the Raikage, and the Tsuchikage turned in his direction. It appeared that they had finally made their choice. Super lightened boulder jutsu. Instantly, the Raikage's body felt as light as a feather. The two disappeared with a black flash and Araki was somewhat surprised to see them coming close to his body so soon. Thrust of Hell. One finger mode. Super weighted boulder jutsu. These two jutsus were used in conjunction. Araki opened his palm and waited for the Raikage's one finger mode to appear in his range. As soon as it did, he grabbed hold of that lightning-enhanced finger. He could feel his skin burning at an incredible rate, but he still didn't dare to delay and spoke, super lightened boulder jutsu. Instantly, all the power behind Raikage's thrust of hell seemed to have vanished. But even if it was for an instant, Araki did feel a shockwave in his body. He didn't show it on the surface, though. On the surface, he had an indifferent look as he said, did you think you were the only one who knew that jutsu, Tsuchikage? The two of you made the wrong choice. Before the two of them could do anything, a thick yet sharp vine was created from Araki's body and stabbed the third Raikage's body. This was the first time someone had pierced the third Raikage's body. It showed just how powerful and sharp this vine was. Well, another reason was that the super lightened boulder jutsu had also made the third Raikage's defense weaker. Before Onoki could get away, the sharp vine pierced the third Raikage's body completely and stabbed Onoki as well. Araki callously said, now then, time for judgment. 121, War, 7. Kurama had just finished his fight against the other tailed beasts. These Jinchurikis were trying their best to go past Kurama and confront Araki. They had naturally seen his wide-ranged jutsus which pretty much annihilated all the three great shinobi armies. It was far too unreal. It was like they were looking at a tailed beast even stronger than the nine tails in the human form. Each one of them tried to go around Kurama, but Kurama was far too quick and strong for them. Moreover, he was in his released state while the others were Jinchurikis. Staying in the tailed beast mode placed an unreal amount of stress on their bodies. In terms of speed, other than the two-tailed Jinchuriki, none other could hold a candle to Kurama. The seven-tailed beast was the only one capable of flight and was naturally flying towards Araki's position, however, before it could cross the halfway distance, it was bombarded with successive tailed beast bombs from Kurama. Even the Jinchurikis were shocked as they felt an overwhelming disparity between themselves and Kurama. Just how could the nine-tailed beast be so strong? Was it because he was released? A natural controller of nature chakra and knew how to use his chakra perfectly? Or was it just an unfair power granted to him since his birth? It appears that the war has come to an end. Kurama turns his head towards the Araki's location. There. Kurama saw land painted red. It was painted red with blood. To Araki's left, Kurama noticed the corpse of a midget old man who was short even by human standards. Kurama looked at Araki's right and saw some pieces of dark-colored flesh. Clearly, the human who had been cut apart into pieces was none other than the third Raikage. Araki had a frown on his face as if he seemed unsatisfied. It didn't give me as much joy and satisfaction as I wanted. Whatever, I guess life doesn't exactly work according to my expectations. This was already good enough. Araki casually shrugged and started moving towards the only people surviving in this war. The seven-tailed beasts from the respective villages who had launched an attack at Konoha. Soon enough, he appeared next to Kurama and stared at the seven Jinchurikis in front of his eyes. As you can see, the war has ended. Do you still want to pointlessly struggle against me? You should all realize the difference between our power levels. Araki spoke with a serious look while staring at the seven Jinchuriki. It was none other than the four-tailed Jinchuriki, who answered, you think you can make us give up in such a manner? You have killed so many shinobi from our villages. This battle won't end until one side is utterly annihilated. That's right. I will definitely take revenge for my comrades you killed. I will kill you and take revenge for my brother and father. We. The five-tailed beast and eight-tailed beast Jinchurikis followed up after the four-tailed Jinchuriki. All the Jinchurikis were radiating fury while staring at Araki. Araki could feel it, it mirrored his own hatred when he wanted to kill the third Hokage or the Raikage. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he stared at their faces, is that so? Do you think you are qualified to kill me? Come then. Even though Araki seemed a lot smaller than them in terms of size, the pressure he generated was immobilizing the massive bodies of the tailed beasts for a short interval. However, soon enough, they started moving. Kurama was about to rush forwards and intercept some of them, but Araki raised his arm and said, "I will handle them alone." Araki continued to walk towards the tailed beast. He showed no signs of rushing towards them. The tailed beasts were in a rush, it appeared as if they were in a race to see who would hit Araki first. The first one in this line was surprisingly the eight-tailed beast. Considering its body, it was rather difficult for it to move around. And even more difficult to see it moving at such a pace. Even from afar, the hatred radiated by the eight-tailed Jinhyuriki could be clearly felt. Sage art wood style, wood dragon jutsu. Wood dragons appeared from underneath the ground and started to coil around each of the seven-tailed Jinhyuriki's bodies. They were surprised when they felt their bodies restrained by the wood chakra and also the fact that the wood dragon jutsu was absorbing their chakra and it was getting stronger. The two-tailed Jinhyuriki was the first one to shout out, "Let's go into the version 1 or version 2 mode." The tailed beast mode is being restrained by this strange wood chakra. Every other Jinhyuriki soundlessly agreed. This was undoubtedly the best idea. Their large bodies contracted as the two-tailed Jinhyuriki, three-tailed Jinhyuriki, and four-tailed Jinhyuriki went into version 1 mode. While the rest of the Jinhyuriki went into the version 2 mode. Just as they had changed their modes. Many Jinhyurikis were surprised to find Araki missing from his position. A moment later, many Jinhyurikis felt a sudden shockwave. They turned their eyes to the location from where this shockwave was generated. The other Jinhyuriki were startled to see Araki and Killer Bee's fists making contact with each other. A second later, they saw Killer Bee flying away from his location. Araki looked at the other tailed beast and said with an indifferent look, "Didn't you want to take me down? Come then, I don't have all day." Although they felt humiliated when they saw Araki talk to them like that, none of them dared to charge at this moment. They were angered but not utterly stupid. They knew well aware that this man entirely deserved to look down on all of them. If anything, he was more of a threat than Kyuubi. While they had fought against Kyuubi, they hadn't sensed much killing intent from Kyuubi. They guessed that Kyuubi only planned to hold them back for some time. Or maybe he just wanted to fight for a longer period, so he didn't kill any Jinhyuriki. But Senju Araki was different. From his gaze, they felt sharp yet boundless killing intent. They unconsciously gulped down a mouthful of saliva as they faintly sensed that they wouldn't survive this battle. However, now that they had sensed such a feeling, it made them want to fight even more violently. Since they wouldn't be surviving, there was no point in holding back any forbidden techniques. There was little to no possibility for them to survive this battle. But, they still wanted to bet on that slim chance and take their revenge. However, this slim chance turned to nothing when they started to fight a taijutsu battle against him. Even though they had seen Araki in his sage mode overpowering Killer Bee, some of them still thought of fighting against Araki in a taijutsu battle. The first one who had done so was none other than the four-tailed Jinhyuriki. As Araki's punch landed on his chest, he used his other hand to grab hold of the four-tailed Jinhyuriki and muttered something underneath his breath. A greenish glow appeared on the four-tailed Jinhyuriki's body and surprisingly, the red-colored chakra cloak around him vanished. Araki didn't give him a chance to think this through and punched his head, crushing it then and there. After the death of the first Jinhyuriki among them, the others soon followed. 122, asking for chakra. The Jinhyuriki, who had lasted the longest among them was none other than Killer Bee. Perhaps it was because of his talent in controlling the tailed beast chakra, or his endurance was just that good. But even Killer Bee couldn't do anything against the relentless attacks from Araki. After having killed all the Jinhyurikis, Araki released a seal on his body and recovered all his chakra. He immediately started the process of condensing the bodies of the tailed beasts whose Jinhyurikis had died at his hands. Kurama soon joined by his side as he saw what Araki was doing. In nearly half an hour or so, the seven-tailed beasts slowly took shape. Most, if not all of them didn't appear to be happy as they took shape. All the tailed beasts glared at Araki. Some of them had bonded quite well with their Jinhyurikis. Araki noticed their glares but didn't care much about it. He expected this reaction from the tailed beasts. What is the meaning of this? Why are you trying to help us take shape? Do you want to take us to Konoha and seal us in another vessel? It was two-tailed Baijuyu who asked Araki with a hint of hostility in its eyes. An interesting proposal. But no. Araki mildly said as he stared at the two-tailed Baijuyu. Then what is it you want from us? In return for granting you eternal freedom. I want your chakra. Not too much. Just a tail's worth of your chakra. Araki didn't conceal anything and told them straight away. The tailed beasts, excluding Kurama, were immediately angered upon hearing his words. You think we will give you any chakra after what you did to our Jinhyuriki? Although my relations with my Jinhyuriki weren't that good, it wasn't that bad. I won't be giving you any of my power. The same can be said about me. How can we believe your promise of giving us freedom? You humanity are a bunch of liars. Other than 7 tails, 6 tails, and the 3 tails. All the tailed beasts slowly gave their input. Halfway through, Araki had stopped listening to their words. He was more focused on the arrival of someone. And soon enough, it did arrive. The one-tailed beast, Shikaku. Araki's wood clone was leading Shikaku to this place. They had started running a day earlier, having anticipated when the war might end and finally arrived right now. Shikaku. You are here as well. What are you doing here? And what are you doing with his clone? The tailed beasts asked with some surprise and anxious looks on their faces. Meanwhile, Shikaku was shocked to see them all released. He couldn't feel the presence of any human nearby. And when he turned around, he saw red-colored land to his side. He nearly shuddered as he wondered just how much blood was spilt for this land to be painted red. What do you mean? Aren't you also released by him? Shikaku asked them while pointing at Araki. This somewhat confused the tailed beasts. They wondered just what did Senju Araki by giving them freedom. He killed your Jinhuriki too. The 4-tailed beast, Son Goku, asks Shikaku. To this, Shikaku nodded his head and replied, yes. He told me that if I follow his instructions, no one will be able to seal me again. The tailed beasts turned silent. This was exactly what they had been told by Araki a few moments earlier. Was this the truth? Could they really attain freedom? But still. Some of them had bonded with their Jinhurikis. Should they really give power to this man who had killed them all? However, it was the 6-tailed beast, Seiken, speaks, your strength is indeed very great. While you are living, you can indeed accomplish your promise. But a human's life is very small as compared to us. What will happen after your death? The same cycle would continue again. Kurama was also curious about this question. He had heard Araki saying that nobody will be able to capture the tailed beasts. So, how was he going to accomplish this? What makes you think that I will die? Araki asked them a single question. It puzzled the tailed beasts as they wondered just why was he asking such an obvious question. Let me clarify. I can absorb life force from nature itself. Whether it is trees, insects, humans, animals. As long as someone can't kill me with power, I won't die. And tell me. Who is capable of killing me in the world at this moment? Araki asked them once again. Already having witnessed his power. The tailed beasts remained silent. Let me give you another reason why I am asking for your chakra. His eyes changed, and crimson Rin-Egan appeared in his normally black eyes. Rin-Egan. All the tailed beasts exclaimed at the same time. This was a little different from the Rin-Egan of the Sage of 6 Paths, but they could feel that massive strength from it. I need all of your chakra to awaken the Rhine Sharingan. Araki said to the tailed beasts. I am outta here. I definitely won't be giving my chakra to you. The 2 tails said and was about to leave this place. Araki raised his brow at those words and said, I am asking for your chakra. Don't mistake it with request. If you don't give me on your own accord, I will take it from you, You. Some of the tailed beasts were really angry at those words. What's the difference between you and the other humans who have tried to use us for our power? Why should I think about your benefit? Are you my friends or related to my family somehow? I don't think so. Each one of you other than Kurama supported your Jinhurikis when you were fighting against me. I should consider you half an accomplice of the shinobi villages who tried to attack Konoha. Staying neutral to you is already a huge blessing for you, but it seems you really want me to take action. Araki said before he clenched his fists and looked ready to fight against the tailed beasts, excluding Kurama. The tailed beasts, who had sided against him, cowered at his words. He wasn't wrong. Considering that they had supported their Jinhurikis in an attack against Konoha, their relationship was awfully strained. And from what they had witnessed, not a single tailed beast wanted to fight against him. At that moment, Kurama spoke up, Araki, I will give you my chakra. At that moment, the 3-tailed beast, Isabu also spoke, take my chakra as well. It's just a tailed worth of chakra, right? But you must make sure that I never get captured again. Araki nodded his head in turn and stared at the other tailed beasts who were still glaring at him. So then, what will it be? Make your choice. He spoke with a massive pressure leaking from his body. All right. I will give you my chakra. Make sure that no one will take away my freedom again. Same for me. 123, Peace and Chaos. Just like that, all the tailed beasts slowly agreed. They all turned their bodies and one tailed from each one of the tailed beasts touched Araki's body, and the transfer of chakra started. At this moment, Araki was within his mindscape. There. He saw the chakra of all the 9 Bijos combining at an incredible rate and transforming into the 10 tails chakra. At that moment, he felt an otherworldly power controlling a bit of his chakra and combining it with a bit of 10 tails chakra. Araki wasn't startled. He knew what was happening and spoke with an emotionless voice, so, you have finally appeared. Sure enough, an old man with Rin-Egan in his eyes and Rhine Sharingan open as his third eye, which was situated in the middle of his forehead, appeared. He held a black staff and stared at Araki with an impassive look on his face. It was unknown what he was thinking. He spoke with an elderly voice, "Your words suggest that you knew about me. Ever since I absorbed Kagaya's memories, I got the feeling that someone was observing me from some place. I guess it was most probably you, since if you have inherited the Otsutsuki blood from Kagaya and mastered the Rhine Sharingan, you should have become an existence above life and death." It appeared that I was right, Sage of the Six Paths, or should I say, Otsutsuki Hago Romo. Araki's voice spat out the name of the Sage of the Six Paths. "You absorbed my mother." Hago Romo didn't conceal his surprise while staring at Araki, and then slowly nodded, "I see. That explains your Rin-Egan. Now then, speak what you have to say. I am a little busy here." Araki casually said to Hago Romo. The Sage of the Six Paths remained quiet for some period before he spoke, "I have come to warn you. You are intervening with the destiny of the world far too much. I had been told that there would appear a day when all the tailed beast would place their trust in a human. It was the Sage of the Toads from Mount Miyaboku. If I remember correctly, his name was Gamamaru." Araki remained quiet about words of the Sage of the Six Paths. He didn't understand how this toad was somehow related to all this. Still, he decided to give him the benefit of the doubt and stayed quiet. Gamamaru saw a vision far into the future where the tailed beasts would unite with a blue-eyed person, and with their assistance, he would lead the world to peace. The Sage of Six Paths paused, expecting some sort of comment from Araki. Araki shrugged a little and didn't care much about this prophecy, so? How are the hallucinations of an old toad related to me? As for peace? Phew 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 ha ha ha. That was a good one. Hago Romo frowned upon hearing him say that and continued, "Your interference has already altered the course of destiny. It can no longer return to its original course. And what you are about to do will destroy the balance that had existed for so long. HOH. So, you know about my plan." Araki stared at Hago Romo with a look of interest present in his eyes. "The chakra you have gathered from all the tailed beasts. You are planning on using it together with your own chakra and forcefully fuse the Gedo statue with your body. You want to ascend and become a god. A similar existence as my mother or myself." Hago Romo said with a hint of seriousness present in his eyes. You are more or less right about that, Hago Romo. I will indeed be ascending to the level of god." Araki affirmed the thoughts of the Sage of the Six Paths. This affirmation didn't seem to please the Sage of the Six Paths. "However, I have no idea what you plan to do after you ascend and become a god. The power you hold will be far too great. Any sort of action from you will cause a great chain of consequences." Hago Romo said with a grave tone. "Yes, I am aware of that. Your actions will decide whether the world would have peace, or it will fall into chaos again. What I want to know is your answer. Why are you acquiring such power?" Hago Romo asked Araki very seriously. Upon facing the serious look on Hagoromo's face, Araki let out a sigh. This was going just the way he had anticipated. "Let me ask you something, Otsutsuki Hago Romo. Why is it necessary that I do something to create a peaceful or chaotic world? Why is it necessary that I take action with such thinking?" Araki asked Hago Romo with a serious look in his eyes. "What do you mean why? Don't you wish for all strife to end? You will have the power to do so." Before Hago Romo could speak any further, Araki cut him off. "Tell me, is a rich man obligated to share his wealth with a poorer person?" Araki didn't expect an answer from Hago Romo. And sure enough, Hago Romo didn't reply anything to him. "No, he isn't obligated." "Why so?" "Because he has worked for his wealth. If the wealth is hereditary, then that means his ancestors worked for this wealth. Now then, tell me, why should I use my power to think of this shitty world?" Araki raised his voice as he asked Hago Romo. "Peace? It's a beautiful notion. Something that looks well on papers and melodious upon hearing. But are you aware of the sad reality? Humans, including me, cannot live in peace. They will always seek chaos like a mad animal. What happened to the peace that my grandfather created between the 5 great villages? It was shattered without a second thought." Araki seemed to be on the rant as he continued, "Let's take my current possibilities. I can make all the villages stop fighting and make them sign an agreement. Will that end it all and bring peace? Perhaps until I am near my death, it will. But after that? I don't need to say about the results, right? And as for using force? That's even more foolish." Hago Romo looked at Araki and said with a frown on his face, "You have far too little faith in humanity. Do you truly believe that they are incapable of coexisting in peace?" "Yes. I honestly believe so." "And why are you asking me when you are already aware of it?" Araki said with a hint of disgust in his voice. "After having sealed my mother, I have spread ninja all over the world to allow them to connect to each other on another level, Hago Romo informed Araki rather calmly. And yet we had clan wars until my grandfather's generations. Well, you can excuse yourself by saying that the battles between the Senju and Uchiha clan were because of the Black Zetsu's interference. But what of the other clans that have been formed? Aren't they also the descendants of your disciples who were spreading ninju? What is your excuse now? Araki asked, a little angry while staring at Hagoromo's face. Speechless, aren't you? I am also quite speechless. From Kagaya's memories, I know that the humans of that era were also just as greedy, just as foolish, and just as people who wanted conflict. The humans had no chakra, so they were fighting with sword, axe, bows, or some other weapon. But what did the great sage of the six paths do? He spread power to them all, trying to connect them. A scowl appeared on Araki's face as he sarcastically spoke the words great and connect. Were you trying to tell them that fighting with sword and bow was old-fashioned and they should throw jutsus at each other from now? Spreading chakra would lead to world peace. You know what? I can't even laugh at such a bad joke. Araki shouted at the sage of the six paths. Is that so? But as I recall, no fighting occurred during my time. I believe you are far too radical in your beliefs, Senju Araki, the sage of the six paths commented while staring at Araki. Not in your generation, then what about the next? Is this your idea of peace? That it should occur for a generation or two, and once again, the world should fall into the same state of warfare. You made a horrible error in spreading ninju, believing that humanity would use it to connect with each other. No matter what era, humans will always have the 7 deadly sins within them. As long as those sins are not removed from humans, they will always seek conflict. At this moment, Hagoromo's eyes dropped as he said, however, that being will no longer be called human. I see what you mean. Araki continued speaking, I do not want this power because of something as insignificant as peace or chaos. I simply want it to protect myself and my descendants from the threats out there. Threats? What do you mean by threats? Hago Romo was quite confused by Araki's words. 124, God. You and your brother. You both are truly so foolish that I don't know what to say. Araki let out a sigh as he said that. Hago Romo didn't care about these words. He was more curious about this threat that Araki spoke. Just who was worthy enough to be called a threat by Araki at his current level of power? And why did Araki want to ascend to a god to deal with these threats? At the very least, Hago Romo wasn't aware of anyone like that. Noticing the confusion on Hagoromo's face, Araki decided to clarify, you and your brother sealed your mother, I don't really care about that. I know from her memories that it all started with humans' lust and greed, then Kagaya's actions in response to that human malice, and its consequences before she ultimately felt betrayed and went batshit crazy due to the influence of the divine tree Shinju. But there was something you overlooked. Did a question never appear in your mind about why Kagaya was creating an army of white zetsus? Araki asked Hago Romo quite seriously. For the first time since their conversation started, Hagoromo's eyes widened. Indeed. This was something they completely overlooked. He and his brother, Hashirama, knew that their mother was doing wicked things and must be put down for good. But the reason still eluded the two of them. The two took precautions in case of her revival as Hashirama took the Gedo statue to the moon. Unless someone awakened Rin-Egan, it was virtually impossible to get the Gedo statue. And the sage of the six paths spread his teachings to all the world in an attempt to create peace. It's quite ironic how the two of you both failed in your objectives. Anyway, you aren't aware of it, but Kagaya was a member of the celestial Otsutsuki clan. From what I understand, it's quite far away from this place. The only way to travel is by hopping through dimensions. She came in this world to acquire the power of the divine tree Shinju and fight against her clan members. She wanted to have all your chakra because she was aware that even her strength was not enough to put up a fight against the members of the Otsutsuki clan. This was her true motive behind coming to this place and fusing with the divine tree Shinju. Araki explained this to the sage of six paths quite patiently. This. I had little to no idea of this. Hago Romo was truly very surprised. Araki grunted in response while turning at the black sphere which had formed after the combination of the one-tailed worth of chakra from each of the 9 bijus, excluding Shikaku, he gave only half a tailed worth of his chakra. Will this much chakra be enough for you to awaken the Rain Sharingan or all its abilities? Hago Romo asked Araki, but his face told Araki that he already knew the answer. But still, Araki decided to answer him, well, I am certainly hopeful about it, but I know that it's impossible to go it this way. The chakra from the tailed beasts is far too less. But since my body would fuse with this chakra, my body would start creating it by using the nature chakra. It would take years to completely awaken all the abilities. He remained quite indifferent as this time gap wasn't much to him. Considering that he wasn't going to age, he had plenty of time to become stronger. Is that so? The sage of the six paths slowly said. He then started talking, all these years, I have been saving a lot of chakra from the reincarnation of Asura and Indra. To give them this chakra in case my mother was unsealed, but you have already dealt with that. And, it appears that a greater threat is on loose. A determined look appeared in his eyes as he said, Senju Araki, can you tell me one last thing? What will you do after becoming God? You have stated that you won't work for peace or chaos, meaning you will slowly stop interacting with the humans altogether. Then what else do you plan to do? Well, I would lead all the people in the Senju clan to Izashio and spend time with my family first. Until I have seen my grandchild grow up, I guess. After that, I will take Kushina and start exploring other dimensions and remove any trace from that location so that any Otsutsuki clan member wouldn't come to the elemental nations. Araki said quite offhandedly. I see. That's good enough. The sage of the six paths turned around and stared at the black sphere that was forming after the combination of nine-tailed beasts' chakra. A faint trace of chakra started to move towards this black sphere and combine with it. Araki raised his brow as he asked the sage of the six paths, are you sure about this? You can only maintain this spiritual body because of your tremendous chakra. If you give it to me, you will disappear from good. It's also not as helpful to me as you might believe. From Kagaya's memories, I estimate that I would only need 10-15 years to awaken all the abilities of Rain Sharingan and another 5 years to master them. I don't believe the Otsutsuki clan would find this place before that. Araki said with a serious voice. However, the sage of six paths didn't stop. She replied, you may be right about that, but you must remember that you cannot be careless against the Otsutsuki clan. It was my and my brother's fault that we never considered the attack from the Otsutsuki clan, this can be considered as my atonement. Don't stop me, I will only be giving you half my chakra. Since I was the previous host of Juhobi and my chakra absorbed its certain properties, I am sure half of my chakra will be enough to awaken all the abilities of your Rain Sharingan and make your chakra even stronger. The rest of my chakra would be enough to maintain my existence and perhaps grant my power to someone in the future if you fall. Hago Romo said to Araki while sending his chakra to the black sphere. Not putting all your eggs in a single basket, hey. Araki said with a shrug, he didn't care much about the thoughts of the sage of the six paths. To him, it was just an unexpected boon, but even without it, it would have worked just fine. His plans would have been delayed by 10 or 20 years though. Soon enough, the sage of the six paths disappeared after having given half of his chakra to Araki. The chakra combined with the black sphere. Araki then stared at the Juhobi's husk within his mindscape, which wasn't responding at all. Firstly, he sent a weak stream of chakra into the mouth of the Gedo statue. The Gedo statue seemed to have been activated. It was about to stand up before Araki used the black sphere and his own chakra to suddenly crush the Gedo statue with it. The Gedo statue seemingly shattered upon an impact from the combined blow. But even after it was shattered into many pieces, it still continued to exist. Araki was already aware that destroying the Gedo statue completely was utterly impossible. It was a work of nature. Instead, he slowly extended the black sphere, his own chakra, and the shattered parts of the Juhobi's husk. These three components started to fuse with each other. The process of the fusion was unexpectedly quick. Araki felt that it was most probably because of the mixture of the sage of the six paths chakra. Since that chakra contained a trace of the ten tails chakra, the ten tails didn't put up any resistance while fusing with it. In the real world, Araki's black hair changed to white color, his skin became paler, and a white cloak covered his body. 10 black spheres compressed of pure powers also appeared around his body. These were truth-seeking orb. The tailed beasts were startled upon seeing this chakra. They didn't think Araki would become the same existence as the sage of the six paths. Even Kurama had no idea that Araki had sealed the Juhobi's husk within his own body and the fact that he had absorbed Kagaya's memories. Araki slowly opened his eyes and looked at the tailed beasts. His crimson Rinnegan was different from before. 3 black tomos were lined within each ripple of his Rinnegan. So, this is what it feels like after becoming a god, Araki said with a hint of amusement in his voice. He added, it's pretty bland. I guess. 125. Dimensions. The tailed beasts were utterly silent upon seeing Araki's new appearance. Kurama muttered with a low voice, old man. He was remembering his creator and seeing his image while staring at Araki. It was unknown whether Araki heard his words or not, but if he did hear them, he didn't comment on it. Instead, Araki stared at his own body, slightly disappointed at the transformation. He certainly didn't like this appearance. But he didn't say anything about it, he instead turned towards the tailed beasts, alright now, I will give you 2 choices. Do you want to stay in this realm, coexisting with humans, but retaining your freedom, or do you want to stay in another dimension? There might be some beasts in that dimension but nothing much compared to you tailed beasts. So you wouldn't be threatened at all. If you choose the first option, I will seal some of my chakra into you, and if you are in any trouble, just send a pulse through it. My clone would appear, and it should be sufficient to deal with any threats. By some chance it isn't sufficient, I will be notified of the threat and personally come to resolve it. You can consider it a benefit for voluntarily giving me your chakra. As for the second option, I think I already told a bit about it. Oh, and I will create a link between me and you all. If you want to return, tell me about it, and I will open a portal for you to return. A grin appeared on his face as he cheekily added, well, try not to talk too much to me, though. I might start ignoring you. The tailed beasts didn't care much about this fact. The first one to speak was Shikaku. Alright then, send me to a dimension with a lot of sand. If there isn't a dimension like that, I might just stay in the land of wind. Araki touched his chin and muttered, There should be a world like that, right? He raises his head and looks in the sky. He concentrated some chakra in his left-eyed Rhine Sharingan, and a spatial rift could be seen in the air. The spatial rift slowly opened, and suddenly, lava started pouring out from the portal. However, before it reached Araki's face, it seemed to have vanished. The tailed beasts were shocked though. They sensed the utilization of water in the moisture which rapidly lowered the temperature and the wind chakra which cut it apart into smithereens before taking away the residual somewhere else. It was so fast that if not for their supernatural senses, they would have failed to detect it. Moreover, it was astounding as they didn't even see Araki move. Each one shuddered as they thought in their heads just how strong has he become. Looks like this is a magma world. Anyone want to hop in? Araki asked the tailed beasts. Not a single tailed beast replied, and Araki shrugged in response, I guess, that's to be expected. Internally, he thought that was surprising though. To think that opening a portal to another dimension would require such immense chakra. On to the next world then. He closed the portal soon enough and then opened another world. It was an ice world. The icy wind from that location flew to Araki's world and would have frozen any normal human down to their bones. But no normal person was standing there. 9 were the tailed beasts while the only human there had already ascended to become a god. It would be strange if something could affect him at this point. Not a single tailed beast expressed their desire to go into this world. The next was a world with high gravity. Once again, no one expressed any willingness to go there. The portal opened in another world, and this time, all of them saw a world with sea as far as eyes could see. The 3-tailed beast, Isabu, said with a hint of laziness, I want to go to this world. Okay. Araki was a little surprised when he heard Isabu talking about going to this world, and he slowly nodded. He closed the portal and opened a portal beside Isabu of a large size. Large enough for a tailed beast to pass through it. Araki stepped forward and touched Isabu's body, creating a mental link between the two of them. The 3-tailed Baijuyu slowly walked past the portal and fell into the boundless ocean. Araki then let out a sigh and closed the portal. Alright then, on to the next world. The next was finally the desert world that Shikaku wanted to live in. Araki sensed the presence of some living beings in the dimension. Still, they didn't seem to have any power in them, so, he let Shikaku pass through the portal and enter this world. After this, Araki showed another 3 worlds to the tailed beasts. Still, no one else expressed their desire to go to another dimension. Araki didn't care much about it. He slowly stepped towards each tailed beast's body and sent some of his chakra in them. This chakra would remain unresponsible unless a specific wave of chakra was targeted at it. All the tailed beasts, barring Kurama, dispersed themselves. Araki turned towards Kurama and said to him, so then, what are you going to do from now? Kurama hesitated a little before speaking, I will go with you to Uzushio. I can protect them from external attacks, the attacks in which you don't need to involve yourself. Araki was surprised at those words and his pupils widened a little. He showed a grateful expression and said, thanks, Kurama. I won't forget this. He then turned towards the direction of the land of lightning and said, wait for me here. I will cut off the loose ends now. There is still something left for you to do. Kurama looked surprised as he asked Araki. It was just a snake, who slipped through my hands. After saying that, Araki vanished into thin air. With purple lightning around his body, he was flying towards the land of lightning at lightning quick speed. Before long, he reached the location of the hideout of his deer snake, Orochimaru. It was in a cave near the Kumo village. This was not just Orochimaru's hideout but one of his precious laboratory. I don't have the patience to play with him. Ending this in one quick strike will be better. As he finished speaking, Araki raised his hand. Dark clouds gathered above the land of lightning. People weren't surprised at this phenomenon. They had seen lightning quite frequently. But if these people were to know that the entire land of lightning had been covered by the dark clouds, they would have been entirely frightened to the point their souls would be leaving their bodies. Because this had never occurred in the history of the land of lightning. Araki softly whispered, annihilate it. Heavenly lightning. The clouds roared as if having received their command. At that moment, purple lightning started to blink and concentrated on a single point. Upon Araki's signal, that single point released a massive and thick bolt of purple lightning whose radius was wide enough to cover the entire village of Kumo. Orochimaru, who had been conducting his researching at this moment, was shocked when he saw a flash of purple color. And in the next moment, all his hideout and the area around it was utterly destroyed. Everything was annihilated in the range of the heavenly lightning. I guess that takes care of the snake. Time to return now. Araki's words drifted in the wind as he returned to Kurama's location, and the two started walking to Uzushio. 126, The End. Kurama and Araki were going towards the direction of Uzushio. Before having come to the war here, Araki had already given the instruction to the entire Senju clan to relocate to Uzushio. Tsunade was naturally shocked to hear that. She didn't have any idea that these were all Uzumaki clan members. But after they removed their seals and showed off their vibrant red hair, she started believing it. She also heard from them about how they survived from the attack of the three great villages using blood clones. At this moment, they were already inside Uzushio. Kushina was waiting for Araki. She was entirely confident about his strength and knew that no one in the world could defeat him at this point. Araki also didn't want her to see the massacre he was about to commit, so he forced her to remain at home. While Araki and Kurama were on their way, Araki had finally changed his appearance and returned to the way he originally was. The cloak and the truth-seeking orbs were absorbed into his body, and it would be visible once he used this mode again. The Rinnegan disappeared as well, and his eyes returned to normal. Upon seeing his appearance return to normal, Araki nodded his head with a hint of satisfaction. This was good enough. Kurama's sweat dropped upon seeing Araki trying so hard to return his appearance to how it was before. He really didn't understand humans. After returning to Uzushio, Araki met up with Kushina first and then all the Uzumaki clan members. He informed them about how Kurama had volunteered to protect Uzushio from external threats. He also gave them strict instructions to not just depend on Kurama. At the end of the day, Uzushio was their own home. They were the ones who were obligated to protect it by putting their lives on the line. Only when it was an enemy that they had no chance of defeating should they ask Kurama to help them out. The Uzumaki clan members understood what he wanted to say and obeyed his instructions. They didn't even ask him why he wouldn't protect them. They understood that he wanted them to stand on their own feet. To truly become independent and solve their own problems. After having met up with the Uzumaki clan members, he spent the rest of his day with Kushina. They walked around the whole island while he informed her of the fact that he had fused with the Ten Tails now. Upon Kushina's request, he showed her his Six Paths mode. Kushina was surprised to see his Six Paths mode, but she thought it was really cool. Well, it was quite a contrast to how Araki was disappointed with his new appearance. He turned off the Six Paths mode before he said to her, "Alright, let's go to Konoha. We need to take care of some loose ends there." "Alright, let's go." Kushina agreed readily. There were indeed some things that they needed to take care of. Araki felt that it was better to inform Keshiro about this matter. After all, he was the acting Hokage and Minato, Nagato and the rest of the Akatsuki members were staying in Konoha. Minato was working hard to become a Kage. While Nagato was preparing to leave for AIM with Yahiko, Konan and the rest of the Akatsuki members. It seemed that they believed they were ready to take care of any surprise attacks from Hanzo. Besides, the last time Hanzo had taken action against the Akatsuki members, Araki had given him a great trauma. He certainly wouldn't be taking any action against them anytime soon. After returning to Konoha, Araki first went to the Senju clan manor which had 30 or so servants, and Minato had been left to take care of it. After talking with Minato for some time and hearing that he was still determined to become a Hokage, Araki had a smile on his face. He was somewhat happy that Minato's determination hadn't broken after all this time. Even after he came to know that Araki had appointed Keshiro as the acting Hokage. As if making a decision, Araki started walking towards the Hokage's office along with Kushina. "So, what are you going to do now? Are you going to ask Keshiro to hand over the Hokage's seat to Minato?" Kushina asked Araki, a little curiously. Aren't you curious?" Araki spoke with a smile on his face. Kushina nodded her head and replied, "A little." He then added, "Well, to answer your question. No. I won't ask Keshiro to hand over his seat to Minato. That would be utterly disrespectful to both of them. It would also mean I don't believe in Minato's capability to grab the Hokage's seat by his own merits or Keshiro's merit in leading Konoha. To be, both of them somewhat equal, though I prefer Minato more since he is the Senju clan member. All I would do would be to make it fair for the two of them," Araki informed Kushina, and before they realized it, they had reached the building. Araki entered the Hokage's office through the window, taking Kushina along with him. On the Hokage's seat, Keshiro was seated while he was reading many documents. His life had gotten quite busy since acquiring this job. He saw Araki entering the office through the window and wasn't surprised to see him or Kushina. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "I have been waiting for you." Araki raised his brow and said with an amused smile, "It appeared that you were counting on my victory rather than my defeat." I already knew the result before you departed to fight against them. The question was, how long will you take? A day? Or longer? Keshiro said with a shrug. I think even Kushina wouldn't have such confidence in my ability. Ow! He winced a little as Kushina pinched his arm. Hey! I am not wrong. You were worried about me. Kushina's face reddened a bit more, and she used more strength to pinch him. No, I wasn't. She fiercely denied it, but the reddish glow on her face seemed to say anything story. Upon seeing their interactions, Keshiro chuckled and said, it's always refreshing to see your interactions. I feel like it's time I marry someone as well. That's great, be sure to send me an invitation. Araki said to Keshiro with a smile. Yup. We will definitely come to your wedding. Date Bane. Kushina also agreed and stopped pinching Araki. Alright, I guess we should talk about the serious matter now. So, why did you come, Araki? Is it that you want to inform me that you are the head of the Uzumaki clan and that you have already left Konoha and will live in Uzushio from now? Keshiro asked Araki with a knowing smile on his face. Araki blinked a few times before he let out a sigh. I won't ask how you know that. It's probably another ability of those eyes. Well, you aren't wrong about that, Keshiro said while chuckling at Araki's words. After some time, Araki said, I guess that was one thing I wanted to inform you, but there is another thing. I guess you probably know, but I still believe I should inform you. Minato is a member of the Senju clan. I am the one who personally asked him to join it. So, you can consider Minato to be a full-fledged member of the Senju clan. Keshiro remained quiet and let Araki continue ahead. Minato wants to become Hokage, so he will be living in Konoha and manage the Senju clan manor while working towards his dream. I see. Keshiro muttered with a calm look on his face. There was not a hint of anger or any other emotion on his face. Just a relaxed look. You are a lot calmer than I expected you to be, Araki said while observing Keshiro's facial expression. Since you haven't told me to give away the Hokage's seat, it means that you don't plan on giving your support to Minato just because he is a member of your clan, Keshiro explained calmly. To this, Araki nodded his head and replied, yes. That is why from now, Minato will be talking with the other clan heads and request their support to become Hokage. If half of them or more than half agrees, you must fight against Minato and defeat him to retain your position as a Hokage. I see. That's interesting. But it gives me an edge over Minato. After all, I am pretty much a Hokage, and I have been the Uchiha clan head for much longer as well. As long as I don't make a blunder, he won't gather enough support. Keshiro informed Araki with a frown. He naturally didn't want to back away from this challenge. But he felt that the challenge was somewhat unfair for Minato. This was not how he wanted to win against Minato. To this, Araki shrugged, if Minato cannot gather enough support, then that means that Konoha is doing good under your reign. I believe that's a good conclusion as well. I see. But I still feel it's unfair to Minato. I will inform him that he can fight me anytime he wants. If he defeats me a single time, I will give him the position of Hokage. Keshiro said with full confidence. Whatever you want. I am washing my hands off this matter now. Araki said as he placed his arm around Kushina and flew away from the Hokage's office. Just as Keshiro had informed Araki, he called out for Minato and informed him of their deal. Minato was somewhat surprised but agreed to the deal. He didn't challenge Keshiro. It wasn't that he wasn't confident in his ability. He was naturally confident in his power and ability, it was just that, he felt that he should have the support of the clans. If he couldn't have the support of at least 30% of the clans in Konoha, it means that his own ability was lacking against Keshiro. If that was so, it was better to let Keshiro administer Konoha. Araki and Kushina returned to their house in Uzushio. I wonder what we should do now. Araki asked Kushina offhandedly. Have some kids first. Date Bane. Kushina chirped immediately, and before Araki could reply, his mouth was sealed by Kushina's lips. After their lips broke contact, Kushina's hands started to take off Araki's clothes. Araki was a bit embarrassed for some moments before he reacted with the same passion as Kushina. The end. A/N, well, this is the official end of this fanfic. I may write some special chapters later, but not now. Next, I would like to announce two things. First is to check out my original novel on Amazon.n named Rising Warriors. You can consider that world to be a mix of Naruto and Cultivation World, I guess. There will be beast-related bloodlines, political situations, elemental powers, mystery, and awesome main characters. The preview has been put up, you can check it out by going over to my profile as well. The second thing is that I will be taking a break for a week or two before starting a new ATG fanfic. I will keep the details a mystery for now, give it a read and support it if you like it. Thank you to all. 127, Announcement. This is not a chapter sadly. I just wanted to inform you all that my new ATG fanfic is up on web novel. Check it out. Comment on it, review it. 128, Announcement, Update. Hey guys, I am making this announcement to inform you that I have published an original novel on this website. Its name is A Demon's Journey. I am sure you will like the novel as it has a badass MC and promise you a great story. Please check it out and support it. It will help me immensely. Heya peeps, I have uploaded a new fanfic on web novel. Kindly check out the Tales of Immortals, Demons, and Gods fanfic. It's my new work and the MC in it will be up against Nai Li. I am sure you will like the fanfic since it features a smart MC with a system. Make sure to comment and review the novel.